that they won't reach. I can move back. Excuse me, and the door can come right here.
Y'all can switch places after a while. How about that? Okay. Am I live? It's 11:59. Are you showing live? Is anybody looking for me?
Oh,
Let's see.
you're not.
What?
On yours, Adrian. The other one is Let's Start Healing.
Yes, and then also my YouTube page.
No.
It shows live
On which one?
on Facebook. You just drank some more. Yeah, you're live.
Let's Start Healing as well. And
You're talking, and it's showing that you're talking.
okay. And how about YouTube? All right, I see one person. Just give me another second. It's probably one of us.
I'm so slow. I'm trying to figure it out.
Am I on YouTube yet?
See, look, it's on Facebook right now. So you're live.
Teresa.
I'm trying to get to it.
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to post.
Yes. Thank
So they
you.
see everything you guys are doing right now.
Yes.
And here.
Do they hear? I don't think so. I either put the sound on.
Yeah, they can hear.
Oh, great.
Then you could hear me.
Yeah. I need you to go to this on YouTube for me.
Adrian.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. You don't have to do it. Don't worry.
Just for free. Thank goodness. I can't do two or three takes.
But I need you to talk into the
and the mic.
into the mic. You're a bad guest. Am I on YouTube?
Somebody
Yes, you
say,
are.
somebody
I am?
say,
Wait,
say
no,
hello.
that's not your outfit. No, this is the old one.
No,
Sorry,
let me see. Let me see.
Someone say hey.
I'm like, wait a
Say
second.
hello. So
Oh,
we know
hello.
we're
Hello.
on the thing in the chat.
Oh boy. It is. It's
Technical
live. It's
diff-
live.
we're getting
Okay.
the
I'm live.
Now you are.
together.
I'm live
We're
everywhere.
getting the
You're
technology
live.
All right.
together.
So
everyone.
we are going to, there's nobody on. So let's relax a second and breathe. Okay.
How would you know?
Can you, Teresa, would you turn the air on for me? It's right in front of you. Look straight on the wall here and just move it to on. Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
Ready.
Because we have one person so far.
Okay.
And we are going for 24 hours.
I'm so excited.
All right. Let's start healing.
That's right.
Let's start healing.
Whoop, whoop.
I'm Adrian Murchison. We have more in common than we think. And what we have in common can change the world. Check this out. I am not savvy with technology, but bam,
It's
look
so
at that.
Look at that. Look at that.
Look at that. I am here for this special 24-hour episode with 3 friends. One is not on a mic, but she is here in support.
Mhm.
That's Teresa Cuellar.
Hey, Teresa.
And Lynetta Chanel Duncan is right here beside me.
Hello, hello.
And you know what? I think that,
My mic was on.
No, we can hear you.
no, you know what? They're not hearing me well.
Oh,
You know why?
why?
I'm not
Not
plugged
plugged
in.
in.
Whoa. Okay, here we go.
It's fine.
We're going to
Make sure
start
it's all the
over.
way in. It looks like it's in.
What?
Make sure that all the way in.
It's
It's in. Okay.
yeah. Okay, we're going to start over because this is okay.
I'm glad you
Talking
realized
to the
that now.
mic,
That would have been
right?
awful. Testing.
I still
It
don't hear you in
sounds
my.
a little different. So I'm just.
Oh,
You
let me
hear
turn it up.
Me, Teresa?
Talking to the mic, right?
Oh,
Were you talking to the mic?
You're great, Adrian. I can hear you.
Okay. For some reason,
testing.
I
Testing,
don't hear
testing. I
you.
can
Are
hear
you
the both
plugged
of you.
in? Is she plugged in? She's plugged in. We should all be plugged in.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear both of
you
you.
can't hear it on your.
I'm live.
I should be able to hear you.
Mm.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. so
Okay.
now put it-
All right.
Move it over.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And this is a grassroots production.
That's right.
Of Let's Start Healing. And okay, here we go. I am here with 3 good friends, and more are coming virtually, more are coming in person. Beside me is Lynetta Chanel Duncan.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you so much for being here,
Of
Lynetta.
course, I'm excited. I'm really happy to be here with you.
And
To kick
Lador.
this thing off.
To kick it off, baby.
Yes. And that voice you hear in the background is Lador Miltier.
That's right. Hey,
Lador,
family.
hold it here a second.
Let me
I
come
mean,
and really just peek
This
in.
this is such a grassroots production.
I'm so
But
excited to be
it's
here.
It's about the content of what I'm going to be bringing to you over the next 24 hours with some
Girlfriend
wonderful
power.
people.
Oh my gosh. Let's kick off this healing. Let's do this properly.
Yes, yes, yes. We have more in common than we think, and what we have in common can change the world.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm gonna go back over there.
She is going to be on the mic, but not. I need somebody to. That's me. That's me. Who messed up? I did. Yeah.
There will be some technical difficulties possibly on this show.
Yes. So this is, as I said, I'm here from noon today until noon tomorrow.
24 hours.
And there are multiple reasons that I'm doing this. One is I like endurance challenges, and I will share with you more about that in a moment. It is my late mother's birthday, and I really wanted to carry out this challenge on her birthday to honor her. And then also, I'm using it as an opportunity to raise money for a wonderful, wonderful organization, Georgia Appleseed Center for Law and Justice.
Yeah.
And I would love for you to visit this website. I have it right here on the screen, gaappleseed.org. And you can see all about what they do around bringing equity really to children who are underserved, whose families are on the edge of homelessness or living in homelessness, and they work to change reforms so that they can have fairness in schools, so they can live in safe and secure housing. This is a really important organization of attorneys and other executive staff. So please visit this website and please donate whatever you can.
Yes.
Great cause. Great
Yes,
cause.
please donate whatever you can. My friend James, he is here in the background. And James, I'd like to ask you to leave. I'm going to kick you from the studio because I don't want you to log in now. He's going to be joining me from Arizona
Okay.
later today. So I'm going to just kick him out. Lynetta, before I go into more, I want to just ask you and Lador how you're feeling today. I like to ask people how they're feeling, in terms of, that vibe with God, just because one day we might feel like super connected and, really close. And then another day we might be a little off kilter. So how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I think I just started the day off thinking about your event and, what this means to you. And I'm happy to be here just to support a friend. So I'm expecting this to just go well for you, trusting in God for it. And just feeling good. I feel like I'm just kind of floating and kind of coasting. Just here.
I appreciate you being here.
So, yeah.
I really appreciate you being here. Do you feel a little low? Do you want like a pillow to feel
No,
higher?
I'm fine.
I love
Yeah,
that
I'm
Adrian loved
comfortable.
these
Okay.
pillows. Like, this is just the most coziest setup ever. If you guys could see, we're so cozy over here.
And it's like all sisterly, friendly, girlfriend love.
I just want people to be comfortable. How are you, Lador?
Oh my goodness. I am hype. I am ready. I am large. I'm so excited because I came in here and I'm dropping like ginger tea and stuff because I'm just I really woke up excited about this today. Like I woke up and I was just like, oh, we're going to get it, because healing to me is so important, because everyone at any time will always be going through something.
Yes.
That's the thing.
Yes.
So when you always say we have more in common, that is
Yes.
exactly true. We, no matter who we are, where we come from, what our background, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
And so the process of healing is something that no matter what, it automatically connects us. So
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just so excited about this, and I'm so, like, I don't even know. So when you ask me what my feeling is, I'm just ready. I'm like the fire starter.
Girl,
I'm excited.
I'm ready too.
It's exciting. This is exciting. So I have it all in right here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And that's really making me want to share something, because my advisors, which her husband, Leneda's husband, Todd, is one of my advisors.
Oh.
And not only my advisory board, but I took an entrepreneurial course earlier this year through Cornell and online. And, they were sharing how you have to know who your audience is. And, I want to please all the people.
Yeah.
And, the smart thing, in business is
Niche.
to,
Know your niche.
know your niche. And so I was listening to Marlon Wayans the other day, and I was already feeling like my audience is anyone who has been in pain or who has experienced loss. And that's everyone,
Right.
And so he was talking, anytime you see him in an interview, he's always talking about, what he's been through. And he said, quote, "I'm pulled through pain, or I'm pulled by pain." And I said, that's me. Like, I completely understood what he was saying. Like, pain is what drives him, and it's not about being in pain, in the moment, but how you've grown from that, and the lessons and the insight and the awareness. And so that's why I'm saying that's now, maybe I'll be able to narrow that down. After these years so far, but it's anyone who has experienced loss, and in any kind of way. It could be a friend, it could be a spouse, it could be a parent, if who has experienced loss or been hurt in some way, and or feel stuck, and they're not comfortable with getting in touch with their feelings, or they don't know how. So, or maybe that people do know how, but they enjoy getting insight, from others sometimes, and growing. So let's start healing. That's what Let's Start Healing is about.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're saying that loss and pain, I mean, sometimes it's circumstances, or just experiences, loss of jobs, a loss of, we were talking earlier about some things that's going on, in some of these businesses and our government. And so it could be even, there are people losing their jobs now.
Yeah,
So those things
absolutely.
they make you feel disconnected as well. So this is such a good time for something like this, for what you're doing, and the fact that you're taking it into a 24-hour episode, and putting in the time to do that. I know it's for a great organization who's doing wonderful things, but even too, just so that you can reach people who at any given time throughout this next 24 hours could really need to hear such an emotional message.
Absolutely.
I think this is wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. And I am inspired by endurance challenges. I like to run, and I've run some with my family, marathons, half marathons. And so earlier this year, I saw, which I haven't done that in some years. 2017 I've run halves in recent years, but the full haven't run since 2017. Earlier this year, I saw how Cory Booker was doing that 24 hour. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. I miss doing something. And then I thought, how about this? Now I will be able to step away, and somebody might step in as I, go to the facilities.
Right.
But and take my dog to the facility right outside,
Right.
stepping outside. But this will be a constant 24 hours of conversation with
That's amazing.
great people in Atlanta, across the
Oh,
US,
that's awesome.
Thailand, the UK,
What?
Goodness.
Portugal.
Nice.
This is international.
Right.
Like this goes
International,
beyond.
baby.
Right.
Yes.
A round of applause. from all of you.
Absolutely.
Now, see, if I was all on top of things, I could hit a button. And have the,
Well, you got the real. You got the real one. The real.
so I'm going to have themes throughout this.
Mhm.
This episode, first of all, is titled "What is your why in life?"
Mhm.
Why do you do the things you do? Like, what drives you? What inspires you mainly in life? And so, who should I ask first? What inspires you most in life? What drives you?
Oh, I think to know that I'm here for a purpose. I'll start with that. And I just think friendship, love, family, to know that God has placed me here to make people happy through my gifts, to give them joy through my gifts, to help them feel at peace. People used to call me in church the peacemaker and things like that. And I don't like people seeming unsettled. I don't like to, that know or hear that people are just can't find their place or just like I said, unsettled in any way. And so I try and find ways to kind of help them feel more at peace and God's peace and love. I do that through my gift and talent, which he's given me in interior design is one of the ways. But I just like to be there as a support in the background. I think for me, I don't need the spotlight, I don't need things like that. So I just really try and be a help and a support in the background for people to just kind of be at peace and experience the world in the way that God would want them to. So
And you are.
it's good.
You're very real too.
Well, you guys do that.
Lynetta, I tell you. No, that's not cool, Adrian.
I feel like it's important to be honest with people,
Yeah.
Because honest conversations, I value them, and I feel like regardless of which way it goes, left or right, it's important to know the truth. There's so many things right now, that we face that are hiding the truth of things. But after we get that, we can always come back and still love each other and still, and find some room for agreement. But it's important for people to always speak truth, as best we can. So I am just I'm from the north, and that's just how we do it.
Yeah, that's right.
I tried to say people in the
That's
south
right.
do it.
Yeah.
We
Do it differently.
We are very thick-skinned, and I just assume that other people like sometimes are that way too. But being thick-skinned, I'm just like, but look here, let's talk. And, but I love you.
Right.
Oh my
I
gosh.
love you. So anyway, that's my spill.
If my cousin Charles, if he would just be like shaking his head at me right now, because see how this cord is like this, and he's just like, what is that? Okay, so Lador,
Yes.
what is your why? What drives you? Because you have a lot of passions. You're
Yeah.
a very busy woman.
Yeah. Lots of passions. And still learning them as I go.
Mhm.
I think that's really what it is too, to find out what happens the more this journey continues. How do I
I'm gonna take a picture of you if you're like,
Create,
what am I doing?
yes.
Go ahead.
How do I recreate? How do I build upon? How do I really just continue this journey? Not stay stagnant, just kind of be able to pivot sometimes,
Mhm.
acknowledge when, okay, this might not be where I am right now anymore.
Mhm.
So and I feel like being that type of nimble is honestly really one of the gifts I think I have.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to stick in a journey that I thought was right 20 years ago. And right now, that's just not really where the journey I should continue moving towards. So I think that change, being able to be a change advocate, someone who also continues the road of passion, making sure I always felt like I always had to defend people. I always felt like I had to make sure that people felt heard in a way. And I think that was my passion. My passion's always been people.
Yeah.
Even if
Yeah.
even through different projects, it still came down to people. Whether it was marginalized people, whether it was women, whether it was people on a whole, was it people in certain areas, whatever it was, it always came down to people.
Yeah.
And I think that was my focus. And I think when people have that type of focus, we sometimes get drained, I think. And sometimes we need a person like you to kind of refill up a little bit, because we go and we go.
You're an empath.
And all the way.
Yes.
So it's sometimes, we have to be told to have a seat, have a cup of water, have a moment.
Yeah.
And those are take care of yourself and without guilt.
Absolutely.
And I think that's my uphill battle, the silence.
Yeah. The silence. You mean when you're
the moments of stop.
Yeah. You know what I was thinking about?
Pause.
I was thinking about when you were on my podcast about 2 years ago, and I asked you, when do you have those moments to yourself? And you said, sometimes in the car, in the driveway.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Can we pause for a moment?
Pause.
Ladora, can you come sit over here? You need the mic, because I'm looking at her as she's speaking, and you can see the passion in her face as she's speaking, and I think it's just important for people to see that.
Yes, and if you,
so we'll work out how
you
to share
could,
this mic.
can move your chair,
Yeah,
and take the mic. And thank you for being patient with us. That the cord is long, so you can hold the mic. You could take the mic out of the carriage. Yes. And then
people to see how beautiful.
I know. I know. I get to look at her.
Oh my goodness, you guys.
Yes. And be careful now, because
got it. Okay.
Here. So I'll hold the mic and you get the chair.
Come over.
Yeah. Okay.
Or I can just, since I'm not going to be here the whole time, I can do this for a moment.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. How's that? No? Okay.
Okay. She's coming back.
Okay.
Here, I'm going to put you.
Oh, I am just so grateful
Let's do
for.
This is great. We're going to just be all very close together.
There you go.
We're going to slide in.
And
this is
we're
perfect.
all on.
We're all on.
No, this is hers now. Give that one to Ladora.
I was going to say, where'd the mic go?
I got it.
Okay, so
come on.
okay,
over.
come on.
We are all good.
Okay. See, beautiful Ladora.
So funny.
Okay. Okay. Now, do you want another pillow to sit on?
I love the pillow. I actually maybe can drop this one.
Okay. Do you want one for your
And
back?
no, I'm good. Listen, I told you I'm hyped and ready.
Okay.
Listen, I'm hyped and ready to be here. I'm excited
Yes.
to be here and to talk and to share.
Yes.
So no, I'm
Yes.
like I said, I can understand.
Yeah.
And let me say thank you to Stephanie Dean, who left a message, and Stephanie is going to be on within this 24-hour period and share some really profound things about her work, her spiritual work. And I just want to thank you for your encouragement and support she left in the comments. Please comment wherever you are streaming this. And thank you to the folks who got in touch with me before this kicked off today to just say, you got this, you can do this. And, just
The rah-rah.
The rah-rah.
Wow.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have
So-
a question for you. Don't think you're going to get away from your questions. So we know you're passionate about this,
Yeah.
but in life in general, and what else? And one, how are you feeling today?
Yeah, what's your
and
energy
what's
like?
your energy like?
I've been feeling really good as we were getting closer to noon.
Mhm.
I started feeling a little stressed out because all of a sudden it was 11:30 and I had like 3 things to do. And so, but I've been feeling, really connected to God. And, I mentioned it's my mom's birthday and my mom is so with me. I, the lights I got up at 4:30 and, the lights on in my room, the light in the hallway flickered on and off. And I'll just turn my head. And I was like, normally I would think that was my brother, but I was like, no, that was her. And then when I went to put on, I have my gospel playlist, and there's this song. It's a Tupac song, and you know the song. I don't know why, but anyway,
Is it Dear Mama?
mm-mm,
Oh,
and it's but there's an instrumental version.
Mhm.
And it was in Soul Food, the movie, when she did the dance. But
I gotta think about
Tupac
it.
sings to that song. I mean,
Mm.
that song is like
Mm.
a classic. But anyway, I have
Mm.
attributed that to my mom.
Cool.
That's like our tune
Yeah.
when
Yeah.
the instrumental version. And so, that came on as soon as I put it on. And so anyway, what was the question?
It was your question. What's your
your
energy?
feelings.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
And then
so
what
I
are you
feel
passionate about?
yeah, I
Other
feel
things you're
so I
passionate
feel
about.
like, I want to also say, I just put certain things on. I did a meditation, as I was moving around, but I had like a
Right.
chakra meditation I was listening to as I was moving around. I listened to it twice. And then I listened to Wayne Dyer's meditation, and I just did different things to kind of, stay in the zone. And I started like going into fear, and I was like, nope, 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 nope,
Yeah.
So, but what drives me is God. And I just always had this desire to know God and to know, I feel like God is with us all the time. And so, whatever we're doing, we get dressed up to go to church, but, God's with me when I'm sitting on my bed,
Right.
Yeah.
sitting up in my bed, with a gown on, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just have always wanted to know God. And I believe that we are here to serve each other in whatever, way applies. And so I want to be of service, in honor of God. And so that drives me. And, my love of family is, transcendent for me, so I would say those 2 things really drive me. So
That's good.
thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I want to see what Stephanie says. God has got you, Adrian and Murchison. Let peace come first. All the perfect conversations will follow. Thank you, Stephanie.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And I know
So-
you talk about your mom a lot when it's on her birthdays, and you always share something important in your posts and things like that. So since today is her birthday, is there something like you want to share about your mom? Like, I know she's looking down and just so proud of you for doing something like this, but like, what kind of woman? Because I never got to meet her, but I hear she was
Oh,
amazing.
thank you. Thank you. Yes, she was it's so funny because she could be perceived as a little eccentric because as a senior citizen.
I
you got
love
that
it
from?
already. I didn't even want to say anything. I love it.
That explains
Exactly.
it.
Absolutely. I love
Nothing.
it. It
Go
is
on.
so beautiful. Like I just when you see something out of someone that you never met
You
before
never-
already.
yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's funny. No, I was just gonna say, like, because she was fashionable,
Mhm.
you know, and you know, as a senior, always in life, but as a senior citizen too. And I mean, she used to wear like her sunglasses in the house, you know,
Oh,
and I
my.
know people, you know, if you didn't
That's
know her,
a
you'd be
diva.
like,
You hear
know,
me?
like.
a diva.
That's a diva.
Yes, it is.
Sunglasses
But
in the house.
yeah, my father too they were both about, you know, you have to care about your fellow man.
Absolutely.
And you know, so yeah, she just cared about people.
Mhm.
She cared about people, and I don't know what else to share. I can't believe
that
that you
was
asked
No,
me
that's
that.
beautiful. No, I'm sorry. I
Beautiful.
just
Thank you.
I got a
We can get
description
that
in my,
out of the
my
way.
head.
You
about-
do?
absolutely.
Thank you. So I have themes for each guest conversation, and okay, I'm just trying to pull this up in my phone. So one of the themes that I want to see if this resonates with you is freedom,
Mhm.
breaking chains. What can you praise yourself for when it comes to this? When it comes to you having a breakthrough? Is there any breakthrough that you've experienced?
Ask that question again, if you don't mind, just to make sure I'm understanding. what
Can you
saying.
praise yourself for having a breakthrough of some kind? It doesn't have to be recent.
Mhm.
Praise myself?
That's the hard part.
I
think
know.
that's-
Why?
that's
What are
the
you?
part that is-
You're thinking about somebody
Yeah.
else,
No, I just it's the praising yourself for
like
something
you
that
know,
might
pat
be
yourself on the back.
back,
for
Yeah.
That's the hard part for me. But
It's hard for
well,
us to do that,
to do that part,
ourselves,
yeah,
right?
Well-
and it shouldn't really
It
be.
shouldn't be.
It really
I know.
shouldn't. But I feel like with each task that I do, or with different projects that I do, I feel like there's always a breakthrough. Whether it's I failed at something, or I didn't do it as perfect as I wanted to do it, or I feel like I always set myself up for some type of trial task. These are what these projects really are. And sometimes they don't go the way they're supposed to, or the way I want them to go. They go the way they're supposed to. But I think just getting through them is what I guess I would pat myself on the back for. Actually not being scared of the challenge, whether it was perfect or not, and actually getting through them and then starting another.
Yeah.
I think that that's what I would do. Just perseverance, just getting through it, getting people on board with it, making sure, even though it wasn't perfect, that I said what I was going to do and I did what I said. And I think that that's what I would do. Not that I did it perfectly.
Yeah.
Not that I wouldn't change things along the way. Not
Mhm.
that I, there's other ways of doing it, but only because the hardest part sometimes is just starting. And
Good
sometimes these projects, they're supposed to be bigger than me. Right.
point. There you go,
So-
That's
girl.
true. That's true.
Is there one you have in mind, Ladura?
I do. I have another one in mind that I don't even know how I'm going to get through with this one. My son decided that he wanted to do Hoops for Hunger.
Okay.
Here's the problem.
Okay.
Here, because there's always a problem. Right? There's
And
always a
your son is
situation.
13? Is he
Christian
13?
is 15. He just turned 15 in
Oh
summer.
my
Yes. So he
God.
just turned 15 in July.
Okay.
And he's just a great kid, a basketball player, an athlete, a big
Yeah.
brother, and he said it, he was just like, he goes to school and he's on the basketball team and he's on varsity and on JV. So he's very active.
Right.
And he sees me do my thing out in the community. And he was just like, you know what I want to do, Mom? And anytime these kids think of them, anybody else besides themselves for a moment, you got to jump on
praise
it.
that. That's right.
Yes.
Jump
Let
on
him
it.
do it.
And he was just like, I want to do a Hoops for Hunger. They do that stuff down in Atlanta, but they never do
Nice.
things like that really up north, like
Uh-huh.
up north.
And tell
Fulton,
us
north
what
DeKalb.
Hoops for Hunger is.
Okay. So Hoops for Hunger is a charitable event where we're kicking off giving season in October, right? Because giving season usually starts right before Thanksgiving and Christmas and things like that, where you have the Thanksgiving drives and the Toy for Tots drives and things like that. So this will be kicking it off, and it would allow high school students to be a part of a tournament where we're bringing awareness to the community on the issues of hunger and giving back. So here, the problems, because there's always problems, the city in which we live in do not have an activity center.
Okay.
Sandy Springs.
Okay.
Dunwoody doesn't. Brookhaven is a little bit challenging because they have something going on. So
There's
is
no
what I mean.
activity
There's no
city center in there.
community center.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay.
It's a thing.
Noted.
So what happens
Talking
with
to the
these
mic
type
for
of
me.
what happens with these houses? Is that better? What happens with these type of situations where I feel as if there should be something like this? Because if you don't play basketball and you're in a high school and you're not on the basketball team, you don't get to play basketball.
Yeah.
The only way you get to do certain sports, if you don't have an activity center, is if you join a club. YMCA, Boys and Girls Club, or the Jewish Community Center, JCC, or something. That costs money.
It costs money. It's not
Right.
available to everyone. That's
It's
right.
not available to everyone. And you can't say, a mother like me, oh, go ahead and just go play basketball outside and with adults or with whomever and however. And there's no real supervision like there is inside of a community center or an activity center that the city would have.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're going to be doing it in Roswell. So that means that's a whole nother area.
It's another
of people,
city.
Another city where I need now to kick up dirt there.
Yeah.
Where I've done so much in the neighborhood cities here in North Fulton, and now I have to almost feel like I'm starting over. I have to get to know the businesses there. I have to know the different, religious centers there, people there, businesses. And now it feels like something that was supposed to be so small. I mean, what are we talking about? You're just running out of basketball court for a few hours, maybe having a DJ, maybe getting donations from food. Now we have to put towards a plan to do something like this. Where if I was here
In the city that
in the city in which we
literally
have
is.
I have done so many things here. Like I've started the first Black History Month through the City of Sandy Springs event. I was a part of the 4 people that decided to start a Juneteenth for the City of Sandy Springs. So everyone's not going down to Atlanta to have to do that when we live here. And then joining forces with Brookhaven and Dunwoody to make it the perimeter Juneteenth. All the different things that I've done here in this city, which now, oh no, we got to make this exciting. Lador, we're going to make sure that there is no basketball situation here for you to get to start all over again, to do it in a different city.
Okay, I'm going to stop you right there. First of all, I live in Roswell, which is an amazing city, I'm going to say.
We're in the suburbs of Atlanta.
Yes.
And so right now we're in Sandy Springs,
Yes.
and then you can throw a rock.
Yes.
Well, you can
literally
probably
throw
walk
a rock into Roswell.
into Roswell.
Yes.
But we are 2 different cities.
We
They're
are.
2 different communities,
Yes.
2 different municipalities.
Yes.
That is so
And
true.
services.
Absolutely.
All considered North Fulton, by the way.
Yes.
But I will say that Roswell is an amazing city. And I believe there's parts of scripture where God talks about expanding and increasing your territory. You cannot forget that this might be an opportunity for you to expand your territory. You don't know how God will work in this situation, right?
That's always
And
true.
Roswell, being an amazing city, has wonderful businesses, has great organizations. They do have a wonderful rec centers and all of that. I just think that he's going to use this.
my
You
gosh, I
are
just got
going to
chills.
make the connections you need to. This is a way for you to expand your territory. So see it as that. And I can share
And
some
this is the
organizations
meaning.
with you.
This is what you speak
Yeah.
of.
Yeah.
This is the meaning.
And by the way, Lynetta is, even though she's in Roswell, is interested in the Sandy Springs Women's
Yeah.
Society,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
Lador is a part of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll work through that.
Okay.
That's no
Yeah.
problem.
Oh my
So,
God, that's got chills.
Lador-
There's something
yeah.
happening.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, already.
Already.
Let's start healing, right? We have more in common. You just never know.
And it's your situation, Lador, is so interesting because you are so active.
Yeah.
You know, you do
Yeah.
have so many irons in the fire.
Mhm.
And well, Roswell will just be one more.
Listen,
That's
we're
right.
just gonna
Yeah.
keep it trucking. Now I have help
Absolutely.
now. I mean, we're gonna
Yeah.
For sure.
we're gonna keep this
For
going
sure.
because you're right.
Yeah.
Expansion. And that's the way to look
Mhm.
at this
Yep.
type of thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you think of anything, Lenata, that you can pat yourself on the back for? I could think of something.
The question.
Well, I'm gonna pat the back of the back just for this idea right here.
Yeah, there you go. There's one.
just for
There's my one.
looking at a challenge as something
Absolutely.
that might actually be a gift.
Yes. Yes. You
That
have
is
to.
that I don't even know if
Mhm.
that's a skill or a gift. Like, was that created with you? But that is amazing. That alone was
Yeah.
amazing, and that happened live.
It
In real
did.
time.
It did.
It did. Well,
but there's that me
ah.
not wanting people to be, you
Oops.
know,
oops.
under, you know what I mean, under stress or
was
anything like that. I
amazing.
automatically start thinking about how
Oh,
can this be fixed?
My
It's easy.
goodness,
It's
that
an easy
that
fix.
was
Yeah.
amazing.
I have other
amazing.
things going in
I
my
would
head, so we need to talk.
I would like to remind everyone that this is an opportunity for me to raise money for this wonderful organization, Georgia Appleseed Center for Law and Justice. And please visit this website so you can see the incredible work that they do for children and families. And it's right there on their website as soon as you go to their homepage. And then after you look around on the website, please make a small donation or a big donation, but please donate to this nonprofit. They do really, really important work, and they really resonated for me when I was writing stories about extended stay hotels where families were they were being shut down.
Mhm.
You know, this one particular hotel in Roswell was being shut down, and the number, I really should have the numbers for you, but the number of children, the number of senior citizens in this
Staying in
hotel
hotels, yeah.
was just
Mhm.
ridiculous.
Mhm.
And these are folks that had nowhere else to live. And so one of the things that Georgia Appleseed does is they are a nonprofit of attorneys, and they work on reforms to change laws to bring about safe and secure housing. So please visit this website, georgiaappleseed.org, and then you can go on over to the support button on the website and see how you can make a donation of any kind. So, Lenata,
Yeah. What we were talking about.
well, we were talking about freedom and breakthroughs, and I'm actually curious. I have a question for you, Lenata, and I probably should have asked you this beforehand so you could prepare.
Look, the freestyle is the best style,
Right? I was about to say it's about to be one of those.
Yes, because I want to talk about the work that you both do. And Lenata is an interior designer. And at one point, you were interested in a number of different businesses. And this one really hit home, and it is your lane. I mean, the way that the skills that you have, the talent that you have around the work that you do, and the way that BE Decors is the name of your business. And your work is beautiful.
Thank you.
Everything you like, I like. That's what I always say. Whatever you like, I like.
Clients. I say that to my clients all the time. Whatever you like.
And I say that because I love everything you do. You know, I love your complete style. And so what was it that made this resonate? And then decor, home decor, what made that resonate? And then you also have a space for self-care within that.
Wow.
So would you talk about that?
So, well, B Decors Interiors is the full name of the business, and I've been around 10 years as a business, but I'd say again, I've been probably doing it, a little bit here or there longer than that, but as far as design goes and decorating homes, I think that making sure I answer the question.
What was it that made this
particular type of business?
Yeah,
The one
that
chose?
resonated for you.
Well, I
'Cause
mean,
it's been some years now.
it has been some years, but I was for years in the medical field and administration, doing management. And that can easily turn into burnout, managing people, managing physicians, patients, things like that.
But hold up,
Yeah,
hold up. You also, before I met you,
I was going to say
you were
what other
you.
thing.
Yeah, okay. I
No,
interrupted you.
no.
Yeah,
I didn't know what you were referring
yeah.
to.
Well, oh,
said-
you were gonna. She did PR for a long time. She
Oh.
was into real estate. You
It's
know,
funny, I
for a
forgot
while.
about-
So that's why I'm saying this is.
I was about
This
to
is
say,
the-
did my husband tell you to go through that list of things? She's like, been doing a little bit of.
But this she's been doing
I've
for
always been
years,
the type
and-
that do different things. When I was younger, I did ballet, I did modeling, I did this and that. I mean, I think always been one of those people that like to try different things.
Don't
you know.
deflect. Don't deflect.
No, but really, that's the answer to that. So I can't really say that's not in my character. I've always loved to try different things.
Mhm.
And then, once I try and master it, move on to the next thing that I was interested in. But interior design for me was a way to pull all of the things that I love to do together and really make the impact that where I wanted to, which was in people's homes.
Yeah.
I really firmly believe for myself as well as for other people that our home is our sanctuary, and our home is the one place that we should be able to go where we can just escape everything else that we encounter out here that's negative in the world. Our home should be that place that we retreat to. We get refuge from. That is our homes to me. It starts there anyway. We can certainly travel and get it from other places, but it starts in home. Right. And so I think a lot of it, my faith tells me that peace is on the inside first before you can ever have it in the environment around you. You have to have it in the inside. But what helps us get there, I think, is our environment. In different ways. And so that's why I've honed more into over the years the idea of biophilic design, which is incorporating nature and the ideas and principles of nature, because nature helps us feel connected, right, to who we are. Neural design, which is, aesthetics and other textures and other things around us that induces our senses, I should say, to help us be at peace and have a better experience. So all of these things I've learned over the years to incorporate and make the foundation of my business, but it all has to do with how I feel we should live, which is well. We should be well, physically, mentally, psychologically, all of that. And when we see what psychological breakdowns lead to, out here in the world today,
right,
we should really be looking for other ways where we can be and feel and exist in a better way.
Right.
And I think that, again, starts with our living spaces. And so that's why I think this is the one thing in my life that I've stuck to, because it ties into everything that I believe from my faith, from who I am, is that it helps people be free, be well mentally, and physically, and all of that.
Very beautiful.
Because that was beautiful, and being able to apply that to your own home, your own area, your own, whether it's an office, whether it's just your place, like you said, your sanctuary. How do you connect that type of mentality to other people that you help to fix them in that type of place? Like, that is where I think also the magic happens, because even though these things are what you know for yourself, how would you tell me?
Yeah, to get someone else
How
to
does
believe
that
it.
happen?
Well, I think over the years, if COVID's taught us nothing else, it's taught us that we all need a place like this. We all need this type of environment. We all need a home that can do this for us, because at any point in time, we may have to retreat there, which we had to do for a period of time during the time of COVID. So actually, since COVID, I haven't had to really, people have come to me for this reason, because they see the benefits of having this type of space and environment. So I will say that it's the awareness has been growing since then. We see this happening all over, where wellness design is become now a term. Well, it's just wellness design, biophilic design. We see, everyone realizes that we need nature of some sort in our spaces now, more of it. There were people that were already plant people, but they too knew what that why the benefits of the oxygen and all of these things, what it helped them do. So some of it's been happening organically over the past few years, but I also don't push it down the throat of people. I like the style based on what they like and what they feel they need. And then I have a discussion with, well, how do you feel about incorporating nature in certain ways? Or how do you feel about that? And a lot of times people are open to it because they realize there's been a disconnect somewhere in their spaces, and they're open to it because, and so I like to hear the screams after, like, oh my God, things like this, because I know what it's going to do for them once they actually exist in this space. So I love that I'm starting to get the clients that really already have this in mind and are looking for spaces like this in their home. But I think it's just been happening organically.
I love it. I got to get your website to look at stuff. I got to definitely check this out because.
And people know, they know now that you can have a chic space and still have these other things incorporated in it. It doesn't have to be, you can have a cozy, warm space and still have it be stylish or still have it be traditional, whatever it is that's your style. So I don't want to make it my style. I want to make it their style, but just incorporate these feelings and use the senses. Again, there's so many ways that you can do this by using all of your senses in your space.
Yeah.
Well, sorry, long answer.
No, but you did answer the question. Okay. You really did. It was beautiful. And so share what you do, Lador, in well, first of all, you do so many things. Let me hone it down. So I was thinking about she really does. She really does.
She's got the energy too. Y'all have seen that, right?
But the empowerment workshop.
Yeah. And that's
youth empowerment.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
The Empowerment Workshop is my nonprofit organization where I said that I needed to have an anklet for something that I am actually pushing everything to, a place where I can raise money to make things sure that things get done the way in which, I feel like it should be done and carried out. Nice. And that's really my baby, the Empowerment Workshop, because all of the different outreach efforts and the things that I do get a chance to go through there. I'm at Mercedes-Benz Stadium fundraising. Yes. So you got to stop by the different stands that I have, depending on what season, what games, things like that.
And share about that. That's concession stands, and are they students that are working?
So that's how I get mine. What I do is I reach out to, there's almost, it's like a what do they call it? Almost like a little pin bordered where all of these different schools get a chance to come to basically sign up through the Empowerment Workshop to get community service hours, accredited college credit. Yes. So they that's what they get in return. And they get a chance to come out to this program that I have, and they love the fun stuff. They want to come out to Mercedes-Benz. They don't want to sometimes go into, which they should, the senior homes, or they don't want to plant a tree or pick up trash on the side of the road. They want to do something in an environment that's fun, that's loud, has some, other mentors there, and also pretty heavy with college students. So throughout all the different colleges, pretty much in the Atlanta area, they sign up and they come on out, and they also come out. When I did last year's Black History Month with the British Consul General and Rita Daniels, who's the great grandniece of Harriet Tubman.
Oh my goodness!
Yes, it was. Oh my goodness, it was amazing.
Wow.
Yes. So I get a chance to have a lot of the college. The college students come out and be a part of those experiences. When would they ever be able to work a room like that? You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, we had senators in there. We had representatives, state representatives in there. We had, Shirley Franklin, the first female black woman. This is the environment that they need to. We had a lot of attorneys. We had a lot. It was just one of those. Again, the things that I do that I feel as if the experiences that a lot of the college students won't get until later on. I wish I had them when I was in college. So I just try to make sure that I kind of collectively get everyone involved, give opportunities for people to work on this. So they're putting this on their resume. They're getting a chance to say they experienced something that's like this. While using community businesses, right? In the Maury Dance Studios. Come on, let's go ahead while we're doing this and while we're having this amazing Black History Month art exhibits by this amazing Black decoro man doing his art. That was phenomenal.
Yes, it was.
Doing it live,
Yes.
live painting. And then we're going to also do ballet at the same time. Another city, local community business showing their skills and what it is. Because if we wait for someone to do these things, we're going to be waiting for a long
That's
time.
right.
Yeah.
I got kids.
That's
Okay, I
right.
have a 9-year-old and I have a 15-year-old, and they live in this city.
Mhm.
They live in North Fulton. So we
Mhm.
need to make sure that we are doing what we need to do. If not for myself, it's for these kids.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Um,
That's right.
But yeah, so that's the empowerment workshop. My day job is at CDC. I'm a contractor there and has been there since for the last 5 years since COVID just hit. So I was thrown in, right? Never a dull moment.
Oh my
Never a dull
God.
moment. So yeah, so there's a lot going on in my life right now.
And she has other activities also.
Yeah,
But
so-
I won't bring them up. I'll let her bring them up.
Yeah, I think the umbrella at this point is
Yeah.
me working in public health as
Mhm.
my as a career, and having my nonprofit organization, which is the umbrella of a lot of the community events. I mean, at one time, one of the most exciting events that I did was when I rented out the entire movie theater for all the little Black girls to go see The Little Mermaid.
She did that.
And-
That was obviously not that long ago.
Girl.
That was one of
Black
the
girl
most
power right there.
Oh my goodness,
That's beautiful.
that touched home for
I'm
me
sure.
like no
Yeah.
other, because I made sure that not one little girl had to pay.
Mm.
And not only with that,
Love
she
it.
was not going to pay because I needed this experience for her. She was also going to be able to have popcorn. She was also going to be able to have a drink. She was also going to hear from women who look like her, who
Yes.
led this city, from school board, Dr. Moranci, from Melody Kelly, the first Black period, not even Black woman, Black period,
Councilwoman.
that ever councilwoman,
Yeah,
to
in
make
the
it
city of Sandy
in the
Springs.
city of Sandy Springs. I made sure that we had representatives from the public schools to
That
come out
spoke to
and
them
speak-
before
to
the
spoke. Exactly.
the
For the
screening.
I
movie.
made sure that they were welcomed in the
Nice.
city, and made sure that they had a red carpet to take a picture on with a mermaid,
Okay.
with
Yeah.
a
With a
mermaid in
mermaid.
full costume to experience.
Dang,
something
I
like
hate
that.
I missed that.
Yes.
And these are not just events, right? These are
Mhm.
something that these little girls
Experiences
will
they'll
look
hold
at.
on to.
A
That's right.
whole entire movie theater that made sure that they were there and to be a part of something like
Yeah.
that every little girl filled those seats.
Yeah.
And I want to say, if I'm not mistaken, I think the movie theater consists of about 73 seats that were filled, to the point that the parents, they could not sit, because I wanted to make sure that
Every
every
child.
little girl
Mhm.
had a seat for this event. So I just, with that, you got to fundraise. With
Yeah.
that, you connect with the community. With
Right.
that, it is never
Right.
about me.
Right.
Every single
Right.
event has to be bigger than me.
I love it.
So, I think that, those are the things that I've done. And if you get a chance to go to the website, the Empowerment Workshop, you get a chance to see a list of all the different events that I've done in the past. You get a chance to see it in the news. You get a chance to see it. And, just be a part.
Yeah. And one of the events
I
with
love that.
with
That's amazing.
with Harriet Tubman's great grandniece was at the what embassy was it at?
The British consuls.
Consul. The
Mhm.
Brit it was at the
At
British
her
Consul.
home.
Oh my
Her
God.
residence.
The residence of the British Consul.
Okay.
And it was, so then she was there with her books, because she wrote a book about Harriet Tubman. And obviously there was a lot of people who wanted to be there and hear her speak.
It was.
So-
We had the live music.
Yeah.
You made sure we had the soul food. We made sure we had the the cocktails were absolutely amazing too, and it was all on brand for Black businesses who, if you never had a beer or a cognac or a tequila or wines made by Black people.
Yes.
That was where you were going to have it.
Yes.
So I
yes.
definitely kept it on theme, and I keep things on theme because I also did International Women's Day Atlanta. I am Jamaican, so I am an immigrant,
Mhm.
and I got a chance to do that as well. And then after doing it a couple of times, the city of Atlanta said, "Oh, you got to do it." Right? And I'm like, "Of course, let's partner." But that also got a chance to have people experience different cultures and all the amazing things that women do, and all the amazing things that women who are, somehow connected to the international world, whether it's through business, whether it's through birth, whether it's through family, highlighted. And I want to make sure that, because I was Grand Marshal for the Atlanta Caribbean Carnival.
More than once. More
Now
than
the sister's
once.
taking it over at this
Yes,
point.
and I mean, that's a big carnival.
But we don't want to forget
The
that.
carnival.
The carnival. You don't want to forget what the immigrant community, especially right now, it's a lot going on with that.
It is.
We don't want to forget their
Mhm.
contributions.
Mhm.
Second, third generations Americans.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Where can people reach you guys before I don't remember to ask you that? How can people reach you, Lador, and you, Lenata, if they're interested in what
Yeah,
you
I
both do?
think this is now, we're in social media worlds right now. People don't remember websites; they usually remember names, right? So you could always send me a message. I always check
Under
my
your
email.
name?
Under Lador Miltier.
How do you
And
spell Miltier?
LEDOR MILTEER. As soon as you put LEDOR in, it'll come right up.
Yeah.
There's no other.
People know Lador.
Right.
It's a made up name, so it's not like it's really popular. Or anything. My Jewish friends say Lador, Jador, Lajor, Lador. They sing the song. It's hilarious. It's hilarious.
Forgot about
Yes, it's hilarious.
Oh God. Oh, and BE Decors is just that bedecors.com, and on social media at b.e.decors.
Stephanie, put your name in the
Lador.
comments.
Thank you.
And
Oh my gosh,
thank
Stephanie,
you,
you
Stephanie.
are doing it.
Right.
I see it. Just click right on what
Yes.
Stephanie put.
And I want you to, anybody who's listening, and even you guys, I want you can go on my Facebook page and post on my wall or Instagram or whatever, and even do a story, like when I say a story, like do a video
Yes.
before you leave, which you're not leaving yet.
No,
But
we're hanging out.
yeah, but please promote this for me, that this is going on. Invite your friends and your followers to tune in. And I've been mentioning Georgia Appleseed. You see their website right there and the amazing work that they do. And at 1:30, the executive director of Georgia Appleseed will be on, and we're going to chat some about the organization. And actually, Georgia Appleseed was the guest on my most recent Let's Start Healing episode. So you can have conversations in two places.
Great.
With the organization.
Are they're downtown Atlanta? Where are they located?
Oh my gosh. That is a good question.
Sorry.
Don't have me going blank.
Sorry. Yeah.
Let me tell you. No. I can look.
We'll find out together.
I can look
Yeah.
because I hold on.
And while you look, I love this because when we were talking about doing when I was doing the give back, it was one of those things. It's okay, well, we're gonna do a turkey drive to give out these frozen turkeys from the store. But the problem is that people didn't have a place to cook these turkeys. They lived in hotels.
Mhm.
Like a
Forget
lot of them,
about that.
there were no ovens.
Yeah.
Very
So
good point.
we had
Yeah.
to start to maneuver in how we were asking for these donations, and to make sure they were like, okay, well, canned food or ready to made food, or we could go to because now it's no longer about giving away turkeys if people can't
They can't cook
the
them.
turkey.
Right.
Yeah.
There's no
Right.
seasoning to cook the turkey.
Right.
There's no place to cook the turkey. That's how bad it's
Yeah.
gotten.
Yeah. And have you ever
Yeah.
had just dry turkey by
Oh
itself?
my
I'm sorry, you need
gosh.
some sides.
You
to
know,
go
that's
with
the
that.
one thing. That's the one thing about me. You know,
You
when,
keep the
when
turkey
times times get tough,
Right.
I don't have a problem with food because I don't eat a lot of stuff. You know, I eat a lot of snacks. But we do, like, we're in an affluent city right now.
Yeah.
We're in an affluent
Very much so.
section of the city
Yeah.
right now.
Mhm.
And I mean, 2 doors down is a community assistance center where they feed
Mhm.
the hungry.
Mhm.
And that's one of at least 3, maybe more places in the town of 100,000 people that we are in.
Mhm.
And Stephanie, thank you. She just put in the address in the chat.
Thanks,
Perfect.
Stephanie. You
So
are
they-
just on
I have
it.
found it
Appreciate
too,
you.
but they
Stephanie's
are,
already
yeah,
on it.
thank you so much, Stephanie. But they are at 1600 Parkwood Circle Southeast in Atlanta. Their area code is 30339, and it is on their website. So really, there's so much to visit on their website. Now, I don't want to make it seem like, oh no, it's too much to look at. It's a very nice
Yeah.
website, and they really tell you right up front,
Mhm.
this is what we do. These are the areas of service that we work in. And then they have a website called, if you Google "See Me Pieces of Life," then you will see YouTube videos on the site of children in foster care who are speaking to their experience. And so it's
Mhm.
a lot of profound things
Yeah.
going on with this organization.
Yeah.
So my question for you two is, what do you think? Because you both are about helping other people. What do you think that God wants you to do for you in the work that you do?
Oh, you got the
On
hardest
that. I'm
questions,
trying to tell you.
Adrian. Oh my goodness, these are soul searching questions. Like these are deep, deep questions. They go down to the gut type questions. They are. They make you. They make you. Ooh, a little.
Things that made you go,
I'll start then, give you some time. Then.
I need all the time in the world for that question.
I mean, I know that self-care is extremely important, right? And so you mentioned earlier, like my dedicated area and space, and that just came from not forgetting about me. And when I have forgotten about me, even sometimes now, and I really just stay up, way or hours of the morning. I'm, as a sole business owner and, sole employee sometimes,
Yeah.
other than my part-time. It's just like, there's always, you feel like so much to be done and you just forget to, take care of yourself. But I am huge on self-care because first of all, we can't expect anyone else to do it if we don't do it for ourselves first. And I believe that in a lot of different ways and things. So, I think whether it's a space for myself to be able to meditate, stretch, even breathe, just exist, doing whatever it is I like to do, watching, catching up on my favorite shows, talking to a friend or whatever, then we need to do that. And sometimes we need to do that without disruptions, without deadlines, worry about deadlines, without, stuff, clutter and all that around us, because those things kind of get into our spirit, man, so to speak. And so space is one of those important things that he has, I feel like, wanted me to make sure that I did have a space where I can go and do that. And then just times to do that. I'm huge on walking and taking some time to walk and look at nature, look at birds fly, the things that we sometimes take advantage of, everyday things that we take advantage of. And forget that he cares for them. So of course he cares for us. He makes ways for them to eat. Of course he'll make ways for us. He created this. Of course he created us. And so everything is just for a reason, for a cause. And that ties into, I guess, my connection with God, seeing that God can create such a beautiful bird, even, and thing like that. So I think that it's just, that's where for me I've put the value into making sure that I incorporate these things into my life. And we need not forget about family, just making sure I'm with my granddaughter to hear her laugh and see her smile and, see her get an attitude over crazy little things.
Absolutely.
You mean, well,
She's
she's
a little girl. She is.
She's a natural princess.
Natural princess.
She
So,
is,
but
yeah.
just have the beauty of that creation, even just the smell of my husband, just things like that, that I've just connected all of these things to, making sure I'd spend time with my son sometimes just to kind of go to a movie or just do something. All of this is gifts that God has given me, and I want to appreciate all of them. So, and not to mention time with my friends and just, girl time and just all that's for me. That's for me.
I love it. I love it.
Sorry.
No, great answer.
What about you?
Tell me this tape to me one more time. I want to make sure I answer it because I think I got something, but I want to.
What do you think you're so giving to other people in a huge way? What do you think God wants you to do for you in that giving? And before you answer, I want to share Stephanie's comment.
Okay.
Says, love that, Laneta.
Oh.
I tell you, these eyes of mine. I like to walk.
Thanks,
Stephanie says that she likes to walk. Oops.
It's there still, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just trying. Okay. She likes to walk around her neighborhood lake and just feel the stillness and the majesty of the trees and the water and the incredible beauty that God created on this earth. And it is beautiful. She lives in a subdivision that has a lake. And I was over there.
Absolutely, Stephanie.
When your son took photos of us over there and the trees, I was like, look at that tree and look at that tree. It's just, remarkable.
Goodness, I need to do more of that.
Yeah. Oh my God. It just plug in.
And you do. You've called me once or twice when you were on a walk.
Nice little walk.
So what do you think God wants you to do for you as you are in service to other people?
I think he wants me to, and I might not say this eloquent, this is raw. I think he wants me to believe what I say, actually be who I want to actually be. I'm work in progress still.
Important.
So I think that if he wants me to be some type of empowerment symbol, he wants me to know that I have to go through this process knowing that I have to trust him. People
really good.
think that empowerment means you're in control. It's not.
Absolutely.
It is being so not in control.
Yep.
It's the opposite. And
It's being in surrender.
it's being in
There
surrender.
you go. Absolutely.
And I'm not comfortable in surrender. I'm never comfortable in surrender. And I think that that's what my eye is on. That's where my growth will come from. He won't give me anything more than I can handle. And leaning on that type of mentality is what is going to eventually make me into that symbol. And it's a process. Not daily, like momentarily throughout the day, moment by moment process. So I think that's really what he wants me to know. He wants to whisper in my ear, what you display or what you give to others or what you feel or all that passion. Sometimes, guess what, Ladora? That's really you.
Yeah.
In moments I don't feel that way.
Yes.
And it literally is really you because you're exuding that.
Yes.
I mean, you
It's
can't
God
give what you don't
working through
have.
you as well. It's God literally doing what he's put in you through you. Imposter syndrome is real, and I don't care what area you're in, right? And we deal with that on a often basis. that imposter syndrome, and it's so that you, maybe it's put there for a reason. Maybe it is so that you can check to make sure.
Absolutely.
Are you really equipped?
Am I really equipped? Am I absolutely?
Do you trust yourself
and
to be who you say
you are? And also work to make sure that there's no real slipping. Like it checks me. Like you said, it checks me. But just like this theme is getting through pain is also a lot of the things that are driven in this as well. So because you have pain, because you have passion, because you are not in control of things that you are usually a person who has to have control, it's really, really a lot of different moving parts going on at that same time, because the buck stops with you, but does it, right? And then you have to kind of, be able to maneuver. And then that comes through faith. That comes from knowing that this is not about me. But it is, because imposter syndrome is also involved in something like that. And I think that's really what it is. It is, I want you to know that what you are doing and the things that you are doing, sometimes you're weak with it, sometimes you're strong with it, sometimes you're back and forth with it. It really still, it's you.
Yeah, beautiful, again, beautiful what you both are sharing. And I've been reading this book right here, Neville
Manifesting?
Goddard. It's this book is called Manifesting Miracles. And Neville Goddard, a lot of people know him and a lot of people don't. I mean, he passed away decades ago. And I've been listening to him on YouTube, and he was talking about, how we hear in the Bible and elsewhere, I am that I am.
Right.
And that I am, he talks about I am is God. And, that's God inside of us. If we say I am, like we're really testifying, that like I am sad, or, like we're speaking to something. So what you're exuding, the joy and the generosity that you exude is who you are. That is the God inside of you. That is who you are. Because if you were it applies to all of us. If we were some, hateful person, then we would be exuding that, that would be a part of our words and our,
Yes.
so you're exuding who you are, what's inside you.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point.
Yeah. So it's, it is.
That's I feel like that's a way of holding a mirror up to ourselves, and if all of us could kind of at some point hold that mirror up and think about that. What do we exude? Really, what do we spew? What do we that and know that that's a reflection of what's in here and who we are, and then would we do some things differently? If we didn't like what we saw.
Yeah, I will tell you, and I'm not going to, no, I'm not. I was going to say I'm absolutely, not perfect, and I'm not going to say that everything I say is always 100% true. But anytime that I knowingly say something that's not true, like it bothers me. Or I can't, if I have a desire to say something that is not true, I'm like, or I should say an impulse,
right,
to say something that's not true. I am feeling like, oh no, that's not who I want to be.
Right.
Like, that's not like, I seriously do not walk that way, And so, because that's just not, that's not who I am. Like, I want to, and when I was younger, when I was like a teenager, I used to want to be, a little manipulative, when I was a teenager. And it was actually I feel like it was my sister-in-law. I can't remember what the incident was, but, oh, I know what it was. She and my brother weren't married yet. We were just meeting her, and she had come to visit. And I said, Russell always gives me money when I ask him, and I said, I'm going to ask him for $15, watch, he's going to give me $15, And so she said something later that, spoke to aren't you manipulating him? Or, it spoke to something like that, that made me, it was just a comment. I don't even think I responded to her, but it was a mirror, just her.
Something up in you.
Yes.
Yeah.
It woke something up in me. And I'm telling you, I must have been, I was probably like 17, 18, because that's how old I was when they got married. And I knew that's not who I
wanted to be.
That's not who I want to be. So, yeah, very interesting. So we are going to wind down because we're going to get ready for Michael Waller.
All right.
To come on.
All right.
And
we got a Michael coming on. We're going to break up this little girl fest.
Having fun though. Do we have to?
Can we do a screenshot?
Yeah.
Michael comes
Yeah.
on?
I did do a screenshot, and I did, and I
Okay,
want
good.
to. Well, let's smile for the
Okay.
screenshot, and I want to
So
take
you'll
one
see
on
me
my
with
phone
camera.
as well.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it works.
Oops.
Yes, not in my.
Something happened.
No worries.
Adrian
Okay.
was like stuffing that down your throat at one point.
This is a grassroots production.
Absolutely.
Hey, look, I can't do the screenshot right now.
No worries.
It's not working.
Okay.
So, but I want to do.
Look,
a
Stephanie,
selfie.
get that screenshot.
Right,
Yeah,
posted.
Stephanie, if you're
Stephanie's still
there.
Putting her to work.
She said, awesome for Lenata and Lador to kick it off. Great start to the 24-hour. Yeah. Yes. Now let me see if I can do a selfie here.
Okay.
I'm gonna put the camera up on the screen. Hate to block everybody. Okay, ready? Okay.
Yay.
Now, can I text this to you guys and some? Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, my hands are
I don't like the way I look in that photo.
Okay, let's do it over. That's okay. We
I
can just do it
don't
again.
know. I don't know. Okay, let's do it one more time.
Hold up.
It's like I'm so up in the screen that my head looks big. Okay. Never mind. I'll
That's
send you the
okay.
first one.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
send you the
perfect.
first one.
The last one. My hand was in my face. The one you just took.
Yeah,
So
that's
the
it.
last
You
one.
look at you guys. You guys look really pretty.
Whatever.
I don't, but they do.
No.
Okay, so.
Look, we all do.
Natural vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Got
So
a collection here, some good books.
But I was about to
Reads.
say,
I'm looking
this
at
is
that
the picture
like,
right
wow,
here.
even
You guys don't
behind
see.
it.
This
Oh,
is
like her setup.
Look
is
at
just-
this.
You got some good stuff going on.
Thank
around
you.
here.
You're surrounded by all of
Knowledge.
This is knowledge and it's
thank you.
inspirational.
I try to absorb things.
Goodness.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, y'all got to be here to see this.
Yeah.
Setup.
And-
Seriously.
everything.
I want to say one of the things that I wanted to ask you all, and I know we're going to go in a couple of minutes,
Yeah.
was I wanted to ask you about how important it is, for friends to support you. I have been leaning on my friends lately. I mean, you two are here.
Y'all see my
Teresa,
eyes?
Teresa is here. You can't see her. She's in the other room. She's here for support. Obviously, I have almost 24 hours full of guests coming on the podcast. I have-
That's love.
I
Love
formed
love.
an advisory
Nighttime,
board.
like,
Yeah,
all that.
that's love.
On a Friday, look, on a Friday night.
On a Friday.
Oh my
on a
goodness.
Friday. So, so I really appreciate the love and support of friends and family.
Yeah.
And so, just speak to briefly just what friends mean for you and how they might buoy you.
Like, what was that last word?
Buoy.
Oh, buoy.
I like that
Buoy.
word, buoy you.
Buoy
Oh,
you.
lift you up,
Okay.
lift you up.
Buoy you,
You
like
up.
in the water.
Secure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Secure.
Keep
Okay.
you afloat.
Ah. Oh,
So-
no, well, I think that's the only way that I even know how to operate.
Yeah.
I am very, very comfortable with being transparent and having a group of amazing friends around me.
Smile for
So-
Stephanie so she can take the photo. Okay, hopefully she Okay. Sorry. So amazing friends.
And they're the ones. They're the ones that rah me on. They're the ones that are stand by beside me. They're the ones that no matter what, they'll be like, okay, well, let me come in the shenanigans with you, Ladora, so I can just help out with all of the things that's going on here. That same event that I was telling you about that I did with the general consults, some people had to stop at Publix. Some people had to go ahead and cut the cakes up to go ahead and put it in with the spoons. There's
All
a team
hands on
back
deck.
there. It's
That's
all
right.
hands on deck. I do
Yeah.
nothing by myself ever. It's impossible.
Yeah.
It wouldn't happen. So it's there's nothing. I've always been a part of a team. I ran track. Like you know what I mean? Like it was, it was a relay. It was I was always a group of something. I sports was something that was very, very, very important to my family, while being, as a child, with me, we weren't going to be home watching TV. That was not it.
Yeah.
You're going to pick something or I'm going to put you in something.
Mhm.
But everything had a coach to push you. Everything had a team to help you to be able to work with other people, being able to do things to give you confidence and leadership opportunity, all the things that I feel as if sports did for me.
Yeah.
So I always embrace. I've always walked in a pack. I was never, and I don't know why it was like that for me. I've always been a person that always just had a group of an amazing support group. Now that takes a lot of time and energy too, because what you get from your amazing support group, you have to give too.
Absolutely.
So if you're there for me, I'm there for you.
Yeah.
And that just made everything. There was no real, and I say failures because I can wear failure on my sleeve as a badge of honor. But there's never really, when you work like that, you're never really failing. You might have a situation that didn't work out the way you wanted to. You might have started a business like I did or two, and it had to end up no longer having it, things like that. But every single thing, no matter if you put it under the term of failure or success, there was something that moved me to another level, that changed something within me to conquer a situation I couldn't before.
Yeah.
Something that made me be able to keep it going. You know what I mean? So, that's my long answer.
Thank you so much. And Lynetta, I'd like you to answer that briefly.
What she said. We don't need to. What she said. There's my answer. What she said.
Briefly.
Well,
all of it.
Yes, okay. I would have said the same thing she said anyway. She said it perfectly for both.
Oh, well, you're gonna stick around for
I can. Yeah.
and
I'll take a quick break.
absolutely. Thank you.
I'll be taking a break with you too.
Yeah.
There's snacks back there.
That's
you
right.
Got, so.
And you can stay as long as you want as well. And Teresa, you can always come join us.
She's probably back there shaking her head like, she's in the seat she wants to be in. She said, I know my role.
This was awesome for me.
Yes.
I so really appreciate you both. I really do. This is a special
Great kickoff.
Listen, this
Thanks.
kickoff, this was a kickoff.
Yeah. Thanks for those that chimed in. And Stephanie, thanks a million.
Yes. And please let others know that this
Share.
is taking place.
Yeah.
Share it with others. You can even post on my
on the
own
YouTube
my
too.
social media
Yeah.
and on YouTube. Please comment and then I can see your comments and I can respond to them, and I just appreciate everyone so much.
Yeah.
So
Thank
much.
you.
Yes.
Thank
Thank
you
you,
for doing
Adrian.
this.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing
And
this.
thanks for having us.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll stick around.
Okay.
So
I'm gonna go
we'll
have
see
some
you guys
snacks.
later in a little
Okay.
bit. Yeah, food's calling.
I have to bribe them with something. So thank you so much. And well, you can keep your chair there if you'll be returning. Thank you so much, Lador. Thank you so much. And I have, as I mentioned, I have so many guests who are coming to join me on this podcast over the next 22 and a half hours. And next will be Michael Waller and his wife, Amy. And Michael Waller is the executive director of Georgia Appleseed, who this podcast is raising money for, this nonprofit that's very important. And so he will share about that, and he will also speak to the theme of this conversation coming up, which is gratitude. He and Amy will speak to that theme. And we have other themes such as awakening and purpose, legacy. Let me see if I can find my list. But there is so much that there's so much that we're going to be talking about at 9:30. I have someone almost every hour into the wee hours of the morning. At 9:30 this evening, Leneda's husband, Todd, as well as my nephew and my cousin, my nephew Russell and my cousin Charles, they will be on, and we will be talking, I will be talking to them about the bond between fathers and daughters. And that's going to be a very special conversation. We know that a lot of people over the last several years have been leaving the US and moving to other countries for personal reasons, just feeling like they wanted to live somewhere else. And so I have a cousin who he and his wife moved to Portugal. I want to say maybe 2.5 years ago. I'm not sure if it's been 3 years because time goes by so fast. And I'm going to be talking with him and about what inspired the move, how he posts a lot on Facebook about their experience and their journey. And they have such a beautiful relationship. And he has posted about how he just shared with his wife that, he wanted to move and would she be open to that? And she was so willing, and now they have created a whole life. And I'll share more later. Michael and Amy are here. I'm going to welcome them. Hi there.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, Amy. Hi, Michael. How are you two doing?
I'm doing well.
Doing great.
We are beaming in from our boys' room at home. So this is my home office, and you can see that's why there's Star Trek and all kinds of things back there. And whatever children's book you might want is back there.
Oh, that's great. For some reason, my banner, I wanted to put on visit Georgia Appleseed, and my banner has disappeared for some reason. But I've had a banner up for Georgia Appleseed over the last hour and a half, off and on.
Well, that is great. Thank you so much for doing that.
Absolutely. So it's wonderful to see you, and thank you for being a part of this. And I want to start out with the theme that I have that I shared with you both for this particular conversation, and is gratitude. And I was just wondering if you two have anything that you could share around gratitude for you, if that resonates.
Well, that's easy. I mean, we're beaming in from this particular room, so it's easy to start here. We have 3 children, and they're all doing great. In fact, our oldest just started college a month ago, or actually a couple weeks ago. And I'm really grateful for that.
Yeah.
A really big deal for her, of course, but also for me and for us. And it's just kind of thrilling to watch them grow up and to be so fortunate to have three great kids.
That's
So I can
beautiful.
start there.
How about you, Amy?
So I recently started a practice of starting my day, writing down things that I was grateful for. But, I think as Michael pointed out, we're in this room. It's easy to be overwhelmed in this room. Perhaps you can tell. And as I cast my eyes around, and there's tons of stuff lying around, but there are all of these little glimpses of the little people that they are. And so in the mess of where we are. I mean, I literally was just running around like a crazy person trying to get things out of the view of this camera, but there are things that represent them. There's this beautiful diorama that one of them made for a school project, and a comfy bathrobe that our 16-year-old still walks around in. And so even in the mess of things, and this room was the mess of things, there's so much in here that reminds us to be grateful for what we've got.
Wow. I know the years have gone by so fast with them growing up.
That is true. In fact, you can't see it, but there's a little picture here on the wall of the bigger of the, so this, the two, the middle boy and the youngest boy are at home, and then their sister's at college. But there's a picture on the wall of the middle one as a very small child playing soccer. And of course, now he's about 6 feet tall. So it doesn't, but, so there's just little bits and pieces of them everywhere. But yeah, it just doesn't seem very long ago that he was that size.
I bet. So I've been talking about Georgia Appleseed since we went live, and I've been posting about it. And I wonder if you could, I know we just did a podcast about Georgia Appleseed, but I wonder if you could briefly share what the organization is about and why it's so important.
Well, thanks for letting me do that. So we're a 20-year-old organization. So we were founded in 2005, and we're a nonprofit, nonpartisan law center, and we're devoted to improving child well-being and child welfare in the state of Georgia. And so we focus on the kids who have the most stacked against them through no fault of their own. So that could be because they have a disability, or because they're in foster care, they live in poverty. It could be because they face some sort of discrimination because of their race or their gender or something else. And so our goal is to, in two main areas, improve their lives, give them a shot. And so that those two areas are what we call school justice and housing justice. On the school justice side, it's about getting kids the supports they need to stay and thrive in supportive schools. And on the housing justice side, it's about safe and stable housing and keeping kids and their families in safe and stable housing. And we think if we do that and the state works together on that, we can actually make Georgia the best state in the country for families and children. So that's our vision. We do all that through a series of interventions. We provide legal representation and legal supports and services to families and kids. We do a lot of coalition work. We work with partners. We train a lot of caregivers, so parents across the state and grandparents and others, on how to be better advocates and more confident advocates for their children. And then we work with those coalitions and our partners to get laws passed. We also we write laws and agency policy and that sort of thing as well.
Wow. And the attorneys that you have within your organization, and you as well, I mean, this must be a real passion to be in this area of work.
Yes. Yeah. And if you talk to each one of us, we could tell you somehow or another that there was some turning point where we sort of turned in this direction. It could tell you that particular story for sure. And so it's always a pleasure to work with the folks in my office, because they're there for a particular reason and purpose. They're not there for the money. Let's put it that way. And so it just makes life and your job more pleasant. In fact, it's sort of a lovely place to go. If you ever come by our office, it's there's artwork by children in foster care that's on the walls. There's lots of color, and there's lots of activity too, as people are bustling around trying to solve problems for kids and their families.
That's wonderful. And Amy, do you work for a nonprofit, or did you?
I do. We are a double executive director family. So I'm the executive director of a nonprofit called Motherhood Beyond Bars, and we support pregnant incarcerated women and their infants in the state.
Wow, that's big.
Yeah, it is.
That is very big. And so can you detail or share some of the services?
Sure. We are a 12-person organization led by people often who have experienced incarceration. We support right now about 350 infants across the state who were born to someone who was incarcerated, and that equates to about 1,000 family members. So we make a point of supporting the entire family. So the mom who's incarcerated or had been incarcerated, their infant, and then a temporary caregiver, which is usually a family member. It is rare that kids who are born to someone in prison go straight into foster care, But the families that come to pick up those babies at the hospital don't get any of the formal supports that a foster family would get when they pick up that child. So Motherhood Beyond Bars is the only organization in the state that's supporting families who are impacted by maternal incarceration. And we are always looking to turn the clock back, to intervene earlier and earlier. So this year we started going into jails and identifying pregnant women in jail that we think we can divert away from prison and into treatment. And so we're in 10 county jails now, only 149 to go. And we are working on finding placements for pregnant women in residential treatment facilities that allow them to be pregnant and stay with their infant and get the healing that they need and the help that they need, rather than punishment and separation. Because we know for these infants that when they are removed from their moms 2 days after birth and their moms go back to prison, that those kids are born with the deck stacked against them, and they'll have challenges and an adverse childhood experience right out of the gate. And we're trying to prevent that.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any, I know I'm asking you this off the top of your head, like any kind of data that you would know off the top of your head? I'm just curious about how many, women are, say, in Georgia, or, what the numbers are around that.
Right. We know that there are about 50 babies born in the Georgia prison system every year. What we are only starting to learn is how many women are in our county jails. There is no data collection in the state of Georgia on the number of pregnant women who come in and out of our jails.
Mm-hmm.
So we are physically walking into jails and counting heads and gathering that data. We have 4 years of data and now 4 peer-reviewed journal articles in a research that we've done with Harvard School of Public Health on the impacts of incarceration on infants and families. And this is a first of its kind study in the country. And what we are finding out, which is, what your gut tells you, it's not great to be born to a woman who's in prison and then goes back to prison 2 days after she delivers you. Mm-hmm. And then go home with somebody who may be under-resourced and really stressed out by the journey of caring for a newborn that they may not have had time to prepare for. So our data is showing that these families, in order to stop the cycle of incarceration that often occurs in families, pouring support in from the moment of birth is the best way to intervene. Now, we won't get data on these babies who are being born right now. We won't know for some period of time whether these interventions make a difference. Mm-hmm. What we do know is that we will be tracking them and we will be supporting them. And we have to believe that getting some support is better than none, which is what they were getting.
How is it for you two to manage just the, to leave it at the door when you come home in terms of, because this is really powerful work that you do?
Yeah, that doesn't happen. Leaving it at the door part. So yeah, and it can be a challenge actually, because it can turn into a, let me tell you a horrible story, and then, well, let me tell you a worse story. Well, let me tell you a worse story that I heard today.
Oh.
It has been it's kind of an issue. We do have to figure out ways to manage that all the time. But you've also got someone at home who does understand kind of what you're going through in terms of, that secondary type of those feelings that you have as a result of what somebody else is going through. So, it's been challenging for me to always find that balance for sure.
Yeah.
By the way, I just want to say, to learn more about our organization, it's motherhoodbeyond.org. So people should go check that out.
Okay.
I'll draw a connection with the data too, if you'd like. I think that's important for people to understand. So while she is trying to figure out how many kids we're talking about, there are sort of signs that we can look at in data that we know about to show the impact of this on the kids that we run into on a daily basis in Georgia schools. So these are the kids who are most at risk of behavioral challenges at school, manifestations of the kind of trauma that they're going through at home at the loss of a parent, and also at the instability. So 46,000 kids in Georgia public schools are homeless. 46,000. And I don't know the exact number of those kids who have at least one parent who's incarcerated or been entangled in, the criminal justice or criminal legal system. But it's probably a pretty significant percentage of those kids. And of the 1.9 million Georgia public school students, about 130,000 get kicked out of school every year for some violation of the school rules or perceived violation of the school rules. And those are not all for, something that you would think like fighting or stealing. Often those are just kids who are just, who are just ornery, basically, who're sort of a pain in the neck. Like they get in trouble for being disrespectful. And often that comes from a manifestation of, a challenge that they're facing at home. People will often say, experts will often say that behavior is communication. So if the kid is behaving in a way that's antisocial or difficult to deal with, they're often in their own way trying to communicate something. And so you can see the impact of the lives of the mothers and the mothers, challenges with our justice system and how they're treated by it in the behavior and the outcomes of the kids in our school systems.
Yeah. Stephanie Dean just, I'm sorry, she just put in the comments motherhoodbeyond.org, and also just that she can't believe that 46,000 kids are homeless in the state of Georgia. And when you were talking about someone's behavior, I am personally aware of an experience like that. And I mean, I don't mean it happened to me. I'm aware of someone else's experience. And I was wondering if you're aware, you could speak to just around differences, around race and ethnicity, that, kids in school might not be understood. They might just be quiet or stoic because of what they're experiencing at home. And before you answer that, just speaking to that, I was watching, this was some years ago, the former NBA player Penny Hardaway was working in, and may still be, was working in a school system. And he was talking about, how the kids, were disruptive, but he found that they were disruptive because they hadn't eaten. So many of them hadn't eaten before they got to school. So I believe he, helped them with food. And then he also, started giving them money, I believe he said, just to help shift their perspective, and their attitudes. And so it just, does that resonate, or, just.
It does. And let me, there's a different way of talking about it. I think that's really helpful, because often we're trying to explain or understand a child's behavior. So we're sort of scratching our head because it doesn't seem logical. It's like, why would they act that way? Like, they should know they're just going to get in trouble or whatever. Or even if they're tired, why would they make it worse? And so I think the easy way, the antidote to that, is to just do a little thought experiment and imagine yourself at work, right? So imagine yourself at work if you hadn't eaten, right? If you're hungry. We call that hangry, and we all excuse ourselves as adults. Like, oh no, he's just hangry, whatever. And this is in an environment at work where most people can get up and take a walk if they want to. You can go to the bathroom without asking permission. You could probably go outside and walk. In fact, a lot of people work at home, so you can just go get yourself something to eat, right? No problem. So kids in these environments, like, they can't do that. The school is, a restrictive environment for lots of reasons. And so imagine if you were in a workplace, and some people out there probably can imagine these workplaces. So if you work in an Amazon warehouse or something like that, you can imagine. But if you come into work underslept, if you come into work, you're hungry, and you come into work and you are not allowed the freedom to kind of move around and sort of work that out yourself, sort of figure it out, go take a moment someplace, you're going to eventually mouth off to somebody. And it's just entirely predictable behavior, right? So imagine if you had gone through something really traumatic. I'll give you an example. There was a young woman who was a client of ours, who went to a hearing in the morning. At the time, she was in foster care, and went to a hearing one morning. And at that hearing, her mother said in open court, "I just don't think I want her back in the house." All right. Now, setting aside why that might have happened, just imagine the impact on the child. The child was then taken to school and dropped off at school. And really, in a situation, it's just not surprising at all what happened.
Yeah.
The child was already being bullied for a variety of reasons. And this day, the child just wasn't going to take it anymore and got into a fight. Entirely predictable, right? It's not a surprise to anyone if someone had taken a step back and really thought about what was going to happen. So another scenario, imagine a lot of these kids move a lot. So when we talk about housing instability, so kids in foster care move a lot because they have to, the system is trying to sort of put them in a safe and stable place. But kids also that are low income kids move a lot. So imagine what you would be like at work if you had moved 5 times over the last year, or you had moved through 6 schools, which is not unusual for some of the kids that we see. They just they move a school. So if you've had 6 jobs and 5 homes in a year, what kind of coworker would you be?
Yeah.
Right? I find that helpful to think of it that way. So as we're trying to understand, how the situations the kids find themselves in completely outside of their control, and then how that manifests in school and their ability to learn, their ability to concentrate, how they might act in school, right? I don't know if that's helpful. If that's
It is. How does Georgia Appleseed learn about what's going on in the schools? And bear with me one second. I want to make sure that these mics are down. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can you say something so I make sure?
Can you hear us?
Okay.
Can you hear us now?
We're testing.
I can. And you can hear me as
crystal clear.
Okay, perfect. Because I didn't want the noise in the other room to pick up on the mics. How do you learn about students and what they're going through in the schools?
Yeah, it's an important question because it's really important to us. So we have something we call the Georgia Appleseed Way, and it's the core way that we figure out what kind of policy initiatives, what kind of systemic reform we're going to push for. I should have mentioned earlier, but we provide these direct legal services, and we provide this training, and we work with groups of communities to improve their situation. All of that serves our main purpose, which is systemic change. So we're looking at the education system and seeing how it needs to change to better serve kids, or the housing system to better serve kids. So to do that, we have a rule called the Georgia Appleseed Way. And that is that no policy initiative, no change we're trying to make to a law or agency policy or whatever, we won't pursue anything unless we can tie it directly back to a community member, to a family member. And so it is really important to us that we listen. And I know that you've got a lot of listeners out there who are, their faith is really important to them. I know it's important to you. And so I'll just say, one way of thinking about how we operate at Georgia Appleseed and what's important to us is there's a verse in the book of James, it's 1:19, and he admonishes his readers to be quick to listen. And that's what Georgia Appleseed tries to do. We try to be very quick about listening. That's very, very important to us. So to do that, though, we have to find lots of different ways to communicate and to be in a space where we can listen. So sometimes that is working directly with a child or a family. So we're talking to the parent about how to prepare for maybe a school discipline hearing, or how to help the parent and the child navigate special education laws and find resources for the kids to help them with a disability, or help them enroll in the school. And we hear about their challenges there. Sometimes it's community meetings where we go have community conversations, and we sit and we invite people to come in and talk with us. Sometimes we do interviews. So we'll actually interview families about their situation. We work a lot with partners. So, partner organizations, so Motherhood Beyond Bars, or some of our other, organizations that we work with, we share stories with, we learn from them. And then sometimes we have to be really creative. So we have one project called See Me. And that's where we actually, we go and we solicit, we ask for artwork. We pay youth for their art. These are youth in foster care. And we say, please paint or draw or make a sculpture or do spoken art about an experience that you want to share. And then we have this beautiful artwork from the youth in foster care, and it tells a story about their experience, and we learn from that. So that See Me exhibit, we now have 30 pieces or so. We've been doing it for about 3 years, and they travel around and we show them across the state. In fact, they were just at the state capitol a couple of weeks ago. But we've looked at that artwork, and if you look at the artwork, there are themes. The kids are trying to communicate in a new way what's important to them. So you'll see themes of safety, right? You'll see themes of being on the outside looking in, trying to go back to family. So there's actually a fair amount of paintings of people looking through windows or keyholes or something like that. There's a lot of paintings that portray healing in some way. So they're looking for healing. They're optimistic. And the ways that they are looking to heal are often not in the ways that we might expect. So interestingly enough, we've never had a youth paint a picture of a therapist or a psychologist. But they have painted lots of images of faith. Faith is important to them. Family, nature, right? Community, friends. Those are the things that come up over and over again. And if you're like Georgia Appleseed and you're looking at those and you're trying to figure out, well, how do we turn that into policy language? That's the nerdiest thing I know possible. But like, that's really important to us. Then we start to look at our laws and policies and in schools and in, for example, DFACs, and say, well, how are we supporting the child's access to community? What does that look like? How are we supporting the child's access to self-expression through faith? How are we finding a way for the child to reconnect to the family, which is obviously a big part of, and Amy can talk more about this, but about her mission and her work, keeping those connections with family. So those are some of the ways that we try to be quick to listen.
What's the answer to those questions that you just said? Because those are really important questions.
So like the actual policy answers to those questions?
I mean, how do you,
So, well, there's lots of different answers. And that's actually one of the exciting things about doing this kind of work. It's not like we have to find the one solution to keeping kids out of foster care or keeping kids in school with supports. There's lots and lots of different things that we can do. Everything from reforms to the system where we make sure that children are safe, but have connections with family members. Reforms to the system where families can stay in housing and aren't homeless. And then the kids didn't become at risk of entering into the foster care system or having these, trouble at school, right? So family support, housing to family supports, like actual money to families to help them stay in housing, tax credits to developers to develop housing that's more affordable, those kinds of things. Housing courts that are designed actually not just to be the forums for the sort of nonviolent resolution of disputes between landlords and tenants, but actual places that think about preserving homes. Looking at schools and how schools create a nurturing and supportive environment. How do they support teachers, right? How are schools funded? Are they funded in ways that schools that have less resource communities have the same access to resource as other schools, right? How is our prison system funded? And by how, I mean, what type of programming is supported to make sure that women, mothers, and fathers too can stay connected with their families? There are hundreds of reforms that we could do today that would make a difference. And I'll just say, it's not about, again, solving the problem immediately through some utopian vision of the future. That is great. And I think it's wonderful that people have those. It's about moving the needle, because I'll tell you what moving the needle means. There are only a few hundred kids who age out of foster care each year. And the outcomes for those kids are terrible on average. That's only a few hundred kids. That's enough kids that we could wrap our arms around them and solve many of the problems and the challenges they are facing. That would be moving the needle in an important way. We wouldn't solve the housing crisis immediately, but we could solve that problem. So if you just focus on moving the needle, protecting more kids, we can make a lot of difference really quickly if we're willing to.
Wow, that's a lot of insight for our listeners. And I want to just share, Stephanie, the print is so small, it doesn't work with my glasses on or off. But she wrote, just one transition is often disruptive to a family or a person. To be in constant transition is impossible to manage. She commented.
True. And I don't know, Amy, if you could talk a little bit about like how often the babies move from caregiver to caregiver, like the instability that happens because of an incarcerated parent. I find that really interesting and telling about some of the impacts.
A lot of the things Michael was describing with these school-age kids are the result of childhood ACEs. So there's a lot of conversation, not just in academia, but now really in doctors' offices and communities about adverse childhood experiences. And there are a number of things that have been clinically proven now that if a child experiences in their early years of life, that they will have lifelong impacts on not just their mental health, but on their physical health. So we know that heart disease can be affected by these. And there's obviously sexual abuse and physical abuse, but the incarceration of a parent is an ACE, one of those things. And if a kid gets to 4 ACEs, we've got trouble ahead. It doesn't mean that we throw in the towel, because it turns out there are positive childhood experiences that can counteract the worst impacts of these ACEs. So every kid in my program is born with 2 out of 4 ACEs checked off on their check boxes. From the time when they leave the hospital, they have a parent in prison and they have a change in a primary caregiver. So they were born to a woman and then handed off to someone else. What our research is showing is that these children have a really uncomfortable and unhealthy number of primary caregivers, even in their first year of life. And the most protective placement that these kids can have is with a grandmother. So, and that is often what happens. We find the majority of people that pick up one of our babies at the hospital are grandparents. The least protective for if what you're caring about is the number of times that babies change hands is foster care. So we find that even in infancy, these infants are changing care. They do not know who they belong to.
Yeah.
They don't know who they are. And that has just devastating impacts.
Yes.
And so these kids end up in the classrooms that Michael is talking about. And it is just absolutely no wonder that they, if you don't know whose you are, you don't function in the world as a child.
Absolutely. Stephanie says, I love the focus on impact that you are making, focusing on the kids who are aging out and the big impact. Both of what you both are saying is just really powerful. And do you happen to know how many, either of you, kids are in foster care in the state?
It's about 11,500 or so, probably. It changes pretty frequently. There's actually a great website called fosteringcourtimprovement.org.
Mm-hmm.
Go and there's a little map that you can go to and you can kind of click on Georgia. There's a lot of data that comes down, but if you scan it, you can see fairly up-to-date numbers of kids and why they're coming in and out of care, how often they stay in care. And you'll see really, really surprising and sad statistics. So for example, 20% of the kids who come into care in Georgia come into care because of inadequate housing. That means that probably they're coming into care because of poverty, right? Not because of abuse of some kind. I also want to take a moment. So just to address Stephanie's question, or Stephanie's comment, if you're interested in learning more about this particular population of kids, there are some great organizations that provide direct services to them. And I'll just lift up one in particular, the Multi-Agency Alliance for Children, or MAC. So Google them. They work directly with these kids. They provide them with a lot of the supports that a normal, sort of quote unquote normal kid not in the system have. And so they're worth checking out and supporting. They do what I often try to think about the work that we do in this way. People say, what needs to be done? Like, what needs to be done? How can we help these kids? And the answer is, well, look at your own family. What have you done for the kids in your family? Well, that's what needs to happen for these kids. So Amy's organization, Georgia Appleseed, other organizations, we are in the business of trying to provide for the kids what a functioning, tight-knit family would do.
Right.
Right. And that's how the best way to think about what these kids need.
Mm-hmm. She shared both of the websites that you mentioned. Are there any success stories in either organizations with the kids or families that you can share?
Oh,
That's
sure.
what keeps us going. So how long is that? If we didn't have success stories, I don't think one of us would have gone to work somewhere else.
Yeah, we could just kind of ping pong about this. So on the individual level, so Amy can tell you lots of stories individually. We have, my stories are sort of individual caregiver, adult advocacy, and then getting laws passed and things like that. For us, an individual case, we had one just the other day. This is kind of a dramatic case. I have to be careful about the details because these are we have confidentiality requirements and all that kind of thing. But we had a kid who was going to be kicked out of school for a very long period of time. So well over a year. And I just sort of think about that for a second. So if you're kicked out of school for a year, what's the likelihood that you're going to come back and succeed?
A whole grade.
Right. Like that you're going to come back and succeed and end up graduating. So, a kid that gets kicked out for any length of time, any period of time, one single suspension reduces the child's chance, or it's correlated with reduction in the child's chance of graduating by 12 percentage points. So you went from 84% chance of graduating, kind of the average, a little higher maybe last year in Georgia. Now you drop down to low 70s. According to the Department of Education, by the way, I'll just say if it's 9-day suspension, this is a study they did a few years ago in middle school. So in middle school, your chances of graduating drop to 50% or so. Wow. So these are sort of significant. But we had a child, youngish middle school child who really had to use the bathroom really badly. It was in a forum event or something at school. I can't remember exactly what it was, maybe lunchtime. I don't know. Wasn't able to access the bathrooms. And so found a space to do it in a hallway. Right. Okay. So child's going to be kicked out for a year or so of school. Parent came to us. We worked with them. We represented the child. Child went right back to school.
How old was he? Or if you can't say
middle school.
Middle school.
Yeah. So that gives you that kind of shares with you an example of what this looks like. Sometimes all you need is an adult to walk into the room. A trained adult can be a parent who we've trained or who's used our training resources online, or we've actually done one-on-one coaching with. It can be an attorney, but to come in and just kind of shake everybody up a little bit, make them sit back and realize like, oh yeah, this wasn't about defiance. This was just a young child who just needed to go to the bathroom really bad and couldn't figure it out. Made a choice. And so is this really the reason that you want a kid to be out of school for a year?
Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
So those kind of cases come in pretty frequently. And sometimes we have serious cases too, where kids have serious behavioral challenges, have done something, serious and dangerous. And so the solution we're looking for there is different, right? So we're also working with those kids too. And those kids often come from places where they've had profound challenges or just bad things happen to them. So you have to deal with that. I'll also lift up another partner, the Safety Valve Project in Savannah. They work with kids in similar types of situations that have really serious backgrounds that really need to be understood in order to help them. So that's another partner for folks to kind of look up. On the policy level, I'll just say last year, a big victory for us, but I think also for the state and legislators was HB 286, which was the response to the Appalachia school shooting. So after that tragic shooting last year, we received dozens and dozens and dozens of referrals for kids who were going to be kicked out of school for perceived or alleged threats. The schools across the state, obviously, were trying to cope with this, and people were very afraid for good reasons. And sometimes schools went too far into kind of a zero tolerance mode. And we had kids who were being kicked out of school for just kind of normal kid behavior, sort of pointing your finger like a gun at another kid and saying bang, or saying that you turn your friend to a piece of cheese. And no one knows exactly if that's a real threat or not. And so they kicked the kid out of school. Well, when we went and met with lawmakers as they were trying to figure out what to do, we helped them craft a bill that has additional spending for mental health in schools. It has incorporates a way and works with state agencies. Schools can work with state agencies to figure out whether or not what a child said was actually a threat or representing themselves or others before taking drastic action, and some other measures as well. So that's a recent success. And I'll say the lawmakers were particularly moved when we could go and say, hey, let us tell you a story about a child in your district, in your district. And lawmakers, they care about their constituents. So that mattered a lot. And they paid a lot of attention to that. We also went to them, we're a data-driven organization, and said, why don't we talk about solutions that are actually supported by data, that have been tried in other jurisdictions where tens of thousands of cases have been we've used this system for assessing whether or not a threat is really a threat or not.
Yeah.
Let's do that instead of trying out something new or criminalizing kids.
Right.
And I think to their credit, they listened and they were looking for that kind of evidence. And so we got a good outcome.
Wow, that's wonderful to hear. And Amy, are there success stories? I would love to hear one.
Yes, I met Danielle in my first postpartum support group the first time I walked into a prison, and Danielle was in my class, and she had just delivered a baby girl who was picked up by the paternal grandmother. And Danielle didn't have a very long sentence. When she came back out again, I made contact with her. It was around Christmas time. And I drove Christmas gifts over for Danielle to give her baby. And I called her the next day and said, how was Christmas? And she said, I didn't get to see her. The grandmother wouldn't let me see her. And I then got a call from Danielle a few months later. She had gotten a court summons, and this was a custody hearing, and the paternal grandmother was asking for full custody with no visitation for Danielle, and she got it. And Danielle called me after that, and I knew what was ahead, because Danielle had been doing very well with her recovery from substance use. But after that call, things got bad, and I would hear from her. She was calling from hotel rooms where she'd been beaten up. I could tell she was using, and I was working hard to get her in a treatment facility. But she was hard to keep track of. She was then on the run. She had been shoplifting. And then one day my phone rang, and it was a county jail, and I knew who it was. And it was Danielle, who knew about us. And we started to put a plan together. And that plan looked like finding a treatment facility that would assure Danielle a bed, and then working with her public defender, and then showing up in court and making a case to the judge that they had tried incarceration a lot of times, but she'd never been offered treatment. And the judge said, okay, we'll try it this time, but one mistake in this place and you're going back to prison. And so I heard from Danielle the next time, and when she got her phone privileges back from the treatment facility, and she was doing prenatal yoga on this grassy lawn in Augusta, and had a baby October 31st and was thriving. So she got to keep this child with her at the treatment facility. 6 months later, she graduated. And this treatment facility does something fantastic. They give you rent assistance for 6 months to live independently close to the treatment facility and support you in a job search. And so Danielle got to work for 6 months, not having to pay rent. And her partner went to treatment. And she worked for 2 or 3 years, and she was a hard worker and now had 2 children. The partner he went to treatment, came home. They were both living in recovery, sober lives. And every time we would have a family in Augusta that needed help, I would call Danielle, and Danielle would drop everything and put formula on their doorstep. And I began to tell Danielle's story a lot as an example of what can happen if you divert someone from prison and into treatment. And I was telling this story over and over again. And then we got funding for people to work for Motherhood Beyond Bars, who are called certified peer specialists. So people who have been through really tough times with a mental health diagnosis or substance use disorder, found healing, and have come through the other side. And I sent Danielle a job description for that. And I said, I'm not going to give you this job. You're going to have to go through the whole interview process, talk to a lot of people other than me. But this year, Danielle became the very first participant in our program that is now on staff. And she is doing exactly what Motherhood Beyond Bars did for her 3 years ago. She is identifying people who would be better served by treatment, getting them into treatment, and supporting them on their journey. And that family is thriving. Wow. It is what is possible. And she is what I think led Michael talked about the quick to listen and quick to observe. Making judgments about what the right path forward is for people, but really watching and listening. And Danielle showed us the way. And we have been replicating that now in 10 county jails and finding women that we know have never been offered a path other than prison. A lot of these women have been in and out and in and out, and no one ever said, let's try something different. And we're finding that when you do, the ground shifts underneath this family and things start to improve.
Wow. The theme, for this conversation, I asked you in the beginning, what you thought about gratitude and what your comments were. And, you know, for me, around gratitude is just the work that you do, you know, and the fact that you two care so much, and are driven so much. And Stephanie just put in, gives me chills. Great success story, she says. It's just amazing. And I really like that you talk about listening, because what I walk around saying is, you know, for people to care, but listening does lead to, you know, caring, because, you know, eventually it resonates, I hope.
I just like to pick up on something that Michael talked about with the feeling that things can be overwhelming, but when you break it down into small groups, and he was talking about the number of kids who not graduate, but age out of foster care, and what a actually small number that is. So I think when I think about moments where we could experience gratitude, it's like understanding that you can move the needle on something, because the problems that we're facing right now feel really overwhelming some days. I kind of stay off news sites right now. But when you break it down into these smaller chunks and you realize that there are real people whose lives can be changed forever, and maybe intergenerationally, with a little bit of impact from you, a little bit of sacrifice from you, not a lot. When that starts to amplify and other people start to say, I can do that too, we could solve that problem. We could move the needle on those kids leaving foster care without ever having experienced what like true community feels like. We can be a community for those kids, and it's not overwhelming.
Yeah. Have you, either of you, seen kids enter into adulthood from foster care or from, I mean, it's too soon. With your organization has been around for 12 years. Did you say, Amy?
7, but we have mothers who are now having babies who, that is one of the questions on our jail intake form, is whether they were in foster care and whether they aged out of foster care. And not surprisingly, we're finding that there's overlap between being incarcerated and aging out of foster care.
Yeah. Stephanie says, moving the needle works on both ends. Choose actions that have the greatest impact to the greatest number, but also to realize that if you change even one life, it's a big deal. It's worth it. It's worth doing. You are really making a difference in the world, she said to both of you. So I thank you so much. I want to respect your time. And before I let you go, Amy, you mentioned a gratitude. Did you say you have started a gratitude journal or a book? Or
I do. Michael actually has been doing a daily journaling practice every morning. And so I followed in his footsteps only quite recently. But one of the things that I do is a daily practice of gratitude. So writing it, like taking a moment every morning and writing it down. And it is, it's not, well, the beautiful thing about it is not hard for me to come up with something to be grateful for. But when you actually take the moment and stop to think about it, it as one of the first acts of your day, it does tend to color your whole day in a different way. So I recommend it.
I like that. So you do it in the morning. I really like that, because a lot of times I know I've done it in the past in the evening, but in the morning I can see how that can really set a tone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it does. At least for me, it makes a very big difference in the morning. So you sit down, you kind of have your little setup, and you just write for a while, and it does kind of clear your head and set up the day differently.
Yes.
For me, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Elisa, that really is sharing that really touched her, what you just shared.
So I know we're about to go, but can I share one last thing?
Absolutely.
So we just did something really cool. And I want people to check it out, because I actually want to hear feedback from folks. So we just launched kind of the first of its kind. I haven't heard of another nonprofit like ours that have done this. So, and we're always trying new things to educate parents and give them tools and that kind of thing. So we just launched, we're Georgia Appleseed, and we've just launched Seedmore, which is our AI driven chatbot. And you can go to our website and you can ask it questions in a conversational way about how to advocate for your kids in like a school discipline matter or special education or an enrollment issue or something like that. And it'll give you answers. It'll help you sort of navigate that and give you advocacy advice. It is not legal advice. If you'd like legal advice, you need to reach out to us, and there's a way to do that on our website. And you could fill out a referral form. We could do that. You could interact with a lawyer that way. But it's another way that we're trying to reach as many parents, as many caregivers, grandparents, case managers, lawyers, whomever, as possible, and give them a tool they can use when they need it that offers good information. So what I would love is if everybody went to the website, georgiaappleseed.org, and then you'll see right on the front page, it says Seedmore. Just click on that. And then there's these little 3 dots down at the bottom right, and you can just have a conversation. And I'd love to hear about it. So please reach out to us at the website. You can reach out to me directly, mwaller@gaappleseed.org. You'll also find my email address and others on staff at the website. We'd love to hear about your experience. It's our soft launch we just launched it 2 weeks ago. We've been developing it for the last few months, and really excited to see how it works.
That is awesome. I'll definitely let people know. Seedmore. It's right on the
It's the cutest little logo. Oh,
it is. If for no other reason you go, it should be to see how adorable Seedmore is.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Well, I want to just share another comment from Bebo. Says, I'm a therapist. This is related to what you were sharing, Amy. Says, I'm a therapist. Belonging is a lifelong, critical, primitive need for a human mammal. Sends chills to hear you say that, Amy. That's from Bebo. And then Stephanie put the website with Seedmore in the chat as well. So thank you to you both so much. And I will continue to share the website and the work that you're doing throughout this whole event. And, as I've said so many times, that it really moves me from the beginning. So I'm happy to support it, the work that you're doing.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it was really, really great to be here with you all.
Thank you. And I'll let people know about your organization as well, Amy. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you for the invitation. It was really nice to be with you.
Okay. Well, chat soon. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Wow, that was wonderful to talk to. And I hope that folks got more insight who have been seeing me mention Georgia Appleseed on social media, and you got more insight firsthand. And I also had a conversation with Michael and the Director of Development and Engagement, Liz McDaniel. That's my last Let's Start Healing episode before today. So I really appreciate them coming on, and again, what they're doing. It's real work. It's real work, very powerful work that they're doing. And let me see here. Oh, I didn't mention that Stephanie, in her comment, she had referred to Amy as Liz, but I didn't mention that, so I don't think she saw the comment. I have another guest coming up, Elisa, and she is coming up in just less than 10 minutes. And I always love talking with her on the podcast, and just I feel such a connection to Elisa. Both very spiritual. Bear with me 1 second. Okay. So Elisa's coming on, and we are going to shift to another theme. And I'm just scrolling down. Hey, Lenada, come sit with me for a moment.
To see if you needed me. Jump in.
Yes, I do. This is Lenada. If you, well, wait a minute now. I have to lift up the mic. Start talking so I know which one.
Okay, testing, testing, testing. Hello, everyone.
Okay.
Talk to my friend.
Talk again.
Testing, testing. How's everybody doing? Let's see who we
Everybody
got.
doing fine.
Stephanie, hello, Stephanie. You still hanging in there?
She
And then
is.
Bebo. I'm sorry.
Someone who was listening to
Hi. He's a therapist.
Mhm.
Wonderful.
Yeah, we just had a great conversation with Georgia Appleseed. What were you guys talking about up in there?
Oh, well, I was kind of nibbling. I'm sorry.
Oh, but I heard you guys chit-chatting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Not for this.
Not for this.
Not for this.
Not for this.
Not for these ears. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. I'm so innocent. Well, we are we had a great conversation, and the theme was gratitude.
Oh, wonderful.
And are you grateful for anything in particular today?
Yeah, I'm grateful that I'm able to be here and be a part of this awesome 24-hour special podcast. Yep.
I am too.
Yeah.
I am too.
Yeah.
I'm looking down because I am getting ready for Elisa, and I'm just
Okay.
coordinating.
Hopefully, you guys are all enjoying what you've heard so far today, and we'll be jumping in for some more wonderful guests that's going to be on today. So,
Yes.
have you gone through the list yet, like of the other people that you're going to have on this afternoon and evening and stuff?
I have not.
It'd be good to share that.
Well, Elisa is coming on at 2:30 our time.
Mhm.
She is in a different time zone.
And what does Elisa do? She's
a spiritual empowerment coach.
Awesome. That'd be nice.
Yes. And she lives in, I want to say, Alberta. Hope I'm not getting that wrong, but we're in a different time zone.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice. That's gonna be awesome.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I just love talking with Elisa.
She's been one of your guests on one of the other podcasts episodes before.
She's been on at least twice, I want to say. And we met through a virtual course that we were taking through Lisa Nichols
Mhm.
and women's empowerment and, doing your thing, finding, following your own calling.
Nice.
And just feel bonded and connected. And here she is right here. Hey, did you hear your ears ringing?
Probably.
Talking about
your
you.
ears ringing.
Could turn it the other. Will it work? Will it turn? It
Yep.
turns. Yay!
This is Lenada.
Hi,
This is
Elisa.
Elisa.
Hello.
Yeah, I was just talking about you and how we met. And I said you live in Alberta.
I do. I'm Canadian.
Nice. Very nice. Well, it's nice to meet you, and I'm going to look forward to hearing all about you. Should I jump off?
Can you hear her?
Who, Lenada?
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me good?
I can hear you, but I didn't know if you could hear Lenada. Could you hear her?
I could hear her a bit.
Okay. All right. I probably had to put the microphone a little closer.
No. I think it's me just trying to know what,
what level?
What I have several microphones plugged in. So, but you were about to get up.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay. I'm going to listen in over here, and it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah. 1 second. Can you hear me? Nope, that's me. Okay, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
And as long as I'm good and clear, we're set to go. Good.
Absolutely. How are you doing?
I am doing fantastic. Yeah.
I thought you were
especially in light of the topic that you gave me. Yeah.
Yes. Surrender.
I know.
What's coming up for you around that?
Ah, you know, it's been an interesting year, year and a half, which you know because you've been a part of. And I just get the gift because I just recently took a month of integration and reflection just to look over what has transpired over this last year and a half. And it's been a journey to
Mhm.
realize what true humility really is. And it really does sit in the idea of what you frame surrender to be like in your life.
When you say humility, what's happened around that?
Well, a lot of people think that humility is about being mm, of service, you know, of the earth,
Mhm.
deep and trodden on. Some people think, and what has happened for me is to see that to really stand inside of the gift of humility, you are recognizing by which you've been created for. There's this big grand picture. You're a puzzle piece that fits perfectly
Mhm.
into the solution and lives of those around you. And are you willing to step in and show up as that puzzle piece?
Mm.
And it really does take allowing yourself to fall into that space of, as we describe it, surrender to live your fullest and highest life.
Yeah.
And it takes a responsibility within yourself to allow that to happen, to allow yourself to make daily choices that contribute
Mhm.
to the life that you're living. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
I I have so many things going on, and this is the most precious to me. And I have so many things going on where I have to keep the lights on, you know, and it can be overwhelming sometimes. And recently I said, I was just feeling so overwhelmed that I couldn't do anything but surrender.
Yeah.
Like you handle it, just you handle it and I will follow. And then I think maybe yesterday I said, like in leading up to this, I would sometimes realize I'm trying to control things, in organizing it, but then I'm having to remind myself I'm to be in surrender,
Yeah.
because like my ego just wants everything to be a certain way. And I like the feeling of just letting God lead.
Yes.
I actually like that because better things happen for
There's
me.
more flow to it.
That's what it is. It's more
And
flow.
there's a higher perspective that however you want to believe,
Mhm,
you can't see the whole city that you live in.
mhm.
You can't see the fullness of the country that you're in.
Yeah,
And you definitely can't see across the waters to another country to see how those lives are transpiring. But there is something that connects all of that and can see all those little pieces moving around
yeah.
in life. And
Mhm,
it's funny because just recently, an example from my life, there was a friend that I noticed, um, her jacket was torn. So I noticed last week, and I was like, oh, I have tons of jackets. I could probably get her something. Well, her composition isn't exactly shaped like mine. So I reached out to my neighbors and I put a request. There's a group that we have, it's called the Buy Nothing group.
mhm.
And people give in exchange all the time. And I put a request out. for a jacket. And I heard back, and this one lady's like, well, and this was wild. So she messaged me while I was getting ready to go for a walk with my son. And I was like, I wish I had a bag that had like, it was smaller, but I could just, strap it over my body and have a little thing. And I get back to my phone and I see a message saying, oh, by the way, I just threw a few bags and stuff in the bag as well. So
Mm,
if if it works, great. If not, you can pass it along. And I was
yeah.
like, okay, no big deal. Not thinking anything of it. And when I go through the bag this morning to see all that's been in there, the exact way I was describing to my son how I wanted that bag to fit and be was the bag that she added
Mm-hmm.
into the package with the jacket that I was requesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
And how would she know that
Mm-hmm.
I was having this conversation with my son before we go for a walk? And then, hey, now I have this bag. It was practically brand new. She'd never really used it.
Mm-hmm.
Now I have this bag in my possession. And I didn't even have to think about how I was going to have this type of bag that I had in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
It just came to me,
Mm-hmm.
literally.
Mm-hmm. You were just open to allowing it to happen.
I was playing in the beauty of the imagination of this thing and enjoying it and experiencing the ease of it, the lightness of it. I could feel all of that while I was describing to my son. And the next thing you know, it's there.
Gosh.
But what if I was still forcing or trying to make, oh, well, I can plan and have this thing, and okay, maybe when I sell this over here and then I have enough money, I can go shopping, and then, or
Mm-hmm.
I can allow the also or better
Mm-hmm.
possibility to show up in my life to support me and allow myself to be supported and provided for
Yeah.
and nurtured, and
Yes.
all the chivalry and romance of the mysterious that tends to just fall into our lives when we allow the gift of flow
Yeah.
through surrender in our lives.
Stephanie, I don't know if she's on now. What she said, commented Haya a few minutes ago, but
Mhm.
she's someone that I talk to, and she says these things all the time also. Like, just sometimes I need to be reminded. I know, but sometimes I need to be, pull back,
Yeah.
like just allow and just uh welcome
Yeah.
this
To welcome, but to understand that sometimes the gift of being in the process while sharing the process, while helping other people be guided in their own processes, and seeing that
mm-hmm,
we do have an active role to play in remembering and showing up with consistency during and in the meantime of our patience while things are being worked out for us in the background.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. The one thing I will say about me is I will keep going. I will keep going. I can say that. Are you into or do you ever read or listen to Neville Goddard?
Oh,
I have his book
this
right
morning.
now. Really? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I listened to him yesterday.
Mhm.
And it was speaking to what you were just sharing. He was speaking to what you
Yeah.
were sharing, and especially the process.
I I find it It's funny because I'm hearing myself laugh, but that laughter is a lot of what my son laughs a lot of the time from his, we'll say, egoic space of when he's wrestling
Yeah.
with the allowing versus the forcing.
Mm-hmm.
And I found myself last year, as much as there was a space of allowing on one side for me to step into a place of leadership, which I did not anticipate. It found me, it came for me. And as you know, we were in a mastermind together.
Yeah.
And on the other side of it, trying to get my own projects up and going, I was like, I ain't got nothing to show for myself if I don't try to make this happen.
Mm-hmm.
And on this side of all of it, because things came up with the people that were interested in it, tragic stuff, like people almost dying, trying to, make plans to attend my events, and just,
Oh
and I
my.
realized, is this me creating this like roadblock, like, or is it not the time yet?
Mm.
But you don't know that while you're in the process.
Mm-hmm.
And then you feel lazy if you think that you're just going to sit back and let it happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're wrestling with the idea of, well, if I try to force it, or if I'm not feeling it, but I'm trying to make it happen, is this going to ruin it? Oh, now things aren't working. Okay, well, I ruined it. And now you're doing this huge dance all over the place. And the gift of it is, so make the mistake. Be in the process of making the
Yeah.
mistake.
Let it
And
all.
then allowing yourself to sit back. But don't sit back too far, because then you'll fall out of the picture. And then you got to come back into, like, we just have to navigate the flow of the unknown
Yeah.
and allow it to be okay if it works or if it doesn't work, but knowing that we're participating in the fruition of our own desires.
Bear with me 1 second. I need to pick up my power cord, which is right beside me. Give me
No worries. I figure for 24 hours, you're going to have a lot of plugging in to do.
Yes. I day. Okay, we should be fine. Yeah, what you just said, I have in my Course in Miracles book, I have all these notes from my group that my discussion group that I used to attend, that people would say. And one of my friends said something to the degree of what you just said, about something like peace is becoming comfortable with the unknown, something along those lines.
Yeah.
And
But comfort is a different definition for a lot of people. So we don't, and again, I'm speaking from experience over this last year and a half, all of it. It was so full. It was lovely. Comfort doesn't mean sitting around and eating chips.
unless
Done it.
it's one of those days.
Doesn't work. It causes all that mental disturbance.
Unless it's one of those days. But
there is a day, there is a moment for it. And then you don't turn yesterday's moment into today's moment, into tomorrow's habit.
correct.
You allow a moment to be its moment, and then you move on. You come back to the consistency that you know will serve, under the humility, under the surrender of contributing to your greater vision. And if I hadn't gone through what I've gone through over the last, I know for sure, 4 years, and not because of, COVID or anything like that. It was just life. It would have happened with or without the restrictions.
Mhm.
It would have happened with or without careful having to, tiptoe here and there and keep distances. It would have happened, period. But what I've come to realize is we have to put that bigger vision first.
Mhm.
We have to allow ourselves to remember that we are in the picture of the bigger vision first and foremost.
And that speaks to what the title of this 24-hour episode is, which is what is your why in life? For me, and for me, the bigger vision is divine. It
Mhm.
does relate to God. But let me ask you, what is your why? How would you characterize your why in life?
My why is a picture. It's an image from over 25 years ago. And it was after my now husband of almost 25 years. We were sitting in our apartment and we had just had one of the deepest talks that we've had. And the picture that came to mind was us sitting on a porch, old,
Mm.
like the grays were in. And the stress had been had, and we finally were in the space of where we get to sit back on some wooden rocking chairs and just rocking and looking out over our view into nature. There's mountains and the scenery, and there's trees, and we know that we have children and grandchildren, and we're reflecting on the life and knowing that we've grown
Mm.
together to be in this place.
Mm.
And that was my why, knowing that I've lived the life of where I got to be a mother, where I got to have my children, where I got to see them grow up and have their children, where we contributed to the lives of others to help to make it better. And this was even before we declared like a commitment in our relationship to God.
Mm.
Um, but that we knew that we were going to live a life where we committed to growing old together.
Mm.
And that was it. That was the why. And from that image, over the last 24 years, I got to turn around and look, take a 360 view and
Mm.
see what the backdrop of all that was.
Yeah.
How wide that land spread,
Yeah.
how it was serving to contribute to other people, what gratitudes people were sharing with me from their lives,
Mhm.
going forward into the life of where I can sit on the porch and share stories with my husband.
Mhm.
And to know that that commitment would be that long and that strong going forward.
25
Like,
years.
I had no, like,
Yeah.
I wasn't even one that was looking into getting married. And here I am having this vision, and 25 years later,
Mm.
and we're celebrating our anniversary this weekend of getting together.
Okay. Is that tomorrow? Actually,
Sunday, the 21st. Go figure. And our song, like, Earth, Wind, and Fire, September. And I didn't even realize all the lyrics. I'm sitting here singing the lyrics wrong, and I didn't even know it was saying the 21st of September. I didn't even know it had the specific date in it. I'm walking down the aisle, I didn't care. It said September. I only found out like just over 5 years ago. It said the 21st.
Oh.
Oh, it's just the most beautiful things happen in the spaces where we allow and where we surrender to see that something wants for our vision, our
Mhm.
dreams, bigger than what we desire.
Yeah. It has me thinking about just, um, you hear spiritual teachers discuss picturing and envisioning the end of
Yeah,
the end of the thing you want, because that means that you've had the journey. You've been on
yeah,
the journey, and it seems like that's what you did. I mean, it wasn't the end, but I mean,
yeah.
you had so many years.
Well, even in that moment, like
Vision.
even if we croaked in those chairs, that we would be fulfilled, right?
Yeah.
And it was the fulfillment that I was feeling into.
Yeah. You,
And gift of the the gift of the end is now everything that comes is normalized.
mhm.
It's not this big, whoa, I never would have imagined. I couldn't believe this could happen. No, it's because you've imagined the end. Everything
Right.
that comes before it is a part of the process.
That's an important point. That's a very important point. Wow.
So then you know you have that wealth. And wealth is not, riches is different than wealth. Let's be real.
Yeah, Stephanie said yes. Yes, she agrees.
And
Yeah.
riches is only a part of what wealth is, depending on how you decide to give it value. Wealth is how and what we give value to what is in our lives.
Mhm.
Our well-being, healthy well-being, mindfulness, all those beautiful things are part of what makes anything in our life have
Mhm.
value. And then that adds to what people call a rich life or a
Yeah.
wealthy life.
Yeah. Well, I wanna remind, listeners that this 24-hour episode is, helping to raise funds for, a very important organization, Georgia Appleseed Center for Law and Justice, who was just on, in the previous hour leading up to my conversation with you. And I'm asking everyone to please visit, the website. And here it is right here. Visit this website. And also, when you get to the website, you'll see their new, AI, uh, what should I tool. And I haven't seen it yet, but apparently it is pretty cool. And but the point of the tool, it's called Seed More, is for parents who are interested in how they can advocate for their children in better ways when it comes to schools. And the organization addresses housing issues and also fairness for children in schools. So please visit the website and you can learn more about the organization. But I also wanted to make the point with you when you mentioned your vision. Uh, it really touched me because when I think about, I don't have any kids, okay, and I've always wanted kids. I've always wanted children. I've always wanted to be married. I've always wanted kids. And when I think about where I am now, okay, I don't have kids, right? And not going to have kids because of my age now. But I don't feel the boohoo, I didn't have kids. I don't feel that. But what I do feel or think about is how old they would be. And they would be young adults. And in this place where I am now, I would be able to reflect on their years, of growing up and, just the events that took place and watching them grow and, the experiences. That's what I think about. I don't, I think about, and then now we would be able to be, two adults, but still, mother and child, You know what I mean? So
Absolutely.
I really understood what you were saying, because it wasn't the experience I had. It was the experience that I wish that I could have had, that I think about from time to time, just like, oh yeah, we would have been through all of that, you know, and then we'd be here, and, they might have kids, and, with just whatever it would be right now. So I miss the experience also of what it would be right now.
I totally understand that. And it's funny because, again, at the time that I had the vision, I didn't have any kids. I didn't know if I could have any kids.
Right.
My mom experienced miscarriage after I was born. I was born almost 2 months early.
Wow.
I was a preemie.
Mhm.
And so there was high risk written in my story. And if you've heard, well, you've heard
Yeah.
my testimony, I experienced multiple miscarriages. And September, I believe, is pregnancy and loss. It's the pink and blue ribbon.
Mhm.
I think it's September or October. I think it's September.
Yeah, 'cause October, I think, is Cancer Awareness Month.
Yeah, for breast cancer.
Mhm.
And I had a plan for that too. I was like, well, I wasn't planning on getting married. And I wasn't really planning on having a partner per
Let me
se.
say this,
I was gonna go through the IVF. I was gonna adopt. I had all those plans in place already from when I was in high school. And
You
so
thought you didn't wanna give birth.
no, it wasn't that. I didn't want anything in the way of me becoming the mother that I could envision myself being. I made every possibility available.
Mm.
There was not going to be a reason I couldn't. Now, I also wasn't having the best of luck with relationships, so I had to kind of write that out of the story. So that's part of the reason I was like, well, if this is how it's going to be, let me just have a contingency plan on the
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I'm going to still be that mama. And in the end, I did get to have two out of, I got to have my 25% chance of being pregnant, and ended up with my 2 rainbow babies. So
Mm.
I'm just really grateful. And even in the space of where, like, the relationship ain't so great, there's the phases that they go through. And one of them's in the phase a little stronger than the other. And I'm still mama, and
Yeah.
I will be unapologetically
Yeah.
loving and praising on him. No matter if, oh yeah, blow it off. Okay, fine. But I'm here.
Mhm.
And this is part of the story. This is just a blip along the road to that end result on
Mm.
that porch. So
Wow. I have a comment, that your face is just glowing as you speak these truths.
mm,
That's from Stephanie. Yeah.
oh, thank you.
Yeah.
It's funny. I think we all glow when we give light. And I know you'll take take the words from what I'm saying. When we give light to our vision,
Mhm.
we definitely light up.
Mhm.
But so does our vision.
Mm.
And then we're empowering it, we're charging it, right?
Yes.
It's like when I was charging my phone, that little corner is showing there's this pulse, right?
Mhm.
Oh yeah, it's getting more and more charge. And I think that's for everything that we give our attention to in
Yeah.
life.
Yeah.
And so that's why there's still that responsibility of humility. Again, that I'm holding under surrender is the fact that let me be responsible with where I shine my light. Because I can definitely shine it on all the shadowy spaces, which I have been doing in my little integration reflection phase. I definitely took an honest look at the the common phrase is shortcomings, but that's not what they are necessarily. But if we lean into them with a bag of chips, they can become that. Sit back into the comfy Barkle lounge of our our mishaps, or where we feel that we're not quite at the space that we desire to be. So when we lean back into that, are we truly allowing for our greater vision to be experienced in our body, to allow that glow to shine off of our face, to allow our light to come forward into the world and inspire others around us? So, anyways, that's my thought. I'm not seeing. I had a side by side with my Adrian friend, and I'm not seeing her, so I'm not sure. Hopefully, everything's still flowing. Am I here? Let me just switch my connection to make sure. Okay. Just going to pause for a moment. Could also check with my computer, but it's over there. I'm going to be right back. Okay. So it looks like I'm on the live and I'm not seeing Adrian. It's funny because what came to mind was, not sure how many people have seen the Rocky movie series, but Adrian! Anyways, that came to my mind while I was checking to see if she is here with us. So we will see. She's coming back in. Let me check my messages. Okay. So she may be having a connection issue. So we will see. But in the meantime, in the journey of navigating the gift of surrender in our lives. And let me see, I don't think I can split screen for. Just gonna see if I could split screen for comments. Here we go. She's back.
Let me tell you what happened. Thank you so much, Elisa,
No worries.
staying there.
I was like, let me hold it down.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
didn't say much, and I kind of jutted to my computer to give a quick check if it was me being disconnected and talking to myself, because that can happen.
Amazing. What? Okay. We should be good.
Yeah. Let me just see if it's going to pick back up. Oh, no, it's just not playing on that end. Okay, we're good.
So even though I am not technically savvy, I prepared as much as I could, and I ordered this little Ethernet adapter for my Ethernet so that I could hold down the internet, right? But this morning I realized, I really needed like a little docking station, because I can't power my computer if the two things that I can plug into are being used, and so Amazon, thank God, did same day delivery, and I got the little docking station.
That's good.
I had to plug it in just now. That's why we went down. So
wow, that's good.
I had to unplug the Ethernet so I could plug in my power cord for my computer, but now I have the docking station.
Now you're ready to go for the next 20 hours.
Yes. Doggone it, Lynetta. Thank you. Thank you. I have friends here who are being so accommodating.
That's awesome.
Yes. So you were speaking your truth, because there's a comment. Speak your truth, Elisa. We are listening.
Oh, honest. Oh, thank you. Yeah, well, the truth is,
Thank you.
where I'm at in my journey 2 years ago, was this where I wanted to be? No. 3 years ago, was this where I envisioned I'd be? No.
Meaning that you're in a trial.
I am in the process, and I can see how it's contributing to the end vision.
Mm-hmm.
But what I wanted it to look like, it didn't quite play out that way. And I put it in the framework in and around modeling.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this is what came to my mind this morning, was the fact that no matter how much, I was like, forget it, I'm not doing this modeling stuff anymore. I had the bad comment from someone who was close to me, well, I guess 4 years ago, almost 4 years ago, where I was looking at the finished proofs, and I was admiring them because, well, first of all, I reached a goal body that I was proud to be in.
Yeah.
And in being in that body, it looked good in the clothes, in the shoot. Like there was no editing that needed to be done or adjusting or any of that. And so I was like, yeah, I'm proud of myself. I'm impressed. Thank you, God, for helping me. And so I'm going through this process of appreciating the journey that got me into the body that I wanted to be in. And then the fact that as soon as I reached the goal body, now I'm being asked to model. And I was like, it's funny how that just lined up. Well, roll forward about 6 months, I went through a major ankle injury, which took me off my feet and out of exercise.
Mm.
And so I've been steadily gaining weight. And I was like, I just finished getting the
Yeah.
body that I wanted. I was like, what are you doing? What's going on? How's this happening? And the modeling didn't dry up. I was still being asked,
Mm-hmm.
hey, you want to join us for the show? Hey, we could use someone like you.
Yeah.
You're going to model for us, right? And I was like, well, now I'm completely different range now. Whereas just modeling, now I'm plus size modeling. It's like,
Mhm.
and plus size starts at size 12. So just so that's clear.
Mhm.
But at the same time,
Mhm.
I realized, wow, the thing that I put off how many years ago? Like 18 years ago, because they were saying, hey, we'll take your whole family. We'd love to have all of you. That was 200 plus pounds at that time.
Mhm.
I was like, oh, not me. And then my husband's like, oh, me? And he was all skinny and he wasn't in the body that he wanted to be in. And now we're here and we're like, well, why don't we just do the thing? Because we're still being asked to
Yeah.
show up. People are complimenting how good we look together. And it's like we look at each other and we're like, okay, cool. Yeah, okay, yeah, you look good. You look good. I guess we still look good. Like it's good enough.
Mhm.
And yet this is the thing that we like, oh no, that can't be me. I'm not where I'd like to be inside of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think a lot of the times we're wanting to feel a certain way
Mhm.
when we're inside the thing that we want to be doing. We want to look a certain way. We want our bank accounts to be at a certain point. We want these people lined up over here. We want to be in the relationship in a certain way with a certain type of person.
Mhm.
And sometimes that ain't the way it's going to look. But the feeling that you planted in that desire of what you wanted in your life, that's what you're getting.
So you're saying that you'll have, I mean, the feeling is what we're called to have for the thing to show up. Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying,
No, what I'm saying is when we elicit how we want to feel
yeah,
in the picture of the life, the bigger picture
okay.
of what it is that we want, or as passionately as we say that we want a certain thing.
Mhm.
That's what's showing up for us more than the intellectualized picture that we put in our mind, or the list of things that we say that we want checked off before we have the certain thing that we say we want to have.
Mhm. Mhm.
But really, there's other parts of us that are also putting in the input for what it is that we want in our life.
Mhm.
And how that can show up in our lives, that's not our job. Like in the end, it's still
No.
going to come out in the end picture. So that's why it is important to have that end picture in mind,
Mhm.
so that when you see things are going a little more sideways than you'd like them to, right? You're more likely to pick up on the nuances, the details of, oh, wait, but if this thing happens, okay, well, that could be a stepping stone towards getting the thing,
Mhm.
Oh, okay. I don't know how the next step's going to look, but I can see how this can still come back around to
Yeah.
the fuller vision.
Yeah. I I do try to understand that what I want, God can make that happen, and I try not to put too many
Mhm.
conditions on a thing
Yeah.
because uh, I know that God's plan can be even bigger around the thing
Yes.
that I want. And so I try to allow for that, like, so with this podcast, for example, I know what I want around the podcast, but I don't know ultimately, what God wants for me beyond this, but I'm open
Yeah.
to it. I'm open to what that is. I'm not trying to put like, oh, I want it to look I know I know I want people to be aware of it. I want to raise awareness around it. I want it to be of service, but I try not to put too much on it because God's plan for it is, you know, could be just so much more than I can imagine. And that's just an example.
Absolutely.
That's just
Yeah.
an example of something else.
And I think that also leans into the expression or prayer or request of, I would like this or something better.
Mhm.
And knowing that you're you're open to and knowing that you have this image of what it could look like, but based on what you have as references
Mhm.
already in your life.
Yeah.
And bigger is always possible.
Mhm.
Always possible.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think that God is calling you to do at this point?
At this point, God is, well, calling me out of a lot of spaces in which I'm resistant, calling me out of spaces where I limit myself. So
Mhm.
where it's interesting because especially in the coaching space, um, I was like, okay, I'm taking a break. I'm gonna work on this thing, and no, there was still somebody who, by chance, had the opportunity to fly out and meet with me live. And over the course of a few days, we went through basically an intensive. They took me out to the mountains, like all this stuff. And in the end, when they went back to their lives, it turned around like a whole 180,
Mhm.
like in the direction that they wanted their lives to go, but
Mhm.
couldn't see themselves going and couldn't get past resistances in their own life,
Mhm.
which in turn called me to remember, hey, you got some of your own to get through. Maybe let's take an honest look, just like how you did for, you know, I won't say client, friend, however that works, but
Mhm.
um and for me, I like friend based relationship. I like the knowing, being connected in with people's lives to be able to help them to grow to their next level. Their next level, not based on a system or whatever I've created, but helping them to build that within their own lives based on what they have as those references, right? We all have ways in which we like to frame our next step. Okay, I can help you navigate that. I do have a few tools in my toolbox that help you to do that. But in the end, we listen best to our own instruction. Even if somebody tries to tell us what to do, we're like, okay, we then agree with it, and then we tell it to ourselves, and then we go and do it. So I'm going to just keep speaking because I'm looking to see that Adrian kind of dropped off, but I'm still here. So the gift in being able to be honest with yourself. Now you can look at those shadowy spots. Do I want to give more light to this? It's good to bring it out into the open to get a clear picture of what's holding you back. And then from that space, then you can decide, okay, well, I don't want to give this more of my energy and I don't want to give it more of my narrative. I don't want this narrating my story. I don't want this to have power over me. By allowing ourselves to look towards the direction that we do want to go in, that is what helps to take that energy from that space, puts it over here. Now this thing doesn't get to grow and expand and override our lives, our decisions, our experiences. And now where we've put our attention and light helps us to now move forward in the direction that we want to go. So I think that's in a roundabout way. But where have I been experiencing this? Where my vision is going is to have that shared rocking chair moment to talk about how me and my partner and my family and however it is we've shown up in the world has impacted the lives of others. So currently, the project that we're building out involves both of us. And so I've taken my skills and talents in coaching and helping people to connect with themselves. And we've taken our shared interest in being out in nature and reconnecting and rebuilding and recharging ourselves. And my husband's desire of helping people to be more in nature and to have that space of recharge. And we're bringing it all together into one package. So that's what we're working on together. And it takes an honest look at who it is that I'm being, who he's being. And now we're not just trying to build something and force that to happen, but in that space of humility, we feel more deeply for those people that we are purposed to serve. Like we feel them in our hearts. We feel their needs. We feel their experiences and how it is that we can help and bring forward a solution. So this has been the gift of being in this newer space of, I guess, evolution. Again, when we surrender into the bigger picture, we get to witness the evolution process as well as be in the process. We get to experience and observe at the same time.
You are such a friend.
Oh, absolutely. Why would I hop off? I get to just sit here and talk.
You are such a friend. First, I saw that I didn't have this plugged in all the way, but I still was having a problem getting on. So, and I see my Teresa posted, "We are still listening. You got this. You're such a friend. Thank you so much."
Awesome.
And blessing, 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 blessing.
Yeah.
So, thank you so much.
I've been on many It's funny. Saying that phrase just sounds so it sounds boastful, and it's funny to hear it. And I was just saying being in the experience and observing at the same time. So I'm observing what I just said and how it can be misconstrued as, boastful. But at the same time, I realize all I was about to say was I've been on many podcasts or talks things, or have called in, and at the point at which I call in, all technical screws go loose. So I don't know if it's my energy that tends to have the effect on mishaps happening, but I'm kind of used to have to either talk it through on my end, or I'm the disconnected one and then I have to hop in. So
Yeah,
I'm so used to it.
this was my end, and I was blessed. I was blessed with you. So I really, really appreciate you sticking with me and sticking with it.
Yeah.
And
Well, and it was my airtime. You weren't mid question. I was mid answer. So
yeah. What were you saying? Share the last part of what you were
I
saying.
was sharing about when we allow ourselves to be in the vision,
Mhm.
that we get to be a part of the experience as well as observing ourselves in the process at the same time.
Mhm.
And then I was sharing as well, like how I was on more of an individualized coaching journey to build out that business aspect. And what it is I'm in now, or called to for sure, because my husband had a revelation last year of pulling our efforts together to have this vision come together a little more viscerally.
Mhm.
And I was like, I just have to surrender to the fact that all these years I've been praying for him to kind of get it. If he could just get into this whole
Yeah.
vision and personal development stuff and the coaching and
He gets
and
it
then he tells me he signs up for this retreat and he wants both of us to do it. And I was like, what?
now.
You giving me so much grief about this space and you signing. I was like, God, this is you, God, because okay. And so this is what we've been working on, building up over the last year,
Mhm.
literally from this point,
Yeah.
because we went on the retreat around this time last year. We were there, and to just help to build out our vision for building out a retreat center in a space where people can come and to learn the skills of connecting to themselves and connecting with nature and just connecting with the divine and their vision, and to be aware of themselves as a resource
Yeah.
and to know what resourcefulness is.
Be aware of your own self as a resource.
You are
Yeah.
a resource, and what your resource is your resourcefulness.
Yes.
That you can take whatever thing is in and around you and you can make something of it. We are creators. We are here to co-create our experience. And again, that little puzzle piece in the bigger picture,
Yeah.
that is what we're responsible for.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to see everybody else's puzzle piece.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just the ones that are connected to us, right? And this is how we know we're in our purpose, is because those other puzzle pieces around us, when we're in our light and in our vision and in our fullness, then those pieces get to connect in to us. We connect in with them, and everybody gets to connect in with the bigger picture.
Yeah. You know, I try to pray every day and meditate every day, and I some days I might not, and if I go too many days, then I
Yeah.
start feeling real icky inside.
So you mean pray
But
with intention?
yeah, pray with intention. Like sit down.
Because you living your life is a prayer.
No, I completely agree. I completely agree. Like
Yeah.
I'm always I'm always connected to God, but
Uh-huh.
there's a what is necessary for me is to have
Mm.
that time where I am in
Yeah.
communion, in focus, listening and praying. Because I feel if I'm praying,
Yes.
I feel I'm talking, but also to, I mean, even if it's in my thoughts, but when I get to the
Mhm.
point where I'm just listening and receiving, it's important for me to have that experience because then I feel whole. You
Yeah.
then I feel whole. And sometimes if I've gone a couple of days and then I might feel like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. And I've been feeling like, oh, I'm too busy. Oh, I'll get to it,
Mm.
or something like that. And then like a part of my ego will want to wonder, well, am I really going to get back to that connection? When I go back into that space, but
Yeah.
you cannot not get back to that connection because that is where God is. When we,
It's just being mindful, right? Mindful of the company you're keeping.
yeah, connecting back to that awareness. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I
And
thought of
it
that.
takes no energy.
No, I thought of that, when you were talking about our resourcefulness, because our true resourcefulness is coming from inside,
Yeah.
and we can disconnect from that sometimes.
Yeah. We can buy into the other narratives that are out there trying to dismiss us and shut us down and to dim our lights. Absolutely.
Yes. Yes.
Because that does happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sometimes there is other, but as long as we're allowing ourselves to be humble to the fact that we are powerful from within,
Mm-hmm.
then surrender to that responsibility
Yeah. I
of
mean, you
being mindful to
these
it.
gems. You
Yeah.
said, what did you just say? You said be surrender to the fact that we are resourceful from within. Is that what you said?
We are powerful from within.
Yeah. We're powerful from within. Humble.
And
Did
that,
you say
and
humble? That's what you said.
humble.
Humble.
Well, yes, powerful from within, but to be humble to the responsibility of
Yes.
it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So,
Because
and
that way
yeah.
we're not trying to take the wheel, to me.
Well, we've always had the wheel. We have the wheel.
Well, I mean,
So it's
not trying
it's
to
funny because
control.
it's like, no, we are driving and we're on the highway. We're not on the freeway actually. And there's other cars around us and it doesn't matter if we want to think that we're not driving. This car is still moving forward and we're sitting in front of the steering wheel. We have the power to navigate. It's
Yeah.
there in front of us. All we have to do is put our hands and focus forward. But if we're thinking, oh, and we think that we're not driving, we're going in some direction.
Yeah. I'm saying that if I rely on my ego, if
Yeah.
I'm just relying on the human me, then it's not going to be the great outcome that I want it to
Yeah.
be. If I
And I call that part of myself, Thelma. I refer to the whole Thelma and Louise kind of thing. She sits in the passenger seat. She can mess with the radio station, but she better know to pick a good selection. She can make her comments. She can tell her jokes. She can cut in and spill the tea, but she does not get to touch the steering wheel because we'll go flying off of that cliff, and I am not doing that. I'm staying.
Mhm.
Stay steady. I am the driver. I am
Yeah.
the driver.
Well, so now I'm confused by what you're saying. You're saying that
Mhm.
Thelma is who's God in the Thelma and Louise?
No. So I'm just saying in my car, she's the one that's suggesting to go over the cliff. And we ain't doing that. I was like, see, this is why you need to sit in the passenger seat. Ego, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're in the passenger seat. I,
Mm-hmm.
the one who's connected and humble
Yes.
to the bigger vision and
Yes.
knows that I have the responsibility and to manage the power from within me, the
Yes.
light within me. I can't keep saying that I'm not powerful. I can't keep saying that I can't do this. I can't keep saying, no, you don't know all the stuff I've done. I'm not a light. I'm not a light. Shut all that down. That's somebody else's narrative. That's external. From within, we are
Mm-hmm.
greater still. We are the light. We are powerful. You trying to shut that down doesn't change the fact that it's already still there.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So
Yeah.
you need to just step into your responsibility. And that responsibility is to allow yourself to be supported by all the things that want the goodness and fulfillment for you in your life. Everything wants your well-being if you allow for it to support you. Now, yes, there's other things out there that are trying to shut it down,
Mm-hmm.
but they want for it, whatever it is, wants for its own big up, its own puffing, its own boastfulness. That is not humble and that is not surrendered. So,
Everything wants your well-being is a fact. And,
mhm,
you just drop these little gems and keep moving. But that's
exactly.
another one. That's another one.
Mhm,
Everything does want your well-being.
yeah,
Everything, we can forget that oftentimes when we're trying to make it happen and,
yeah,
fight things. And but everything does want your well-being, and it is just about allowing.
yeah. I
Yeah.
think even in where we feel like we're resistant and there's these negative narratives,
Mhm.
when we realize that they're nonsense, the empowerment we get, the up level,
Yeah.
the enhancement, the amplification of what it is that we do want
Mhm.
happens.
Yeah.
And that is so profound an experience.
Mhm.
And we don't want to be denied being amplified in the good choice that we want to make in our life.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I try to stay in communication. I do try to, separate from what I was just saying about prayer, I try to
Mhm.
stay in, communication of
Just holding it out. I have her on pause. I don't know if it's still running. So we will see. Just a side note, this coming weekend, there's also a partial solar eclipse, but it's over Antarctica. And most of the world won't be seeing it. So I think just on the east coast of Australia and some of the Solomon Islands, in that area, they will see a partial aspect of the partial solar eclipse. So just throwing that in there. Okay. So where she was saying that she's focusing on connecting and trying to stay in communication with the divine. years ago, it reminds me of years ago having decided that I want to have a walking prayer life. There was something in the story of Nehemiah where it's just that quick prayer before speaking with the king. And I was like, what if I just had a whole bunch of those? What if ADD, you know, a lot of the times I'd be praying and then I forget, and then I have to start over again. And then I'd be praying. This was when my kids were younger and not a lot of sleep was happening. So there was a lot of those moments. And I was like, how about I just keep these as short snippets and then build it in conversationally? And every time I'm in my own headspace and that I get the gift of just having that quick minute to myself in my own headspace. I don't have something trailing on my leg and saying, Mom, Mom, Mom. And I still get that, even though they're grown, not fully grown, coming out of their teens. But I would do a nod to God. There's a shareable one there. The nod to God. And I have a whole lot of those moments, and all those moments strung together has made my life more fruitful, more faithful. And again, back to the whole surrender word. Surrender for me, that word just felt like giving up years ago when I was trying to force all the results to happen in my life and it didn't work. But now for me, it registers more as allowing and humility. It's like you're wearing a crown. You know you have a kingdom. And you have a crown on your head. And your subjects are waiting. Your subjects are waiting to be served and directed and helped. They're waiting for solutions that only you can provide because you've lived the life that is best suited to serve them. So everyone, their little corner of the world, their little space in the puzzle, the big picture, they are responsible to take care of, to serve, to show up and fill in the picture, make it clear. Clarity. So yeah, it makes a difference. The more that you're in your own picture, the clearer it becomes. And the best way to do that is from within. My goodness. I'm going to have to listen back on that. I have no idea. Just the flow, just the flow. Some of the greatest wisdoms come out of the flow, the overflow of the spirit. And yeah, I just got a message saying, she's coming, Adrian's coming. Technical difficulty. So, yeah, I marvel at the gift of my life. And if I can allow myself the space to pause enough.
And are you there?
I am so here.
Hi, I am
not put off by this at all.
You are just amazing.
Let me just remind you, I usually cause the glitches. So
I saw a note from Raven in me trying to bring everything back. And she was just saying that, she was giving you and me kudos. So thank you, Raven.
Awesome. Yeah, I want to enlarge so that I can see commentary, but at the same time, I don't want to mess with anything. So that's why I'm not commenting. That's why I'm not responding to comments. Um, yeah. Otherwise, I would have,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
jumped in.
I first of all, I'm so grateful to you and appreciate you.
Thank
And if you're, if you continue to tune in overnight hours, oh, she just sent another note. Okay. She's just saying if she was going to come on, but she was traveling, so she was wondering if there was any time. But I'm
Mhm.
actually have people on through like midnight my time, like 1 a.m. my time.
Yeah.
But um if you like roll over in the middle of the night and you
I plan on it, and I set an alarm for some of your
yeah,
speakers. So,
thank you. And if you want to come back is what I'm trying to say too.
oh yeah, sure, I'll hop
Yeah.
back on.
Yeah, but yeah, I have some
Mhm.
did I say that well you saw Jyoti's coming on
I
and
did. You
yeah.
know, one of those BFFs on my list.
Mhm. Absolutely. Absolutely.
She's awesome. I love her story.
Yeah.
I love her story.
Yeah. So I am I'm going to like let you go and so I can get ready for the one coming in about 15 minutes. But I so appreciate you. Wow.
Oh, thank you. And yes, so am I building anything out? I'm still just check me out on YouTube. It's ESC Lifeful and
Yes.
uh and on Facebook,
Mhm.
it's my name, Elisa Sterling Cowan. And
I'm also gonna be, making little segments around this, so we'll have a standalone
mhm.
segment with you, that people can look at that's just you and the gems that you were dropping because they were quite a few that need to be written down.
Yeah, I'm gonna look back on this too because there's some things I said while you weren't. And I was like, "Ooh, that was good. What did I say?" Sorry, y'all. I experienced the ADHD stuff, so that's why for some people, flow has to happen.
Yeah, and it's
Because
being
if you force it, it just goes all twitchy and
yeah,
glitchy. So
yeah, God is working through you.
yeah, and God works through all of us if we allow, and
Mhm.
it's beautiful to witness,
Yeah.
and it comes with a glow.
Yeah. It does, it does. I really appreciate, not just, the conversations that we have and the friendship that
Mhm.
we formed, but also your support around this podcast.
Oh
Just
yeah,
you. Thank you very
you're
much.
doing some great work, hon.
Thank you.
This is your baby. And you're raising it up quite nicely. So,
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I will see you soon. And
all right.
maybe literally this way, before this is all over.
Absolutely. Drop me a note.
Okay.
Probably, well, I think, let's see. Lately, I've been getting up in the late and early hours. So, yeah, I'll definitely drop in a note or a heart emoji and let you know if I
Yeah.
happen to not get my sleep again.
If you see it's just me, then yeah, please do. Please do. Thank you so much. Lisa.
Absolutely.
I love you.
Love you too.
Okay.
And all of you.
Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Absolutely. Bye.
Um, I'm gonna ask you and Melody to chat with me. I mean to chat here while I go to the I'm gonna take him out and just kind of, yeah. Oh, I'm talking and you all are right here. There's something I actually want to share that came up for me when Elisa and I were talking. Melody's here. Melody Kelly. Hey. Charlotte's like, woo.
So
Um,
see comments?
What'd you say?
You see comments now?
Yes, I can see comments. I can see comments. There is something that I want to share with you all. Okay. So I need my glasses. A couple things before I share what I'm going to share. One, please visit Georgia Appleseed's website so you can learn about this important organization. And there is their information. They also have a new tool for AI, and it's for parents who want to know how to advocate for their children who may have some issues going on with their children in schools. And this organization, they advocate for children in schools and in housing to bring about reforms and create safe and secure housing for children. And just a wonderful organization. Michael Waller, the executive director, was on earlier. So that's the one thing I want to share. The other thing is that this day that I've chosen to bring this to you is my late mother's birthday. And my mother was very much a person who cared about others and people in need. And that's why I thought this would be wonderful to try to raise money for this organization. So there is, I thought I just pulled up what I wanted to share. Hold up. Give me a second. Give me a second. Nope. That is not it. I don't want to tell you what it is yet. Gosh. Oh my gosh. Is this it? Okay. Okay. This came up while Elisa was talking. And this was actually my mother's favorite poem. And she often shared this. And it relates to some of the things that Elisa was sharing. And you may know it. It's a classic poem. It's called The Station. And it's really about how, we're always looking, at the future, at what we want to make happen, or when this happens, when we reach that goal. It's about that rather than being present. And so it says, tucked away in our subconscious is an idyllic vision. We are traveling by train. Out the windows, we drink in the passing scenes of children waving at a crossing, cattle grazing on a distant hillside, row upon row of corn and wheat, flatlands and valleys, mountains and rolling hillsides and city skylines. But uppermost in our minds is that final destination. On a certain day, we will pull into the station and bands will be playing and flags waving. And once we get there, our dreams will come true and the pieces of our lives will fit together like a completed jigsaw puzzle. Restlessly, we pace the aisles, damming the minutes, waiting for the station. When we reach it, the station, that will be it. We cry when I'm 18, when I buy a new Mercedes, when I put the last kid through college, when I have paid off the mortgage, when I get that promotion, when I reach retirement, I shall live happily ever after. Sooner or later, we realize there is no station, no place to arrive. The joy of life is the trip. It's that journey. The station is only a dream. It constantly outdistances us. Relish the moment is a good motto. It isn't the burdens of today that drive men mad. It's the regrets over yesterday and the fear of tomorrow. Regret and fear are twin thieves who rob us of today. Regret is reality after the facts. So stop pacing the aisles and counting the miles. Instead, climb more mountains, eat more ice cream, like that. Go barefoot more often, swim more rivers, watch more sunsets, laugh more, cry less. Life must be lived as we go along. The station will come soon enough. And that's by Robert Hastings. And it was one of my mom's favorite poems. I wanted to read that in honor of her, especially when it came to mine when Elisa was dropping so many gems in our conversation. And thank you, Lynetta. I have Miss Melody Kelly here and Miss Lynetta Duncan. She's coming. Are you coming too? If you wouldn't mind for maybe 10 minutes. Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Melody Kelly is a local official in the city that I live in, but she is also a very good friend. And Melody, I am okay. All right. I was talking to you. I am asking you and Lynetta to take over for about 10 minutes for me. Why do you need that?
It's just to make it function, but so we.
Okay.
I have devices. I wanted to.
I'm sorry.
Leverage.
Okay. Yes, I could probably do that. That means I might be 15 minutes. But I could probably do it. I know. I'm sorry. Yes, I can do that. Excuse me? No.
No, actually, I'm connected.
You're connected? You can connect from your phone.
There's a network I have access to.
Okay.
There's a network already.
Okay. Thank you.
My phone. I'm good.
Okay. Thank you so
I'm
much.
good.
Melody's coming up in here with energy. She's coming up with some energy. One of you has to put on the headphones. Yeah. Okay. So this is Melody Kelly, who is just one of the joys of my life, along with Lynetta Chanel Duncan and Teresa in the other room, who is modest today. Teresa is an avid podcast viewer, but she only wants to be a viewer. She doesn't want to come on the microphone.
What time is Teresa's segment?
She's not coming on. She's here for support. Okay, so here is Melody Kelly, and then Lynetta Duncan is returning.
For 10 minutes, we're gonna have Lydia.
And be careful because there's cords here.
Okay.
Okay, so be
Any
careful.
instructions on topics or just okay?
Come on, and let everybody see shy. Okay. Yeah.
What?
Sit-
Maybe,
sit-
yeah.
sit
I
down.
don't want to. What are the topics?
Sit down. I'll tell you what your theme is.
Our audience can pop some questions.
And first of all, put the microphone on.
You mean the headphones?
Yes.
Ooh, I
thank
can hear
you.
myself.
Yes. Now, I need Lanita to talk into the microphone because I need to make sure you can hear her. Because
Testing, testing.
you don't have to say testing.
I know
testing.
it's just the thing to say. Isn't that what everybody says, guys?
Can you hear her?
I hear her. Yeah,
Okay.
when she
Hello, everyone again.
it's
Tanya, I saw you on earlier.
Tanya?
She's still there. Raven, hi, Raven. Tanya was on there. I think she might still be there. I'm not sure.
okay.
This is
You're
Tanya's
on.
watching. Hey, Tanya.
Do I see comments? Oh, I can see. Oh, look, I see comments.
Stephanie still hanging with us.
Hey, Steph. When is Stephanie
Francisca.
coming?
Hello, Francisca.
Okay.
Hi, Raven.
Okay, baby.
We're so glad you guys are still hanging on and enjoying the podcast.
Yeah, happy Friday to everyone.
Happy.
What is God calling you to do today?
We're gonna ask some. So we're gonna. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna ask some questions, Melody. What do you think? With our audience.
Yes, let's ask some questions.
You guys are gonna help us so we can give
Yes.
Adrian a break.
We're giving Adrian a break.
So can
Take my dog out.
So can you move and go? Take your break.
Yeah, can you start?
Tell them that I'm taking Shiloh outside.
We
You're
already
taking
did.
Shiloh
You
out.
said that.
Yep.
Bye.
I don't want them to think I'm not doing 24 hours.
Yeah, she's doing 24 hours. She's taking Shiloh out to do. Oh, Stephanie's tomorrow at 8. What's your topic, Steph?
Oh, Steph. Yes, Stephanie's gonna be Stephanie Dean. She's in the audience, guys, on whatever this one is.
For
And
some
she's
reason,
gonna be on tomorrow.
Mhm.
And wonderful good friend of Adrian's as well. Beautiful spiritual friend, very spiritual, very sweet. And her and Adrian actually are starting a podcast together, right?
Stephanie?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Abundance.
Girl, talk about it.
That's right.
For some reason, it sounds like your mic is going in and out.
Is
Did
it?
that
Because I
happen
need to get
earlier?
Closer. I think it did. Yeah. So
You
I'm
have
going
a-
to talk in the mic because sometimes when I turn my head, that might be it. So let's try it this way. Bye, Adrian. She's trying to stick around, guys, and not take a break. But, we
Yeah.
want her to have just a moment.
Right.
To take care of personal things. So
Exactly.
is that better?
Is that better, you guys? I don't know if what I hear is
Hands up.
exactly.
You know what?
Stephanie says, shifting into peace.
That's the name of the podcast, Shifting into Peace. What?
See, she over here. Okay, y'all.
'Cause I
give us
kinda
a
feel
moment. We're
like-
taking care of some technical.
Yep,
things.
taking care of some technical.
No, yeah, y'all should
Technical
have.
things.
You should be able to hear.
I do. It just
But
kind of
I wanna
sounds
talk
like
more
it.
in the mic.
Is that how it sounds?
What do you hear?
Like for Laneta, I hear it sounds
Yes,
like.
Lanita.
It sounds like what?
Oh, she
much
says
better
sounds better now.
She says much better. Okay, that's probably better.
All right,
Turn
Steph,
the
let
mic
us
down.
know
Thanks.
if any problems.
So
is
Stephanie is on tomorrow with Adrian at 8, and they're going to be talking about abundance. And what was her comment under that, Melody? I can't read it.
Shifting into Peace.
Bye, Adrian.
That's the name of their new podcast launching soon. Oh, she says it is fading in and out a bit for Laneta Chanel. Yes, it is. It is fading in and out a little bit. Adrian, just to let you know.
It's fading. You mean you're saying that she's fading in and out because you're not talking into the
I
microphone.
am.
She
It's
is.
almost down my throat now,
There's something
promise.
else.
Oh,
There's another challenge for it.
say
What
something,
you-
Lanita. Say something.
Okay. Thanks, Stephanie, for the feedback. I appreciate that.
What did she say?
It's holding on. Charlotte is.
You talk.
Melody Kelly, testing.
Okay, move up number 2, and then you talk.
Okay.
Move
So we're
up
gonna
number 3 and
check
4.
on a couple things just to see if it's better, and you guys can make sure you can hear us both loud and clear.
How much louder?
Talk, Lanita. Say you're.
So I'm Laneta Chanel Duncan,
She's number 4. Move number 4.
and we are doing some technical things to make sure you can hear both myself and Melody. Thanks, Stephanie, for the feedback.
It's really loud.
Ooh,
Yeah, she's good.
can it be loud?
You're
Okay.
good. You're perfect. now.
Okay, great. Okay.
We figured it out.
All right. So
Thank
we
you, Adrian.
hope that
Go.
she does not want to walk away.
Oh.
All right, when you're sitting here squirming. So Stephanie, I am going to get up early and check that out. I'm looking forward to hearing about it because abundance is something that I feel like we all need and could understand and live with, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
Oh, we need to talk about ourselves, not you.
See what we can do.
Lenata. Oh goodness. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
Melody,
you.
you go first. Just tell
Right.
Melody, I think, first of all, you haven't, when I heard today that you were the first, not just Black female, but Black in the city council of Sandy Springs, girl, I was even more proud of you than I already. Can I just say that? But,
Aw.
as a Black woman, I think that's amazing. I mean, it's not one of those shows where we're talking about that necessarily, but that is an amazing milestone for Sandy Springs. And I'm just really glad that they have someone of your character and your person in that position. So way to go, girl.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Trying to stay there for a little while. We'll
Well,
see.
we're gonna make it
We'll
happen.
see what we can do.
Let's see what we can do. Tell us about what you do on the council.
Well, for the past 3 years, 8 months and 15 days, I've served as the District 2 representative on the
Wow.
Sandy Springs City Council. It's the 8th largest city in Georgia,
Okay.
and it's a pretty it's fun, but it can be a lot.
Of course, I'm sure. I'm sure.
Yeah, it can be a bit much, especially during an election year. So
Yeah.
yeah. But no, I really enjoy it. We're doing some great things.
Okay.
And I'm finally that learning curve is not as steep now.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
so there's a certain level of joy that like comes with
Sure.
being able to kind of navigate the institution a bit more and
Yeah.
leverage the relationships you built and
Yeah.
and really have a platform and people listen to you a little bit. It's nice.
She said a little bit.
A little bit.
bit.
It's not much. It's not much. But occasionally I say something and people are like, oh,
Yeah.
that is a good idea.
Yeah, she knows what she's talking about a little bit.
Yeah.
How has your spirituality played a part in just like what you do from day to day for the city of Sandy Springs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So lately it's kept me from like cursing at people.
That's good.
Yeah, it keeps me grounded.
Yeah.
No, I have to, it is it tests you. I mean,
Oh.
you have to be grounded to do, in my mind, to
Mhm.
my mind, you have to be grounded to do this
Mhm.
work.
Okay.
To work in politics, and I don't just mean like government, because
Mhm.
every industry has politics in it. I mean, you get to a certain level,
Right.
there's politics.
Absolutely.
So to really be
Absolutely.
able to engage in those environments, you have to be rooted in something.
Mm,
And I think that's where spirituality
for
comes in,
sure.
sort of anchors you, if you will. Because
Yeah.
otherwise, boy, you will. What is it they say? You'll fall for anything if you
Yeah.
don't stand for something.
That's right.
Oh, you have to know what you're about.
Yeah. Did you feel like you had that going into such a role, or has that been more formed or I guess materialized and solidified over the past 3 years for you?
I've grown into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've grown
Yeah.
into it. I regularly compare myself to, let's say, 4 years ago.
Mhm.
Completely different.
Really?
Yeah.
What
Yeah, I've
ways can
grown.
you share?
I was a little bit more naive,
Okay.
a little bushy-tailed and enthusiastic, and I'm still enthusiastic, by the way. I'm just
Mhm.
grounded
Yeah.
and a little more grounded.
Okay.
I had probably unrealistic expectations of myself
Mm.
on multiple levels.
Mhm.
And I really, really wanted to be liked 4 years ago, which was something I had to
Okay.
kind of grow through and grow out of, and I'm still working on.
Okay. Okay.
So just being able to, I use that word again, anchor, just being able
Mhm.
to kind of exist and being able to exist authentically in spaces, in new spaces. You talk
Yeah.
about first,
First.
Black person
Absolutely.
and stuff.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's hard to show up
Okay.
without taking on the characteristics of the culture
Surroundings
that's
of the
already
culture
there.
that's
Yeah.
there.
So
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
learning how to do that and be me.
Unapologetically
I
yourself.
know. And
yeah.
that sounds, I mean, it sounds so, you hear it all the time. Be
Right.
unapologetically authentic.
Yeah.
That's actually, I've had a tough time with that.
Really?
I've had a tough time.
Mm.
I used to feel sometimes my vernacular would sneak in to my discourse. So
Mhm.
I'd say something like, "Woo, child." I'll say something like that, you know. And I used to feel shame around that, or like, you know, I sometimes instead of saying hello, I'm like, "What's up?
What's up?
Hey, how
So you
doing?
are
What's up?"
right.
But now I'm a little bit okay. I'm from the east side of Detroit. What
Okay,
can
I was about to
say?
say, where are you
You know what
from?
I'm
So
saying?
that,
Like
yeah,
it
I get
comes
that.
out. I
It comes
can't,
out. That's who
especially
you
if I
are.
get comfortable,
Yeah.
and I want to be comfortable.
Okay.
So I just have to be okay with that.
Yes.
That was it took me a while
Mm.
to get that down. So yes, I do slip in vernacular English occasionally. You know what I mean?
I mean, but all of that is what makes us who we are, what makes us unique
Right.
and special. So that's good. And frankly, hopefully there's been people to where that's happened, times when that's happened, and the people appreciated you for being authentic, not feeling like you got to shrink or, expand or whatever, be who someone else expects you to be. I think you can do more and do better when you're your authentic self.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I've spent, I would say, the past 24 months
Mhm.
testing that theory.
Wow.
And I agree. I think I have the evidence
Okay.
that you are correct.
Okay.
I think all of the barriers were in my mind. I don't think anyone has ever truly been an issue. Just
Okay.
me. Just me. My own issues around how I'm supposed to talk.
Yeah. But that is something that a lot of people do go through. We were talking earlier with Aladora, even imposter syndrome came up, and we talked a bit about that and how that can have you thinking that you're not supposed to be the person in the situation, you're not supposed to be here, or are you qualified, just questioning yourself. And it's like, sometimes you have to believe it. All the time, you got to believe it first, right? You got to believe that you're supposed to be there first, and before you can even present what you need to present to someone else and convince them. So yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that's been, and I can imagine what challenge that's been for you over the years, convincing yourself.
Oh, so y'all already talked about imposter syndrome?
A little bit.
I missed
just
it.
a little bit. Just a little bit. But it was good conversation. So I'm wondering, since there's been like the change, what we've seen over the just 3-4 years, the change just in government all around. I know it's not a show about government, but again, I think all of this impacts us, our experiences, who we are, what we go through, and how we address things shows us sometimes that we have a lot in common. So can you talk a little bit about what the change has been on a local level, and what it's been on a national level is impacting the local level, and how you've been able to navigate through that?
Yes. Let's see. My observation at the moment is that generally people are a little more anxious. Okay, so that's something I'm noticing.
In what way? Anxious?
I'm just or maybe so anxious, but also a little bit more cynical around government.
Okay.
So I'm actually referring to my experience just engaging residents, during this campaign cycle. It's just, people are either, so you generally have two types. You have the type that's anxious and maybe even a little angry, right? Like they share a passion. They have been energized by whatever is happening on the national stage.
Yeah.
And then you have people who just have pushed it away completely. Both of those present barriers.
Okay.
Both of those present barriers.
Interesting.
And so, so navigating that, the cool thing about local races, I say, is that it's just small enough for you to really just root yourself in loving on people.
Okay.
All
right.
So my motto is, I'm going to just meet you where you are. You mad? Let's talk.
I like
you
that.
Resigned? Why you resigned? You happy? What is it?
Yeah.
The best advice I ever received in politics, it was simple advice. It was from my friend, Sonny Park. And he's a Korean gentleman. And I'm only saying this so you can imagine what I'm about to say with like a thick accent. I cannot impersonate him. But and his name is Sonny Park. And we were having coffee one day. And he said, "My name is Sonny. I act like my name is Sonny. Your name is Melody. act like your name is Melody.
Oh,
And from
love
that
it.
day, because I think what he sensed in me is I was really trying to take on the characteristics of this serious environment and
Mhm.
pretend to be this serious councilwoman when really I'm just Melody.
Okay.
And so that's been a
Love
game
it.
changer for me. I
Yeah.
just act like
Yeah.
my name is Melody.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yes, the national political climate seeps in. Sandy Springs is a very mixed place in terms of political ideology. I'm here for all of it.
There you
I'm
go.
here for all of it. And you think about the Let's Start Healing podcast. What does Adrian say? We have more in common than we think.
Yes.
And what we have in common can change the world.
That's right.
I have seen that on the
Okay.
local level.
Love it.
I have seen that.
Wow.
I haven't met a person I cannot connect with. Some may be harder than others,
Mhm,
but I
mhm.
connect. And it does. It changes things.
Yeah.
So
Well, that connection, like, because I feel like we need that on a broader scale, right? And sometimes if we just take the time, like having coffee with a friend, or someone you may have met, or or you have something in common, and or not, and just having coffee or just finding a way to connect with them. I mean, give us some. I mean, I want to do that more in my community, but I don't know how to even approach something like that to start it. I don't.
Let's start healing. We're going to have to figure this thing out. Okay. So that's our call to action.
That's right.
Strategic
Give
plan
us
for
some
Lenita.
pointers. How do we connect in our community?
Connecting in our community.
Yeah.
That's a real question.
It's
How
a
do
good
we?
question, but I want to know.
Yeah.
So put that one on the list.
Yeah. I would, we're going to work through this
Okay.
tonight.
Yeah.
Stuff.
It starts small, right?
Yeah.
It starts right where you are. It
Mhm.
starts right in your own neighborhood, in your own community. And I get that what the guy was saying, what he was saying. Your name's Melody. Help us learn how to share melodies. You know what I mean? With one another. How do we become a melody in our community? Because we need more of that. And I feel like the time is now. Like it has to be now. Has to be now. There's never been a better
Melody.
time than now to, be a melody in our community, in all honesty.
I have a hard time believing you are challenged.
Well,
for some reason.
absolutely.
I do. I'm sorry.
I'll be the first to raise my hand and say
accept.
absolutely. I mean, because sometimes, like for me in my community, I am, and I've loved Roswell where I live. We were talking about that earlier and how a stone's throw Roswell is from Sandy Springs. But yeah, I don't like. I've just recently started going to some more Roswell business networking things because I don't know enough people in my own community, and I want to change that. And even though it's like rocky time sometimes to make those connections, then I'm for it, and I got to figure out how to still be a melody, because there was a time when I had that personality to just anyone, anywhere, but sometimes what's going on in the times takes you away from wanting to be that kind of person. And I want to get back to being that kind of person. So I firmly believe it starts in our community, and I want to be an agent in my community on how to be more of that, so that others, hopefully that will spread,
Yep.
And but you are in an election year, so I know that that's going on for you.
I'm fighting for my political
She's
life.
fighting for her political life, guys. What does that feel like? Like, I mean, talk about what that feels like.
This is what it feels like. Okay. So because I'm an incumbent, you would think that's amazing, right? But here's the problem. You knock on a door. They answer the door.
Okay.
You tell them who you are, and they give you a laundry list of things to do in order to win their vote. 4 years.
Really?
Seriously, because I'm there.
Okay.
So
you're listening. So
it's
hey.
a lot of work. At least I'm just speaking about my experience here in Sandy Springs. Knock on a door, and they no longer, like 4 years ago, they just, you smile at a voter and they vote for you. But now, they're like, well, I wonder, they have things. And because I'm inside the institution, I'm expected to like turn that around. So I have so many potholes to fill.
But it's actually like a conversation of, to win my vote, I need you to do this.
No, it's understood though.
Oh,
it's understood. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I was in Mexico Lindo down the street on Sunday, and someone walked up to me and basically made it clear, I have some potholes.
Okay.
I know who you are.
Okay.
I know that you're running, and I
Okay.
have about 3 potholes on this street
Wow.
that need to be. So I don't think my Challenger is getting that. I
Yeah.
think my Challenger can still be charming and
Yeah, but sometimes it's good to know that the things, like, what are the local things that we should all be really taking to our city council people to address. And I think like potholes is one of them, like things
Potholes.
like that. So I mean, like, what type of things are the city council of our city supposed to be addressing? Like,
Right.
what's that list like?
Yeah.
I don't have to go through all of them, but really, what kind of things should we really be taking to our city council people?
So in the most transactional sense, you pay taxes
Okay.
locally. Well, you pay taxes at every level,
That's
but you pay
right.
taxes locally. So in that city, in a given city, we collect, a millage rate and maybe some sales taxes here or there. And what do we spend it on? We spend it on roads, sidewalks, parks, recreation. We do, most cities have an economic development division. Sandy Springs is a full service city. So you have a full police department, full fire department.
Right.
One of the most expensive things is stormwater. So maintaining that kind of infrastructure
Okay.
is important. We have code enforcement, which is a part of our community development division, handles things like permitting. And then you have fun, right? Social exercises,
Oh, yeah.
Recreation, if you will, arts and those other aspirational exercises. So mainly what you see on the day-to-day, pretty much everything you see on the day-to-day,
Mhm.
I would argue city government has something to do with it. Some cities have more utilities like their own electricity, or they may handle some form of water or sewage. Not really so much here, but those things
Okay.
too. So
Cool.
yeah. And most
That's good.
importantly, let me just say this last
Mhm.
piece.
Yeah.
Most importantly, at least in Georgia, cities have the power to control their land use. So just deciding,
To make that decision,
right,
they are okay.
which areas are commercial, which areas have the big houses, which areas have the smaller houses, which areas can have the condos or the
Yeah.
apartments.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the biggest things.
Or too much commercial or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just saying that because it's becoming an issue everywhere. It's
I
like,
know it is.
yeah,
It's an
yeah.
issue everywhere. It's an issue everywhere.
Everywhere.
The one of my mentors told me that being in local politics period, is really just an exercise in holding tension, right? Because there's so many conflicting like interests,
Yes.
and you as the
Have to-
decision maker,
right.
you have to balance
How to
that.
balance that.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a seat I would want to be honest with you, but I applaud you guys for
Hold on, we might
who take on. I've always applauded people who take on, from like a heart of passion of that kind of role and responsibility. Because I feel like anytime you take office and you're representing the people, that's a huge responsibility. Not everyone handles it well, but it's a huge responsibility. And at the moment you step forward and say, I'm going to run, I'm going to do this, like, I feel like the person's understood that and decided I'll be the one. They've raised their hand to the cause and to the responsibility. And that's a big one for me. Like even on the level of city council, from city council to mayor to whatever it is, you're still representing your constituents.
That may be why you should get in politics. Let's put that on our list for Leneda and her strategic plan. Leneda's strategic plan includes, yes, possibly.
Well, I was
running.
just hoping you would speak to it. That's all, but that's not for me. But I would think Adrian's probably gonna be back in a minute. So, like, I know that you're known. So one of your thing is being a melody for your community. But I think I asked you just earlier, the change that you've seen, like, or navigating through over the years, like, what is it that you really want people that you have deposited into the city council role that you serve in, and what is it that you feel like I don't want to be forgotten for this, if nothing else, I want this to be a part of my legacy. Like, what's that thing for you?
It's interesting. I mentioned that I often kind of think about 4 years ago, a couple weeks ago, I stumbled upon a business that had in their window my campaign literature from 4 years ago,
Really?
which was interesting. I was
Yeah.
like, wow, y'all really don't like switch out your, that's cool, but thank you for the support. For
Good
4
point there,
years,
but
they've
yeah.
had this thing. But the point is,
You made an impression.
I made an impression.
That's
So
right.
thank you. And I politely taped my new literature right next
Right
to
beside
it.
it.
But the point is that that the old literature was so generic and aspirational. It said something like, it's something about, having a Sandy Springs for all of us, or an inclusive Sandy Springs.
Okay.
And when I think about
that generic kind of political thing.
that generic political language that
Yeah.
you use when you don't really know the ins and out of city business and what's possible and what's not.
Okay.
So you just say, I want to represent everyone. And it was cute at the time. But to your question, I do feel like, even though maybe that wasn't, that actually was my intention.
Yeah.
But I think I, in a real way, moved us in that direction.
Okay.
Moved us in that direction.
Okay.
I participated in expanding our gaze.
Okay.
And so, that has looked like quite a few things.
Okay.
We have a multifamily housing ordinance that we didn't have on the books before, with the intent being to maintain quality housing for all residents.
That's right.
And that's the intention of it. Now, maybe it still needs some tweaks. We'll figure it out. But even, adding Juneteenth to our list of signature events, and really making that something special
that they did not have before.
Right. That they did not have
Absolutely.
before. And I guess, to be fair, it's a newer holiday.
Okay.
But making it something real here. And just a whole host of
and let me tell you, can I just say, I went to y'all's Juneteenth event with Adrian.
You were there this year. Yes, you were, because we took a picture.
Amazing. I mean, amazing. Was that the second year?
It was the second year. Yes.
You would never have thought that. You would have thought that this was an event that was going on like for years, because you thought of everything. And the community show out. Oh my gosh. I met people there that were like from other parts of Metro Atlanta.
Right. It's a regional draw.
Yeah.
It is.
I was like, we were line dancing in the grass, and we had the indoor activity, a show, choirs going on and performances, and then the kids involved in the arts, everything, the food trucks. You did an amazing job. I just, that's a lot of work. Right. So just to know that this is the second year, I can't wait. They're not going to want to not let that go. So someone's got to keep that. You need to be here even to keep that going.
Yeah. I need to. It's so funny. I did a couple of weeks ago engage in a little bit of a succession plan for it. So I did temporarily, while I'm going through the campaigning process, I handed it off to some folks.
All right. But you're gonna be here for it.
Yeah,
so
I'm gonna be here for it.
That.
But I just, just in case.
Yeah, just in case.
Just in case.
Yeah.
But that's
Anything else you want to make sure that you sticks with, your presence of being here, serving?
Yeah. Yep. One other thing, I am, now that I've been here a little while and I've built the relationships and I kind of know what I'm doing, I want to lean a bit more into our identity as the northern portion of Sandy Springs. And so my goal is to extend the amount of resources that we have in this particular area of Sandy Springs, and to be a better steward for this area. We've done a good job, but there's still a lot more work to do. And so my final piece is to leave a legacy that's specific to the northern part of our city, where we are right now, actually.
Yeah. So this is considered a northern section of
this is the part that abuts Roswell. I don't know any Game of Thrones fans. I like to
right here.
Okay, cool, because I consider Roswell to be beyond the wall. Actually.
Beyond
you
the
all
wall.
Are the White Walkers. Yes, I'm sitting here, the White Walker.
We're
Winterfell. This is Starks right up in here.
I hope there are some other fans on, because y'all know That is a dig. If you're, you know, that is a
It's like
dig.
we do not go beyond the wall.
White
The wall is the
Walkers.
bridge and the Chattahoochee. We don't do that.
Wow.
But you know, the North is strong.
There
and
was,
the
but
North
we're
is a
the
special
ones, but
place.
if we're not the White Walkers, we're the ones fighting the White Walkers behind
the
the wall.
wildlings.
The
You
wildlings. That's right. She got the name. We are the wildlings fighting the White Walkers behind the wall.
All right, you can be the
Roswell
wildlings.
is-
That's cool.
Roswell is it. When I tell you it. Now we are talking to a Sandy Springs person and a Roswell. Roswell is it. So that's going to be like a butt heads.
Yeah.
Not the White Walkers. That's so funny. Yeah. Not everyone will understand that. But
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I like to use that
I love it.
because it does, you know, just like in Game of Thrones, the North has this like identity.
Yes.
And there's this quite honestly, there's a harshness in the North and in Game of Thrones. It's like that here. My constituents don't play.
Is it
We are-
really?
We are a tough district. We are hard. We hard. We hard. You know, the Liana, who was the young girl who was a beast.
Oh,
Mormont.
yes. No, yeah, the younger sister.
No, okay, her too.
Her too. Okay.
But
That's what I'm thinking. of.
Liana Mormont, who was like when Jon Snow was becoming the king of the North, and she was anyway. She
Okay.
leads the Mormont, just a little
However the
girl,
names. Okay.
little girl. We have that.
Really?
gangsta. Yeah, we strong up here. We
That's
strong.
good then.
We're strong.
Because y'all gonna need it if you go, you know, but Roswell, but yeah,
We
head
ready.
to head.
We ready. Y'all saw what happened in the show.
Ooh.
We ready.
I missed that show too, by the way. I wish they come back.
Yeah.
with another one.
Have you been watching House of Dragon? But House of the
A
House of
little. I
Dragons.
have watched it. Yeah. So we need the next season, right? Of that.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought
they
so.
dropped the
Yeah, I think I
teaser.
finished it. Yeah. They dropped it?
I think they dropped the teaser. I didn't watch it, the teaser, but I think they dropped the teaser.
Oh, the
trailer.
teaser trailer. Okay. I was about to say, oh my goodness, I'm missing some stuff. Let me go back to my I'll make sure my cables are set up. Might be dropping Disney, but listen. Don't talk about that. Right now.
Yeah.
So this is good. It's
So-
good to get to know a little bit more about you and the work that you do.
How
We know
about
it's
you?
important.
What do you have going on?
Well, they heard from me already.
Oh, they
so
did?
I don't
Okay.
know if everyone's listening heard from me, but yeah, I still do the interior design thing, and I'm still doing the wellness design, and I'm loving what I do. And I am looking. It's great because I'm at this point where I like collaborating a lot now with other entities, whether it be like other businesses, and government, or just whomever, organizations, to really kind of get the word out about wellness communities, and the ways that we can even support the development of wellness communities, and things like that.
What's a wellness
Wellness
community?
communities. I'm glad you
Girl,
asked.
you better define it.
Yeah, well, I think and we're seeing more of it being a priority in a lot of communities. And what this is a lot of local governments are realizing that communities that have parks, of lots of sidewalks for walking, to encourage more walking, and opportunities for people to gather, in gathering spaces and things like that, end up being a lot more healthier communities, because people need that. And they know it has a lot to do with our psychological wellness, our physical wellness, of course, but our psychological wellness also. And so they're making sure that a lot of their new development includes like a lot of things, like we're seeing a lot of organic rooftops that have living walls, or buildings that have living walls in them, which are walls that have biophilia incorporated into them, nature, greenery, things like that, into the building structures on the rooftops, where people can, enjoy and get more air, get more sunlight and things like that. But communities that have these type of bike lanes and walking lanes, and all of these things are just largely not just important, but largely important to the success of the community, because it relates to the health and wellness of the individuals that live within the community. And so even on my level as a designer, because I deal so much with wellness design, I've been, going to a lot more seminars and things like that, to make these connections with other people who have that additional mindset, that same mindset, because we all have the same values of making sure that we really kind of encourage more of our government to take this as a priority. and see this as a priority as we're building and growing our communities. And I like spreading more awareness about that and learning more about it myself and connecting with other people in other communities that are doing that on a national as well as global level.
Are there any formal certification programs around wellness design?
Absolutely. So we've all heard of LEED and things like that.
Right.
So LEED does have one, and
they do.
you can,
Okay.
and then there's a national wellness, global wellness organization that does that. There's international wellness organization that does. So there's all different kinds of certifications you can get. Businesses can get them as well as communities can get them, and they do have certain criteria that the communities have certain things included in them, that buildings have certain things included in them, that designs or living spaces have certain things included in them. But what it does is it really kind of influences other businesses and other organizations who work along with them or who collaborate with these other companies or governments to do the same thing. So the more that we see this happening, the more we can really encourage and influence others that we are working along with to do the same thing. And it becomes, of course, more and more people catch on, and it becomes a global thing.
Wow.
Yeah, so there are a lot of conventions that go on that really kind of support these efforts. There's a big one. I went to one in Charlotte. There's a big one coming up in Dubai later this year. I think by Global Wellness. And so the idea is really to have more well communities all around the country, all around the world. Yeah. But I think people are just, because of things, of course, COVID being a global issue, things like that, it's becoming more now prevalent, and people are now starting to wake up to the very importance of these things. Yeah.
I think so too.
Yeah,
I
for
think so
sure.
too.
For sure.
Even listening to you, occasionally we touch on some of those topics, not the whole thing.
Okay.
But yeah,
But they are talking about it.
Yeah, they're talking about it.
Good.
They're talking about it. There's this.
That's what we want them talking about.
Yeah.
It, so.
And what I love, at least that I'm beginning to see, is people are beginning to correlate, let's say, wellness related initiatives to economic drivers or economic development.
Absolutely.
So we just
absolutely
our local conservancy nonprofit just had their annual event right down the street at Morgan Falls, and the speaker, the keynote speaker, just spoke about the correlation between essentially trails,
okay,
that particular intervention, and revenue. So don't think of it as just recreation, think of it as revenue, because if it attracts people, it's going to attract dollars.
Of course. Well, I think sometimes that's unfortunately sometimes where you gotta lead into it with some people and some governments, that's, I know, but it's sad to say, but really a lot of people just are concerned with sometimes the bottom line of it, and how can this turn into a revenue generating kind of thing. The good thing is that it can, which too supports the community. Right. So it's a win-win, but it's just making sure that we find the ways we do it because we care, and then we do it because it can certainly make us all a better community in a lot of different ways. So yeah, it's important. All right, I see that person behind us trying to sneak back in.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Okay, you do that.
We had such a good conversation.
We did.
Thank you. And Melody is.
I felt like I was on Oprah or something.
Well, it was a good topic, and I think it's so interesting and just important to know, the things that we shared about your role and what she does, and how very important to have good people in that role. So thank you for sharing. I learned a lot.
Thank you.
All right. Well, guys, we're going to hand it over. I'm going to hand it over. I think Melody's staying.
So you want me in Lenena's spot so you could do this, right? We are about to switch seats.
Thank you so much. Hey,
Adrian's back.
And it won't come up on my phone. Like it's missing.
What are you doing? So you got to go to your thing.
Yeah.
Where's your page?
All right.
Okay, you can't do this right now.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I can't. But it's gone.
Get
it's
in
not
there.
there.
I don't know how you sound.
Who did I just? Oh, I.
So I'm gonna. Oh, okay. I'm going. All right.
I texted Sandra. on the wrong phone number. And the person said, "Who did
Who's this? Who this?
Who did?"
DIS.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna move like this and let you get situated.
Thank you.
And then I'm gonna come sit right next to you.
Thank you.
She's back, everybody.
Yeah. I really appreciate you guys. I really appreciate, really appreciate Melody and Lynetta. It was what? It was interesting driving the conversation.
Lynetta was really driving the conversation. I think my glasses are sitting there next to you. No?
Oh, yeah, they are.
Yeah. Progressive lenses.
Okay.
I'm wearing progressive lenses.
You
now.
are? I can't wear those.
Why? What happened?
They hurt my eyes. So I have two sets of glasses, one to read and one to see at a distance.
Oh, cool.
So you get on the mic.
I'll make it.
And I was just texting the guest who's coming.
Yeah, what
later.
time does Sandra start?
She starts at 6, and I've texted her old number, and the person said, "Who dis?"
Okay.
And
And what time does Lador start again, or is she done for today?
she was done. She turned out she had to come earlier, so so it was good. It was the two of them, and it was
Lynetta and Lador.
and they were right here beside me.
Yeah.
I will be situated in just a second. I just don't want to get interrupted once we start.
I know. Once we start.
Yeah. I hope you stay when she gets here.
Hello, chat. I just want to know who's here. So is that number in the upper left total Facebook and YouTube viewing?
I'm not sure.
All right, let me see.
I'm not sure.
Let me see who I
The time is now. Stephanie said that at 4:15. Y'all must have made that point.
Yeah, we were talking.
Guys.
Yeah, we had a great conversation. You missed it. It was really good.
Well, I will see it. Okay. When you get here, just walk in. The door is open.
Oh, that's me. Okay, let me see. Who's all on?
Okay.
Live.
All right. So this YouTube is a grassroots production. That's what I keep saying.
It's a grassroots.
It's a grassroots production.
And this is unprecedented.
It's live because it's been an experience, but an experience that I love.
Such a learning experience.
Yes, and I'm so glad you're here.
And now you officially, what is it?
No,
Can
I
you
just
hear me?
yeah, you're better when you leaned in.
I know. It's that you trying to tell me to
Yeah,
stay on the mic like this.
and yes, and there'll be a couple of links for this YouTube, and I meant to mention that in the beginning because from what I've learned, YouTube will only record 12 hours. So just before the 12-hour point, I will do I'll go out and I'll come back in with a second one. So Melody Kelly.
Send a link to my kid because I don't know if she's in here. Hold on,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure it's cool. I'm participating in a 24-hour marathon podcast. I'm officially cool now.
Yes. Yeah. I'm officially cool now. Yeah.
Yeah, we're both cool.
Yeah. So I don't know. You guys might have talked about the things that I might ask you.
Let's
and
see.
As a matter of fact, we have a theme, you and I.
Ooh,
and
we have
our
a theme.
theme is hold up. I think it's resilience. Didn't I?
Resilience is our theme.
Is that what
yeah.
I mentioned to you? And there's a subtitle to the theme.
Oh, cool. I love subtitles.
Yeah. The spiritual strength.
Wow. Is that your notes? Age. You are such a journalist.
Am I?
Yeah.
Well, the actual notebook is on the floor.
Those
here.
notes look encrypted. What do you need? How do you read
Oh, so
that?
I thought she was giving me a compliment. She's trying to say it looks cray cray. Okay. Resilience, the spiritual strength to keep going through trials. But before we even get to that,
Okay.
How you vibing with God today? How are you vibing with the Lord?
Ooh, how am I vibing with the Lord?
Yes.
The Lord.
Yes. Let me get you a little more in here.
Okay. Let's see. How do
Like,
I-
because this isn't the first time you and I have done this.
Yeah, but it looks different to me for some reason.
Does it?
I don't know why, but yeah, for some reason.
Well,
It's-
yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. But anyway.
Yeah, there was a different background. I don't
maybe.
know.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Am I close enough?
Yes.
Okay.
Just talking
Amen.
to the microphone.
Okay.
How you vibing with the Lord today?
Let me tell you something. I'm in a good place.
Really?
Oh yeah. 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 This is I'm in a good place with the Lord.
Tell me.
today.
Say more. Say more.
Well, I tell you what. I just here's what I know. And I wake up every day understanding this, at least like for this week. Everything is working out for me. Woo, child. Everything is working out.
Everything is always working out for you.
Always.
Yes.
I
Yes.
said, okay.
You're in a
Lord.
flow.
Mhm. I'm in a
You
that's
got
it.
momentum.
I'm in a flow and I have momentum.
You have momentum.
That's what it is. Period. So even when
Yeah.
like things are a little, wonky, they're awesome.
Wow. Do you
Because it works
say,
out.
are you like, look at you, God?
Look at you. Check you out.
Yeah.
Check you
Anything you
out.
can share specifically?
Let me think. I mean, I have moments.
Mm-hmm.
I have moments.
Wow.
Today I had lunch. I mean, I just have moments in everything. Okay, I'll give you the example on my way here. So believe it or not, I know I got here about 15 minutes before I was supposed to start.
Which is good.
I actually left the house, and you know how close I live. I left the house about 3:00. I left the house an hour before.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, I got an alert about the police were having an event for kids at one of the apartment communities on the way here. So I did like a U-turn middle of the street and went to that event. Okay. Now the reason that happened is because years ago, way before I was in office, I helped create a Facebook group for that apartment community.
Oh.
Back when we were doing our thing with,
yes.
housing.
Which community?
Arium Morgan Falls, the largest apartment community in Sandy Springs.
Arium. Okay. Is it?
Yeah, it is. And set up a Facebook group, and obviously it starts off as something small, but it has enough people in it to where when things happen in the community, you get notified about it.
Yeah.
And so I showed up and the police were there. Of course, I love the police, and kids were there, and we just had a good time. And I was like, I can only do 20 minutes because I got to get to Adrian. But we went there. And then the really cool thing was the people who were there knew who I was. Right. And here's why that matters in the context of the conversations we've had over the years. There's this general sense that people who live in certain communities aren't politically aware or don't know what's going on. Well, they knew who their city councilwoman was.
That's what the public at large would have us believe.
They knew.
Yeah.
I had a robust conversation with a young lady, a mom. She came up to me with her 2 kids. She said, "Are you still working on those sidewalks?"
Wow.
I said, "You have no idea."
Yes.
You wait till I show you that YouTube video from Tuesday. I've been fighting for those sidewalks. I mean, but that's the conversation I had.
Yes. I get it.
It's crazy.
I get it
because everything works out.
It
Full
does.
circle.
It
always.
does. Before we continue, because I want to comment on this, a couple of notes. Lyneta's right here. So I want to say thank you, Lyneta, for holding me down with Melody just now. And also in the other room
Thank you, Lyneta.
is Teresa and friend Shanta. Shanta came over and she is here.
From the spa? Glow?
No,
it's a different
No, it's a different one. But yeah, they have the
that's
similar
me. I was
names.
testing to see if I could see my comment. Okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah, it's up there.
Yeah.
You see it?
Yes, I do. Melody is testing me. Yeah. So I am, and I have more friends coming later. So it'll be me during the wee hours of the morning.
Hold on, my friend Leslie. Leslie Samad owns the restaurant. Anyway, hey Leslie girl.
Is she here?
She says she's joining on Facebook.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you,
Facebook,
Leslie. And feel free to leave comments. And one of the things around I think around, our humanity and our feeling whole, and I shouldn't speak for other people, but one of the things that matters to me is that people see you or people see me. I'm a person that likes to be seen. Like, I see you because I see you. You know what I mean? Like, some people kind of like look past you, or, they don't really take the time to get to know who you are. And I don't know how it is in even other cities in Metro Atlanta. I'm not talking about the city of Atlanta, but around the metro area. I don't know how it is, but in this particular city, apartments have been a thing, for many years. And it's like there's a divide in the mind of people who own homes. Not everybody.
Yeah. Nah.
Not everybody by any means, but it's still something that's out there in the stratosphere that, you don't have ownership of, where you live, or, what decisions are to be made. You're not invested. There's a perception, and it's not 50-50, but maybe it's close to 50-50 between the people who live in apartments and people
Like
who
49-51. We're
Yeah.
still about 51%
Yeah,
owner
so-
occupied according to census data.
Yeah. And so it's a weary,
It's a tough topic.
it's a weary topic,
It's a weird topic.
we were there
Monday.
for me to hear. Yes.
Yeah.
And because it means that, because the way I'm taking it is, you don't see me,
Mhm.
And I don't live in an apartment, but I lived in an apartment for up till 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I was living in an apartment community,
Yeah.
and that community, I lived in that community, the last one, for 10 years,
Yeah. I sometimes uh, what brings up in me like grace for those people is facing the reality that they very oftentimes don't see themselves, and it's
and we're
hard.
talking in general.
Yeah, like people,
Mhm.
and like just people who and just in general, like folks I
Yeah.
get frustrated with. Very often I have to realize like they don't see themselves. They don't see really much of any, like they
Mhm.
have a distorted view
Yeah.
in general.
Yeah.
And so I'm just maybe the latest recipient of that, but
Mhm.
that's it. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I oftentimes have to remember. And sometimes you have to be like the change. You got to show them how to see people.
Right.
Um,
And that is earlier, this whole 24-hour event, it's a personal endurance challenge. It's a way to honor my late mom on her birthday, and it's a way to raise money for this organization that is doing important things, Georgia Appleseed Center for Law and Justice.
Yeah.
And they do a lot around children in schools, for children in schools who are underserved, and they want to make sure that there's fairness that comes about.
Right.
And they do a lot around housing and bringing reforms for safe and secure housing. And earlier, during a conversation with the executive director, Michael Waller, he was talking about how everything that they do, it is a result of conversations they've had with people who are affected. And then they go out and they do their work. And so he described that as they listen, they're listening. And the way that I think of that is, when we listen, then it starts resonating, and then we start caring.
Right.
So
they are responsive.
mhm, yeah. So I want to you just help me connect the dots. I wanted to invite people to visit georgiaappleseed.org.
Please.
And look under the support section if you'd like to donate. I would love for you to donate to this nonprofit. But also they have a new AI tool called Seed More. And on that tool, parents can see how they can advocate for their kids.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. And this is across the state of Georgia. This is statewide.
Mhm.
Okay, not just focused on a specific region.
Yeah, you mean
Georgia Appleseed is
Georgia
across the
Appleseed?
state.
Yeah, across the state. Yes.
It's a great
So,
organization.
It
sounds
really
like.
is. It really is. So, you said that you are vibing high because
Vibing high. I'm in the flow. What can
in
I
the
say?
flow. I love that.
I'm in the flow.
I love it. I love it. What are you learning about yourself?
I'm learning how to gosh. And I talked about this a little bit with Lenata, but I'm learning just about how to show up more authentically and what that means for me in a given moment, and how to do it without second guessing and did I say the wrong thing, or how did that come off, and how to really be in that space where I'm okay, being myself. Obviously, I'm not trying to like hurt people's feelings or anything, but just trust.
One of the things that I really enjoy about you is that you can have a genuine connection, conversation, friendship with people across all spectrums, all ages, all backgrounds. And I really like that.
We have more in common than we think. And what we have in common.
Wait.
Change the word.
Wait, hold up. Bam.
Bam. No, I believe that though.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Yeah.
Of all the mottos you could have chosen for your podcast, you chose that.
And that came from me.
That
came from inside.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Came from moi.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
We
do have more in common than we think.
And it can change the world. I believe I bear witness to that sometimes.
Yes.
I do.
So you was that a deflection? Because I know you're expert at that when I come to, if I want to go deep, so
I did not do that on purpose.
Okay. Because you can talk to people across, spectrums, and you enjoy people, from all backgrounds.
Yeah. Because what is it? We is one. How do you not see yourself in folks? It's just mirrors walking around. That's what I believe.
Yeah,
that's what I believe. So,
are you learning something new about yourself as you're running for re-election?
Yes. Yeah. Well, I think if you're in it, you learn something new about yourself. Yeah, it's a test. You stretch.
Yeah.
So you stretch. I am learning how to be a more collaborative person. How to use the resources, the human resources around me, how to accept help, how to ask for help. And again, tying back into that authentic piece.
Yeah.
I have a room I have to go into next week that I was in 4 years ago. I was in it 4 years ago. And the decision I made today was I would rather be authentic than successful in that endeavor. And when I made that decision today, just internally, it was like a weight was lifted.
Wow. And is it people that you are uncomfortable around, or?
Yes, it's just a tense environment for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
It's just a tense. It's tense. You're running for office. You're going to be in tense environments.
Yeah.
And sometimes as an incumbent, things are more tense, right? There's a tendency to blame you for everything that's wrong and all that. So just being ready for that sort of environment. And I was just like, you know what? I don't care about saying the right things. I just am going to speak my truth.
Yeah.
As I know it, as eloquently as possible. I'm going to articulate that. And that's it.
I think that that's so significant for people who don't know, and maybe you shared this with Lenata. Did you talk about how you came to Atlanta and how things have unfolded when you moved here?
Right.
Because I know we talked about it in our previous podcast, but
right.
Some people might not have seen that episode.
Yeah. So I'm a transplant like most of us here. I moved here almost 10 years ago. I mean, over 9 years ago.
You know what? It's gone by so fast that I was getting ready to say, Wait, you were here before I met you, but it's been, you know, I mean, I probably met you in 2017.
Right.
So go ahead.
Yeah, I moved
Excuse
here
me.
in 2016.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Mm-hmm.
And I moved here to accept a position. I moved here as a mom.
Tell them what you do.
Now I'm an associate professor of chemistry at Georgia State University within the Perimeter College, and I also hold a position in the Center for Excellence in Teaching and Learning, a university-wide position, and I lead a task force of faculty across that teach 3 courses across 2 departments and 7 campuses as well. So I do a bunch of different things now at Georgia State, but at that time I was just entering, tenure track academic position, sort of the dream job out of grad school.
Yeah. And you came, I interrupted you. You came with your daughter.
Right. I came with my daughter. And the only reason I bring that up is because that's how my volunteerism started. And that's
because you wanted to be an example for her, or
right. She was 10, but ever since she's been in school, I've been the PTA mom. So that's always been an exercise for me. So but when I came here, it led to more. In Atlanta, it's kind of like that. One thing leads to another more vigorously, I think, in Atlanta.
And so then we met through this organization.
Right. Yeah. So I like to say, from working as a parent in the schools, that led to a series of like immersive activities. And for us, it was the immersion into housing advocacy is how we got connected. But another thing we have in common is, I was within a few years, Georgia State sponsored me to be a part of Leadership Sandy Springs, which was also another community that you and I share. And from there, sat on the board of Sandy Springs Education Force. That's an immersion into public schools, more immersion in public schools. And then Citizens Police Academy, which is an immersion into public safety.
Yeah.
And then Charter Review Commission, which is a immersion into city government, and then run for office.
Right. And that wasn't what you were looking to do as far as I know.
Yeah.
So the way that, you came here and happened to move. I mean, you were looking for a place to live, and this is where you found a place to live.
Yeah. It was transactional. It was very transactional.
So the way that things unfolded just so organically,
right?
It just seems like you were almost meant to, to be here, and
it just works out.
Yeah,
it just works out. That's so true.
And you're really rooted in the community.
I'm realizing that.
Yeah.
I'm realizing.
You're just realizing it?
I have moments where I realize it. Because really, I just think I'm just living.
Yeah.
It just feels like life.
Right.
But it is, sometimes I'm able to see it like, wow, I'm really.
That's why I say that, because I see you connecting with people across all spectrums, all backgrounds and ages and everything, so, that's why I'm like, what have you learned about yourself? And what did you say?
What did I say about what I've learned about myself?
New.
I think I
knew. Living and serving. Hey, Sandra.
No, she's not here yet.
You're not here yet. Okay. We're looking for you, though.
We're looking for you, girl. Oh, gosh. No, I think I talked about that led me to the authenticity piece.
Yeah.
Again,
so we talked about the theme of resilience. And, getting through trials.
Right.
She said, I just heard you all talking about me.
Yes. Oh, you're on your way?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
We'll see you, girl.
So, talk about the resilience that you have, I mean, in many ways.
Yeah.
And, that coming through trials. If you don't mind, I don't, want you to.
Yeah. So what I'll say is, okay, can we define resilience just so I know how would you define resilience, Adrienne?
Well, first of all, I'm going to look it up after I tell you.
Okay, let's look it up. And anyone in the chat, define resilience.
Yes, I see it as, and I'm having a deja vu moment, actually, but I see it as being able, having staying power, being able to withstand, uh, something that we might perceive as stressful
Mhm.
or as conflict, being able to persevere.
Okay.
That's how I think of resilience, being able to keep going without letting a trial, stop me.
Okay. That's a fear. That's
Um,
probably close to the truth, right?
it
What's
says the
Google say?
capacity to withstand or recover quickly from difficulties, the ability of a substance or argue. Can I talk? The ability of a substance or object to spring back into shape,
Ooh.
elasticity.
Ooh.
Elasticity.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Hi, Teresa. So what comes up in me about that around that word is I'm a scientist.
Yes, she is.
I'm a scientist. And I think we understand that everything is data and
Mm.
every piece of data is important. And it just so happens that in my life, I've always learned something through the other thing. So I've learned to value friendships, or I've learned to value community because I've experienced loneliness, and
Mm-hmm.
you learn to value a resource, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
I value my time because I've had it. I know what it's like not to have
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Mhm.
I'm only saying that to say that I think for me the resilience is like a knowing that whatever the challenge is, there's something on the other side of it. I have
Yeah.
data. I mean, I have
You have data.
I've had enough experiences with that to know it.
That
to be
there's
true.
something on the other
Always.
side.
There's never
Yeah.
not been something on the other side
Yeah.
of a challenge.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
I think some people would say that math is spiritual because I don't think they're not connected.
I've heard that too.
Yeah. And I'm not a numbers person
Mm-hmm.
by any means, but I don't think they're not. There is always going to be something on the other side.
Yep. There's always, at least from what I've seen.
Yeah.
It's never just been pointless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've had my moments, when I think about a moment or a time when I'm like, when is this gonna end? Was when I had a job experience where I was not happy in any way, shape, or form. And it was hard. And I prayed. I tried to look at it from the other person's perspective.
Mhm.
I just did everything I could, and it was not getting better. And the other side was just time. That was it was just had to play out, over time. But when I'm in it, or when we're in it, sometimes it just seems like, when is this gonna be over? When is this gonna end?
Agreed. Agreed.
Yeah. And so
how did that play out? I mean, how did you bounce back in that?
Well, it started unfolding. At first I had a boss that was tough, I wasn't getting along with. And then I had some subsequent bosses that lightened it, but then I wasn't happy, in my job. And, it was just hard living because I wasn't making enough money. And
I know about that.
yeah, and not enough money is better than no money. So, I'm trying to
have some gratitude, some appreciation for them coins.
Yeah. And so, it ultimately played out when I got laid off last year, with other people. And it's, and I didn't want to be fired, which I call a layoff. It's just another word for it for me. I was like, God, change my life, but do it gently, please. Let me go on my own terms.
Yeah.
And but it turned out to be, for the best, because things had to open up, for me. Like the energy had to change. And I was not happy. And Stephanie reminds me every once in a while how I said, I'm not going back in an office. which I wasn't going back in an office
Yeah.
because of the pandemic.
Right.
I never went back after
Nope.
after we went home in the
Mhm.
pandemic.
You
I
never
never
went
went back unless there was a special reason, like a meeting or something.
Mhm.
But I was like, and I wasn't looking for a salary job.
Okay.
It's like not looking for a salary job.
Yeah.
I can't, So it was kind of like what you were describing about, the meeting you might have next week, just being able to listen to my heart,
Mhm.
knowing what I can't bear.
Right.
There's some things that my spirit can't bear,
Yeah,
at this
like
point
being
in
the
time.
office.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't bear that kind of structure.
Okay.
I went to something this week and I was only there 4 hours. And when I was walking out and walking to my car, I said, why do I feel like I was just in prison? I'm talking to myself out loud, walking down the street.
Yeah.
Why do I feel like I was just in prison?
Okay.
Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa. Just.
Mm-hmm. I get it. I get it. I like a certain amount of structure, but yeah, everybody's different, I suppose.
Well, I mean, structure it's that kind of structure.
Mhm.
Structure looks different. There's structure to everything, I guess.
Yep.
But just the corporate is hard for me.
Mhm.
It's not my nature.
Yeah. No, I'm watching the Facebook comments. Thank you, Alyssa.
What'd she say?
She said, yes, that is the true scientific mind. And she was responding to it earlier.
Oh, if you're still there, Alyssa, I read this poem after we got off that you inspired me to go find because it related to what you were talking about for me. So can you share any spiritual lessons you've learned this year?
This year?
Or recently?
You
thinking?
Yeah, I have to think. Wow, that was a hard one. I need to do some homework. But lately, I have, again, I'm running for office. It's campaign season here locally. And one of the things that I've been working on is giving people grace. But also, so balancing grace and accountability, which is strange, but they can both coexist.
Yeah.
And so I've been kind of working through that and what that feels like without feeling guilt.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also being true to myself, but not, overly harsh. And there's a balance I've been trying to strike because, my toes are getting stepped on a little bit sometimes. And so
I wanted to ask you some things offline. Actually,
Okay.
I don't know if we'll have time during this event.
Yeah, maybe when I don't know.
But
when it
offline, I do want to ask you some things.
starts. Okay.
But
Yeah. Just working on that.
Yeah.
And how to what feels right for me when it comes to asserting myself. Is it about being right? It is about the other person being wrong? Is it about receiving an apology? What is it about? And so
well, so what do you think about this? And I don't know if it happens in that kind of situation that you were just talking about, but if somebody is saying something to you that is, or to me sometimes, and I can't think of an example really, but if I feel like someone is wrong, sometimes I feel like it's almost an assault on me. And so I feel like I have to respond. And then there's times where often times where I'm noticing I'm more of an observer, and I can see the conclusion that a person is jumping to, and they're wrong, but I just let it flow. I give them that grace, like you said. And I think, boy, that's really interesting how they came up with that.
Right.
Even though it's not true, Yeah.
So,
but it's the grace. Like it's not necessary to really say anything.
Yeah. How do you know when to do which or how to?
I guess it's in our how we feel in that moment.
I agree.
Maybe.
I agree. I agree. How we Yeah. And Alyssa says, accountability is grace for sure. I agree. Accountability is grace. So she's commenting on Facebook, and for some reason it's not showing
Yeah,
up.
it's not showing up for some
Her
reason.
comments aren't. And she is on your personal, I think.
Thank you for looking, Melody.
Right, no problem.
I am going to, let me see. I'm going to switch it off and back on and see if maybe it comes up. But wow. But then the one from Sandra came up, and the
Yeah.
one from you came
Yeah,
up.
Sandra is on YouTube, and I was on YouTube when I did that. But Stephanie
Oh.
looks like she was on Facebook. I just don't
Yeah,
know
all day long.
what
It's
she
been,
did. Yeah, because she's been Facebook all day.
yeah.
So I don't know.
I tell you, this is more than a notion. Yeah.
The technical difficulties.
Yes. And so right now, well, you're looking at the Facebook comments for me right now, so I
Yeah,
appreciate
I'm
that.
watching. But
And
my phone's on 24%. So
I do have plugs around here too.
I know.
So, but I can go to Facebook too at some point.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
I wanted to say that this being a grassroots production, that next year I'm affirming that this will be done in a studio.
A studio
With a videographer, and a producer. And a potential.
We see her now.
Oh, there you came
so
in.
Alyssa, where are you? Are you on the Let's Start Healing Facebook? Like, how do you?
Yeah. 90 Day Win. Sandra is on.
To get into YouTube. Okay.
Oh, but I am live actually on Facebook and on you should just be able to click on it. Okay.
Okay, let's see. Let's Start Healing.
So
yeah. So what is? Oh, there we go. Okay. So maybe that's where she is. Oh, okay. So if you are on the Let's Start Healing Facebook page, it shows up for us. Okay.
And yesterday it also showed up on my personal.
Oh, really? On your personal Facebook?
As both. But I don't know. Technology does what technology wants to do. Mm-hmm. So, do you ever have come to Jesus conversations with yourself? Where you have to get real with you?
Yes.
You're like, what?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And I do. A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. When my emotion, when I'm feeling, sometimes I feel very aggrieved.
What's that mean?
Like I want to defend myself about something, and I have to, calm down, like, or just, you feel your ego. I guess we can call it that. Like,
I certainly feel that way
when you're
sometimes.
doing something and it's out of. So I have to come back down, or when my expectations are unrealistic.
What are some of your spiritual tools or practice?
What are examples of practices?
Well, like, do you regularly hey sweet, do you regularly meditate? Or some people, nature is very spiritual for them, so they may walk or take a hike every day, or something like that. So do you have any regular thing that keeps you grounded and connected, to your higher power?
I have things that I listen to. For example, in the morning, I work out. That's pretty. Weight training. I do weight training. But no, I don't know if I have any like formal routines. I just have these miniature moments throughout the day where I try to remember.
You try to be you're conscious.
Yeah.
You're conscious.
I try to come back
Yeah.
I try to come back. It's hard. But
Yeah.
I try to come back.
It can be hard. It can be hard. But I feel like you're a pretty conscious person.
Mhm. Thanks. Yeah. Thank you for that. It can be challenging. Yeah. So you said, do you have any come to Jesus moments? I know I do. Sometimes I beat up on myself. I have to have a come to Jesus moment. Like
Mhm.
literally, like if I feel like I'm running late to something, a lot of negative self-talk.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah,
like, girl, you
yeah.
better calm down. All the stuff you juggling. Yes, you late. You'll be all right.
I'm hoping you all can't hear Shiloh, but Shiloh is a part of my package. So I'm hoping you can't hear him.
Yeah.
But I had to come to Jesus, I would say, with myself on Sunday, because I have a lot of support that I've mentioned I'm really grateful for, around this podcast. And, in addition to the guests, but, in the room, here in my space, you're here.
Mhm.
And, in the other room, there's 3 other people, I believe.
Mhm.
And, others are coming. And on Sunday night, I just felt overwhelmed, and I felt that people didn't really understand what I was doing, and I didn't know who was going to be here or who wasn't going to be here. And the one thing I knew was that I wanted to feel support in the house.
Oh, okay.
I knew I wanted to feel that, for this kind of experience. And I had to let myself be upset about my insecurities or doubts around that.
Okay.
And I had to also understand that, this is about me trusting God,
Mhm.
with this whole venture, and
Yeah.
that this whole thing for me, this whole podcast for me is rooted in God and spirituality.
Mm.
And, how could God not support me around that? I mean, that's even a crazy statement for me to make just now, or question to ask. So, I had to just really let myself be all in that angst.
Yeah.
And I felt better before I went to sleep. And then when I woke up the next morning, I definitely, felt better. And then I, prayed, meditated, ran, and just,
Oh, you run.
know.
In the, yeah. in
No,
the-
well, I do run, obviously, but in the morning can be hard on a work morning. I have to talk myself into it.
Yeah.
I have to talk.
How
I have
long of a
to-
run do you typically do?
That was like little over 3 miles.
Okay.
And but yesterday I'm very proud of myself because I've been swimming lately, and I woke up at like 4:35, and I wasn't going back to sleep, and I was like, oh, I could get to the gym, and I could, go to the pool, and because the swimming is like wonderful.
Mhm.
And but I just was talking myself out of it, laying there, oh, I don't have time. And I felt like literally I heard my mother say, get up and go to the pool, get up and go to the gym. And I got up and went, and it was just awesome.
Oh yeah.
That was in the morning,
Mhm.
which I don't, it's hard for me to do anything in the morning other than sit in front of the computer
Okay.
if I have to.
Yeah. Mornings have been a struggle. I agree.
For you too, or are you saying
Lately
for
they
me?
have been.
They have
So
been.
I got you. I feel you on that.
Yeah.
So I commend you for whatever you do in the morning.
Well, you go to the gym in the morning.
I try.
You said you weight train.
Yeah.
In the mornings.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I'm
Yeah.
inconsistent if it's too much going on. So yeah. I
Wow.
feel that.
Well, I have some other questions, but they're in my phone, so I'm going to go to them.
Okay.
Yeah, but lately, have you had any blessings that you said, or miracles where you were like, that had nothing to do with me? That was just.
I need to start writing them down. Really. I really need to start writing them down. I do. Cause gosh, yeah. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Let me think for a second. I don't know.
I'm using the game show clock. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I'm trying to find something in my. I keep going in and out of airplane mode.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. But all the time, I think I have stuff, just little things that happen. So I do. I feel very blessed overall. You know?
What? So we didn't meet through A Course in Miracles. We met, through this organization first, and then.
Yes.
But what drew you to that? Because I'm just, curious about, from the questions that I'm asking you.
Yeah, I
like
thought
what
that-
what drew you?
A Course in Miracles, I found it interesting because to some degree there was this call to change your perspective. Like there's this idea of built into it to me about, or built into the teachings about, viewing the world differently, which was, I don't know. I find that of all the messages, like I find that sort of message to be most empowering. It's not about, taking something and wrestling it to the ground. It's about changing the way you look at things.
When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. Wayne Dyer.
R.I.P. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but that's what, to me, that's what it was. That felt true to me. That felt true.
But it's also about how you look at yourself. Did that resonate for you?
Yeah. And how you look at yourself.
Yeah.
Who you are.
Yeah.
Who other people are. Who we are. So I thought that was what we I thought that was what stuck with me about A Course in Miracles generally. And a miracle is defined in the book as a change in perspective, or
yes, I cannot quote that line.
Okay.
But it is that.
Something that simple.
It is that.
Just a change in perspective. It's like, I can do.
So win the election or not, but I believe you will win. I have see, look back up on my refrigerator over there.
Oh, sweet. Thank you.
How do you want your time to be remembered, whether it's 2 terms or 1 term? Or maybe you'll go on to 3 terms, but how do you want to be remembered in that role?
Oh, just as, as someone who's community oriented, someone who expanded or tried to expand the gaze, the gaze of the city, the
GAZE.
Yeah, GAZE.
GAZE.
A shift in perspective from fear to love. That is it.
Yes,
that's a miracle.
Yes.
A shift in perspective from fear to love. That is what
Elise is on it today with the gems.
Come on. The gems. Clock it.
Yeah.
Clock it.
Yeah.
No,
my
really.
God.
That was it. Yeah. This freedom from fear.
Yeah.
I think there's a part that says there's really only 2 things: fear and love.
That is true.
That's I found that to be that resonated deeply with me from the book.
I mean, there's people who would disagree and they would think that anger doesn't fall under fear, but for me, it wholeheartedly does.
It does.
Yes.
And so going through, and I remember early when I started learning or experiencing the teachings, I was trying to figure out,
I said Elise because I keep seeing that L in your name, Elisa. That's why I keep saying Elise. That's what's coming out.
So it is
Elisa. It's Elisa.
Okay.
But the L is coming out. And my mom's friend Elise has been on my mind. So that's why I'm saying that.
I got you.
It's so good.
Okay. Yeah. So that's big. Thank you for sharing that, Elisa.
Yeah. So I didn't mean to interrupt you though. I just wanted to say that to her. Okay.
Okay.
You lost your train of thought.
Yeah,
I
did,
interrupted
because
you.
no, then she put that in the chat, and so I forgot what question I was answering.
A shift in perspective. Oh, she said that. Yeah.
that was good stuff, because that is the truth as
Mhm.
far as I.
Well, okay. So 2 things. What distracts you most from peace?
Shortage of time, or the perception that I only have a short amount of time. So this attraction to busy, golly, this belief that the busier I am, the more productive I am. You know, that's it for me these days.
I will say I've struggled with that lately, especially with this, project coming up and, just regular work stuff. I've struggled with that, where if I'm sitting still, I feel like I'm supposed to be doing something. It's very hard to relax. I've had to, make myself do different things that will help me decompress, watch things or something that can help me relax.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing I teach for a living, or at least part of what I do is teach, and I see it in students. I see it in our young adults too. We're so busy.
And
There's a
I feel I've been in hustle mode since last summer, and I said to myself last weekend that next year, regardless of how things look, that I have to allow myself to rest, because it's just too much. And it's interesting because somebody had texted me about that. And then also I was talking to a cousin, and at the end of our conversation, she brings up rest, just about like God and rest, and how, we're supposed to rest. And I said, well, I think you're trying to get me to hear that, like we aren't supposed to be, because there's something else. When we're doing this, we have to allow the thing to come about,
right
that we're trying to make happen.
True.
We have to allow for that, and that can be hard for me.
Yep, allowing, surrendering to things,
that can be hard.
Yeah, it does.
But there's still this to do, and there's still that. Oh, but just coming up with that.
And there's always something to do. Gosh.
Well, when you are anxious, or you're feeling anxiety, how do you calm yourself?
How do you calm yourself? Sometimes so what typically happens for me is, when I notice it, that actually triggers sort of the awareness of it, kind of opens me up. Let's see, what Steph said to rest. Why wait till next year? I know,
right? I hear you, Stephanie.
Yes.
Why wait until next year to rest if you know better? Do better. Using my words.
Oh, that's one of yours?
No, just the do better.
Do better.
Do better part. Yes, you're right. You're right. Because she has been telling me kind of that too.
Okay.
But please go on.
No, I struggle with it. I could share insights, but I'm not great at it. I get caught in it. Busy.
Elisa says integration. Yeah. So busy to a distraction.
Yeah, so busy is a distraction.
Yeah. I definitely believe that. Yeah.
It's wonder. Yeah, it is a distraction.
Because it catches up with us, and then, things happen, become ill and different things. So
that is true.
So I had asked you how you calm yourself, and I think that's when I interrupted you. Did you say?
Oh yeah, I said awareness. The awareness for me.
Yeah, that kind of brings it about. Yeah. So when you were on here before, you said something that has really stayed with me. One of the many things you said was about how when God is talking to you, you said that it usually starts out as a whisper. And but you pay attention to that whisper, that, because a lot of times, we've heard how, something small can take place as a whisper, and the next, on and on, and it's this big thing that finally gets our attention.
Right.
But you said that it starts out as a whisper, and you said you enjoy seeing how that thing is going to unfold.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's great. Thank you for remembering that. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. And that is sort of the way we interact.
Yeah. There's
Um,
garbage over here, Teresa. Just FYI. I shouldn't have.
hey.
If I had the etiquette that my mom taught me, I wouldn't have said that out loud. The word garbage.
Oh, I agree. It is a whisper. I do this. I get complimented, for example, on my social media, right? Because it looks like very intentional. Like, oh yeah, I'm really doing stuff. No, it really just is like it just happens. It's just things. In other words, when I think about what I said, it reminds me of the source of my creativity and what creativity feels like for me, which is what creating feels like for me is just listening. And it's kind of weird taking credit for stuff that didn't really come from you, really. Like I don't know. I struggle.
You struggle with that?
Yeah, because I know that at the end of the day, I'm just listening for something at my best.
I ask God to help me with stuff all the time. Like, do that for me.
Yeah. And then
write this story for me.
Right. And then so how is it then when you write the story and people are like, Adrian, that story you wrote? And I'm like,
thank you.
Yeah.
I'll say thank you.
Sure. Thanks.
I'll say thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to respond to the call.
Right. The call. Yeah.
We have to respond to the inclination because that's God, inside of us. God isn't separate. But I get you. I hear you. It's hard but you're also acknowledging that there's something greater that's working through you.
Right.
I mean, so that's huge.
Yeah.
That's a huge awareness.
For what flowed through. Yeah. When you get props for what flowed through, Elisa.
I struggle with that when I get props for what flowed through.
Yeah. That's it.
Wow.
I'm like, oh, okay. So yes, I like to listen to the whisper. I like to see what happens. And but I do struggle with sort of the aftermath.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Do you want to come say hi, say goodbye on camera?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here. You can
This is Shanta.
Hi,
this
everyone.
is Shanta, and she came by. One of the most beautiful people, beautiful souls.
What time is Shanta? Did you already do yours?
No, she just came by to say hi and support.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. You're like, when is my time up? Yeah. Thank you so much, Shanta. Thank you.
I know I'm not.
I love you.
I'm having a good time.
No, you have really, I mean, you've been on here for 90 minutes.
Yeah,
so,
I'm killing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing my 2 hours. What's up? What's next? What's the next topic? But no, really, listening to that whisper and then figuring out how to navigate like what comes from it, how the world responds to it, and then how do you tell the truth of it? How do you really tell the truth? Because the truth is that whatever flowed through me can flow through.
Exactly.
It's not like some
exactly.
Special,
but
talent.
I mean, but it is being open to it, and I'll be grateful to myself that I don't know what I did different today than yesterday. Then I'm able to, hear this or receive it. But I love when I'm in that flow. I like when I'm in that flow.
What's something you've written recently where you felt like you were in that?
Well, I wasn't talking about writing.
Oh, okay.
I mean, when I was saying that, like I could write. So I write news stories, local news, not city of Atlanta, but not usually anyway, mostly around the city of Atlanta. And that's not my natural place.
Okay.
It's more of something I had to learn to do, a craft I had to learn. Now, if I was writing something spiritual, then I would be able to just flow, it could just come out.
Do you write a lot of spiritual right now, or you just kind
I write in my journal,
of okay.
and but other than that, I've only I have been trying to put together a book, and I'm trying to think about how I want do I want it to be themes? Do I want it to be
Right.
self-reflective?
And you've written books. You have a couple books.
The one behind you.
Really? Which
And,
one?
that says Colliding
Oh,
on the
wow.
Road to Happiness. And then the other ones are like I was a contributor for
Oh, okay.
chapter.
Yeah, I remember some of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
When did you write Colliding?
In the 90s. That was on the
good.
relationships between Black men and women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love that
So-
you're a writer.
You do?
I do. I do. I have a lot of respect for.
Well, I have
that.
a lot of respect for you. I get to see how her mind works firsthand, and the way that you multitask is incredible to me. And the way that you're able to, first of all, you have your profession,
Mm-hmm.
and then I could not be a city official in that way. I could not be a council person because my mind would wander during those meetings.
Really?
I kid you, my mind would wander, and then, and then I have to, it's a lot. It's a lot of information. As it is, it wanders when I'm covering the meetings and I have to go back,
Yeah.
Elisa says she doesn't multi well.
Right. But I think
Yeah.
the myth of like multitasking itself is a distraction. Like I wish I did less of it. I wish
Because you're so good at it.
I don't know that, but I do know that one of my biggest challenges right now is doing things deeply. So the problem with like busy and multitasking is you do everything like superficially. I feel like I'm out here making
Yeah.
it, but I don't.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I've done like something deeply, only focused on that for an
Mhm.
extended period of time and been present with that thing. So yeah,
Is it hard for you to be present?
100%.
100%.
We talked about distraction. So
Yeah.
that's what it looks like. Hard,
Mhm.
hard. And then, yeah. And it seems to work. I function, but boy, do I miss having the ability to just focus one
Mhm.
thing,
Mhm.
one creative activity.
Yeah.
Yeah. And not feel guilty after too. Like, I should have. I'm so behind.
Yeah.
And I have colleagues and friends who are capable of it. They'll put their emails to the side and shut everything down. I struggle with
Yeah.
that.
I'm feeling like it's because you're so good at it. Like I've literally seen what you do. Like, I saw you at one event, and during that event you were grading papers.
Mm.
And you were I thought you were fully engaged, and I was like, I was watching you. You were just taking everything in that was going on in the environment, and also working on your students' papers. I was like, that's amazing.
Thanks, Adrian.
I didn't say what it was.
I know. But thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Appreciate that compliment. But with that said, I still want to be able to.
Yeah.
I need
But
more space.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying. I'm just saying. I think because you're so good at multitasking is why, maybe you're so hard on yourself.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've definitely been successful multitasking, but
do you ever meditate?
I do sometimes. I sometimes sit. I mean, it depends on how you define it. I don't know if I have a formal structure. So if we're talking about being silent,
Mm-hmm.
quieting the mind
and listening
oh yeah
to God.
Yes, in my Randy Savage voice. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
90s reference. But yes, I do.
Okay.
I do. I make space sometimes.
Yeah.
Not for long periods of time.
Mm-hmm.
Not for long periods of time, but I do. I do. It helps. It's a
Yeah.
great practice.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
It's stillness. Just be there. Yep.
That's awesome.
How about you? How often do you hit the
Well, I was just saying earlier that I don't every single day, but that is my goal. You know, that's my intention to do it every single day. And sometimes I can be so self-absorbed in what I'm doing that I'll say, "Oh, I don't have time today." But then if it's 2 days, then I'm like really off kilter. So I know I have to get back to that internal connection.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
well,
Mm-hmm.
I think what?
What? No, look, I'm gonna let you transition. What's going on, Adrian Murchison?
Nothing. I'm gonna let you mingle.
Okay.
I'm gonna let you mingle because she's tired and she has really
Yeah, I did.
oh, Michelle's here. She's been here since 4:00.
Yeah. Oh, you got what time do Michelle?
Michelle is not. I wasn't intending for Michelle.
Come
just,
through, Doc.
Just for her to.
Come over.
It was just for
Come
her.
here,
to come
Doc.
Hey, Sandra. Okay, the next guest is here.
Come here. And our next guest is here, but because I'm
Sandra.
finishing up my stint.
Hi. Have a seat right here. I don't know. The chair got turned around, but yeah, I wanted her to come in. No. She's gonna sit here.
Yeah. So, well, I'm gonna get up and let
She's
Dr. Ransom say
okay. Only if I'm not trying to rope you in, but I would love it if you did.
you hear. You
But-
wrote.
Yes.
This is live. This
Can-
is live.
yes. She wants to.
I'll put some
Okay.
lipstick on. Yeah, okay. That's cool. That's cool.
No, and Michelle, that wasn't. I just wanted you to come, but if you're on, for
I
a few
mean, you're
minutes, that would be
here. Why
great.
not? You're here.
Thank you,
Just
Sandra.
do it.
My next
She's
official
kicking me
guest
off, y'all.
is
I'm outta
Sandy
here. She's
B.
kicking me out.
I am not kicking you out. I'm thanking you so much. You're not leaving though, right?
No, I'm about to go do something.
What did you say? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, okay, good.
All right.
See y'all later. Thank you, Dr. Melody Kelly.
Yes, you are.
Hi, Sandra.
Hello.
How are you?
I am well. Good to see
Oh,
you.
Thank you so much. Thank
I'm
you
excited
so
to
much.
be here.
I am excited that you are here too.
Hello.
I am
Dr.
excited
Kelly.
that you are here too. And gosh, I am so blessed.
It's Friday.
Yes, it
Hey
is.
all.
Yes. Did you tell your
Thank
people
you.
that you're going to be here?
I
And
did. I shared it on my IG and on Threads, and I put the link. So hopefully the people will come through.
yes. And Melody, Elisa said, thank you, Melody.
Yes.
Stephanie said, thank you, Melody. Great conversation. She held it down.
Good
So,
vibes.
oh, yeah.
Good vibes.
So
Yes.
this friend right here, we are podcast buds.
She's my pod sister.
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Share with folks what you do around 90-day wins.
Yes.
And
So let me tell the people. So my podcast is called 90 Day Wins, and my coaching business is called 90 Day Wins. And I believe that every 90 days we can choose to achieve another goal. Hello. We don't have to be stuck. We can decide to make a change, do something different in our life. And so that's what it's about, achieving your goals.
yes. And how did you become inspired to do this in podcasting?
Yeah, well, it started in a mastermind for me, actually. I was in a mastermind group and I was asked to be on a podcast. And I had been encouraged by a few friends that I know to use my voice. And I'm like, well, what does that mean exactly? How do I use my voice? And because I
tried to think of different ways and had an opportunity to be a guest on a podcast where I was talking about Think and Grow Rich. And it just kind of led to me being invited on other podcasts. And I'm like, there must be something here. And getting coaching training, it just kind of fell in line and it made perfect sense. So that's how I
Wow,
got here.
man. And you are, thank you so much. That's for you.
Oh, thank you.
Lenita, would you give me a little paper towel to make that steady? Thank you. And there's a trash right there. I thought somebody was looking for
thank you.
it. Yeah.
You have a great voice. Thank you.
Doesn't she?
Thank you.
Yes, you do. And I, speaking of that, I was going back and listening to some previous episodes, and another friend, Stephanie, I was just listening to the audio.
Okay.
And you two, both of you, your voices are like ideal for this work.
Awesome.
Beautiful. Yes. So, how are you vibing with God today?
I am vibing well with God. God is amazing. It's, I always am very reflective at the end of the week. I'm very grateful that I got to the end of the week, and I find that I'm just really aware of the fact that I'm blessed. So on Fridays, I believe Fridays are love days. So I go with that energy of like, I'm giving love, I'm receiving love. I go live on TikTok. And so at 8:00, I was walking through the hike that I was on, and I was just looking up and just thanking God. So Fridays are pretty good because I'm just really in a state of reflection.
Yeah. And I was just actually going to bring up TikTok. Let me see what Elisa says. She mentioned the great voice.
Yeah.
So, yeah, TikTok, you have been doing, do you do that twice a day?
Twice a day, yes.
So share that.
So TikTok is an interesting platform. I know a lot of people have all these thoughts about it. And, definitely I think there was a meeting today actually going on with the government trying to figure out the ownership and all those things. That's not my concern. My concern is to go there and to do my part and have an impact and sharing about how you can choose to win the day. So these 2 lives that I do, the 8:00 one is literally getting up, moving our body. So as I'm walking in the park, I'm sharing with everyone, I'm letting them see what's occurring and just enjoy the beautiful nature. Here in these parks in Georgia are ideal for walking and just letting everyone see the excitement of it. And then at 3 p.m., we have what we call the momentum lives, where we come in and we share, talk about things that are working well, be accountable, and just really have conversation with each other. So I'm enjoying it so much, meeting people from all over the world. I had a lady tell me this week that she set her alarm because she's in Arizona. So she set her alarm at 5 so she can catch my live. I mean, how encouraging is that?
Yeah. Have you, what have you learned about you through this experience? Because it's opened up a whole portal.
Yes.
Figuratively and literally.
Yes. So I've learned that I can do hard things, and I can do and show up in places and be authentic, because you hear a lot of people talking about they feel confused or they feel a little nervous to be on that platform, especially if you are choosing to go live like I am. But I know my message. So whether I'm giving it on the podcast, whether I'm giving it in, in a setting where I'm in front of people speaking, it's still the same for me, right? I believe you can choose to win every 90 days. So whether it's live on TikTok, on the podcast, or a speaking engagement, it doesn't change for me. So I can still be authentic to me.
Right.
And so that's what I'm encouraging people to do. And you had an opportunity to come on with me.
Yes,
and
I
you see how much
did.
fun it was.
It was.
And you
It
didn't
went by
have
so
to
fast.
be anything else, but who you are, the same way you're doing here is the same way you can show up there.
Yeah.
So that is very important for me, to let other people know you can choose to go these other places. You don't have to follow what everyone else is saying. And oh, by the way, you get paid for it too.
Tell them about that.
So one of the things I did not know about this platform is there are over 11 ways that you can monetize. So you think being a live host, that's one of the ways that I do, right? And you also can sell on the shop. There are games you can play. There's all these different ways that they are literally making it so you can stay on the app.
And people can they can really get into what you're saying, and they want to give you a gift like a rose or something, and
all
that's
of those add up.
Yeah, they represent like a dime or
yes, as it goes up in different things. Yeah, and so it's really interesting because it's like you have all these amazing gifts. Like one of them is a cowboy hat. So someone sends you the cowboy hat, and I'm like, yeah,
yeah. I think while we were on, somebody sent you something. I felt like you had on a hat and a mustache.
Yes, that was it.
Yeah.
It's the hat and the mustache. Yes. So it's an interesting way to have people engage with you. And instead of them clapping, they're tapping on the screen and they are talking with you. So it's a great way to kind of keep in touch and, just have conversation, and you're meeting people from all over the world. That's what I like.
Hi, Forsaken. I want to make sure I say hi to Forsaken. Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
And I want to take a moment to remind everyone that this podcast is, in addition to it just being something I wanted to do for the podcast, I'm using it as an opportunity to raise money for a really worthy nonprofit, Georgia Appleseed Center for Law and Justice. And if you go to their website, Georgia Appleseed, GAAppleseed.org, you will see all about what the work that they do with in bringing about reform in housing, and they advocate for children in schools, underserved children who are homeless. They do so much work, and the executive director, Michael Waller, was on with me earlier this afternoon. And they also have a AI portal called Seed More, where you can go and see and learn how to advocate for your children. So please visit that website and check them out. And so I have a question to ask you, actually. I'm so glad I remembered it. Share what your website is, Sandra, and who did your website? Because I was on your website the other day and I said, I really like this. I don't know how much it costs, but I really like it. And who did your website? And what's the name?
The name of my website is 90 Day Wins, 90 DAY Wins. So I'm everywhere, 90 Day Wins. So you just remember that you can find me.
Okay.
Definitely.
Who did your website?
So actually, it was a culmination of myself and a gentleman that I worked with years ago. He's like, just get on there and just keep updating and keep improving. And so I'm actually going to make some changes soon too.
Oh,
so
wow.
I appreciate you.
Yeah. Do you do
complimenting me on
websites?
it.
Do you take on clients?
No, I don't. But I'm really big on seeing the aesthetic I like and seeing how I can incorporate that in my thing. So it's just tweaking and playing around with it and seeing what I like. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Jack, is that my nephew, Jack, that's saying we are 5 hours in?
Woo-hoo-hoo.
Yes, we are. We're at 6 hours in almost.
That's awesome.
Yes. So yeah, I definitely wanted to bring that up, and I'm disappointed to learn that I can't get anything. I can't.
Well, you know what? I can help you. That's a different conversation. Of course, you are my pod sister. I'm going to help you. I can help you with whatever you need.
You did a great job.
Thank
you. So I asked you did share about where you are with God. What do you think God is calling you to do with all that you have going on? What do you think he's calling you to do? Let's start with for you with all of this.
For me, that's a really good question. I believe God is calling me to walk in alignment for what he has for me. Because I was just sharing with one of the ladies here, I know what my purpose is, but a lot of times we are fearful for whatever reason, right? And so it's for me to understand that I don't need to be fearful. I can walk by faith,
Yeah.
literally, right?
Yes. Yes.
And so that's a daily exercise. So if
Mhm.
I am intentional about remembering that I'm walking by faith,
Yeah.
then I will be aligned with what God wants me to do.
Mhm. Yeah. The theme earlier was surrender.
Mm.
Wait 1 second. So John Murchison the second, that's Jack's dad, also my
Yes.
nephew. We tuned in on the TV
But
where he's
commenting
commenting
phone.
from
Yes,
his
that
phone.
makes sense.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we are
Hello,
keeping the
family.
energy going. We thank you so much. I appreciate you both. And John Murchison the second
Yes.
is going to be on at 9:30 with Charles Gilbert, my cousin, and Todd Duncan, who is Leneda's husband. And we're going to be talking about that special bond between fathers and daughters. Yeah, that's going to be a really nice conversation.
Yes.
Yeah.
You got an amazing lineup, my friend.
Thank you. I do. I do. And then after them, I have a friend, spiritual brother from he is in Arizona right now.
Okay.
He actually is living in Colorado, but he is in Arizona, and so he's coming on. He's going to follow them, so it's going to be really good.
Nice.
So I lost my train of thought when we were just talking. What I wanted to give those notes. What was I asking you about what God wants you to do for you? And you said to walk by faith.
Yes.
And I was saying that when Elisa was on earlier, our theme was surrender. And for me around this podcast, that is how I feel right now. I just feel like just go and do it.
Yeah.
Just do. And, let God work it out.
Yes.
Even though I've had some, anxiety about, this whole thing coming together, it still has been a whole just go forward.
That's it. That's it. And I can tell you, I am so proud of you because as a goal getter and as someone that encourages people to actually take action with the things they talk, I can tell you, I have plenty of girlfriends that tell me all the things they want to do. And I'm still looking like, are you still going to do it? But it's something about someone telling you, I desire to do this, and then being able to see it come to fruition. This is encouraging.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. We can learn from other people and say, you know what? Adrian's being brave, so I can be brave too.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's doing the thing that you love. So maybe the person who's not doing it doesn't love it to that degree yet.
Point.
And I've been thinking about that lately, about things that we may have an ability to do, but that's not our passion.
Yeah.
And I had a friend years ago who was great at reupholstering furniture. And I could not understand why she was not doing that and making money. And she said, I don't want to do it. Like, it's a lot of work, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't understand, but you're so great at it.
Yeah.
And I've come to understand that type of thing. If it's not our passion, it may be our talent, but not that gift and passion that we have. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm just so excited to be here because to see you say it and then make it happen, and just to see it, I turned on, I was doing a podcast episode and I turned on Facebook. I'm like, oh, my people, I can't wait to go.
Oh, thank you so much. And you said you heard us talking about you.
Yes, I literally heard you and Melody talking about like, yeah, Sandra's coming up. And I'm like, and you were saying that you sent it to the wrong email, the wrong text number.
Oh, yes, I did. I need to go ahead and delete that number. Why do I still have that in my phone? I feel like I have 2 numbers for you that are not correct in my phone.
Well, we're going to fix it.
Yes. And the person said, who dis? DIS. And I said,
that
sorry. I said, sorry. I looked and I said, oh no, that's not the right one.
Yes.
But yeah. So you actually, our theme is it's two twofold. It's what I was talking about with Melody, and that is resilience and the spiritual strength to keep going through trials. And so does that resonate with you? And what
where do I start? I mean, if you just think about being a podcaster, right? There are so many reasons why you would feel that, you know, I can't do this. I'm not good enough. This is so much just the work of it, right? But looking back and like, you know, 5 years this year, I've been doing this podcast, and it's like, you know, the resilience to keep going, to believe that I'm having impact, to believe that someone will have that spark. You know, a lot of times people want to tell you, and they're always quick to ask you, like, are you making money with your podcast? And it's like, yes, but that's not the focus of it, right? Because I know, based on me just being here and sharing, the people that need to come, they will come. Of course, there's a commercial in there, right? But it's like, I want you to understand the message first and then decide, because it's a decision that you have to make, right? So you can't just come on, you've got to be ready to work. So I'm making it very clear, in order for you to get where you need to go, you got to put in the work. You've been working on this for weeks. It didn't just happen today, right? And so that resilience to say, even if it doesn't work out, even if I have to make tweaks, even if I miss that deadline that I set for myself, I'm committed to doing this. So I'm going to get up that next day and try again. I'm going to figure it out. You know, there are always issues, right? It's like the audio isn't working. Remember, I was like, Adrian, I don't know, something's wrong with my mixer. And I couldn't figure it out, but it was something simple. But I could have said, you know what? I can't be bothered. I'm done with this. So I think it's important to decide what you want to do and understand that there will be challenges, there will be obstacles, but I'm already committed to say, I'm in this for the long haul. You know, there are stats that say a podcast usually doesn't go further than 10 episodes. So those people that are going beyond that, that are not just doing it and then getting burnt out, those are the people that are committed. So I look at it like, I'm just getting started. I'm just getting started.
I know, it's so interesting, because sometimes, I mean, it is a grind, and sometimes I'm amazed with myself. Like, I obviously love this.
You're crazy enough to love it.
I obviously love it because I haven't stopped doing it, you know, and it is about, for me, wanting to connect with other people and have a message for other people.
Hey, Alicia. That's my bestie.
Oh, hey, Alicia. Thank you so much for joining us. Oh, Charles, I'm trying to read, and it's a struggle, you know, with the eyes as I get older, like the glasses. Okay, Charles, he looked in, heard your name right when you got on. I was talking about you earlier, Charles, and my chords. I wonder if you heard that. I can't wait to find out and bring it up to you later. But I wanted to, Alicia, thank you. Hey, Jackie.
Hello.
Jacqueline Drumright. Thank you so much,
you,
Jackie.
Alicia.
Hey, Jackie, Alicia, thank you. Y'all glow. So there's I was trying to reflect on myself, and I was really thinking about you also with this is, do you have a desire to serve other people, because you are providing a service, you know, and could you speak to that? Like, what is that, you know, aspect of you?
Yeah. So with 90 Day Wins, I think one of the main reasons why I am so committed to coaching and serving people is because there's so many people that look at me and like, oh, you've done this, you've traveled, you've achieved all these things. And it's almost to the point where it's like I'm doing something so supernatural that anyone else couldn't do, right? Like, I am not taking away from all the things I've been able to do, but I also look at other people and say, you can as well. So with 90 Day Wins, I'm telling you, you have an opportunity to choose to come on this journey. So me servicing others to let them know that you can create that life you want. You can make that change. You can move from being this accountant to now being a coach.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, I've done that. And yeah, it can seem really scary. And yeah, you
Yeah.
can be concerned about things that don't matter. But at the end of the day, you're walking with that purpose. So that's the desire for me, to that underlying thought of you can do whatever it is. And I don't care what it is. I had a gentleman who, I love to tell this story, over 60 years old. He was a truck driver and he had this desire to make socks, Adrian. And so he's like, I want to make my own custom socks. And so I'm like, let's do it. It's something about someone telling you something they want to do. It's like you get excited. For me, I'm like, do it.
Yeah.
Let's make it happen.
Yeah.
So we met at a farm here in Georgia during COVID. Every Saturday we would meet. And within those 12 weeks, within those 90 days, I held the socks.
Really?
He created these socks. He would get on at night, go to Alibaba, talk to all these people. And he's so precious. He's like, you helped me do this. I would never done this. I didn't even know how to turn on the computer. And I'm like, stop it. I was like, it's just, you had someone along the journey with you that told you you could do it.
Yes. Yes. And that is so crucial. I have that in my life through a number of friends. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to? Oh, yeah, sure. I'm just ordering some food. Bear with me 1 second. Are you leaving? Oh, I love you so much. Lenada has been here since like Teresa as well, who doesn't want to come on camera. Teresa,
awesome.
Lenada,
I'm gonna go home
you
and
could
listen on my.
wait. You can stay on your. Her husband's going to be on at 9:30.
Yes, I'm gonna go home and watch them now live on my computer. So
yes.
And Teresa, that's such a nice picture right there.
Yeah,
I keep wanting to.
picture.
I'm trying to
capture.
Yeah, you know what?
It's
I don't have the
control-
mind right now.
Yeah.
I don't have the
Control
mind to
print
be.
Control
This
print
is
screen.
a Mac,
Clean your
and
lens.
it's really simple. And I just don't have the mind right now.
So hey guys, it's been great rocking with
Wait.
y'all live. For those that have been in most of the day, is Stephanie still on?
She might be eating dinner.
Okay. It's been wonderful. And a guest that have been on. Oh my gosh, so amazing. And friends that I get to see. It's been great. So I hope y'all continue to hang with Adrian.
I did the
It's going to
screenshot.
be great. Keep it
Awesome.
up. And I'll be listening and watching at home.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Lenada. And she has been here.
She's awesome.
Excuse me, as I said, since about 11:15. And thank you. And as well as Teresa. And Teresa is a podcast queen, but she just likes to listen and watch podcasts. She doesn't want to come on. Lenada, thank you so much. All right, love you. Okay, Teresa. Just gonna take a second and
Getting some water.
order some food. On that on the ottoman where all that stuff is, I think my wallet is there, which is a black wallet. If you can, over by the couch. If you hand it to me. This is a grassroots production. I like to say that.
I love it.
When I have moments like this, when sometimes we have to like shift.
It's real
So,
life.
Yeah, it's real life. It's real life.
I'm enjoying.
Thank you.
You're awesome.
Thank you.
I'm
and
just sharing it to other people so they can come on and see us live.
yes,
It's exciting.
And what an incredible day. I was trying to say when you were making your point that I have friends who really buoy me. I was using that word earlier. You don't see it? Well, I can Zell you. You can do the fish place, whatever you want, and or anywhere else as well. Sure. I mean, for everybody, not just me. And fries for people. Whatever you think is right. I don't think it should be crazy. I'll Zell you, and then if it's not enough, I'll Zell more. what am I trying to
I'm
say?
just sharing. You said
I want to
friends.
mention Stephanie and Jackie, and Stephanie is like a person, and I feel like it speaks to what you said. Sometimes you need people to tell you you can do what you feel is impossible.
Yeah.
And I can go to my best friend Tanya, and I say I can just tell her what I need to hear, and she'll tell me. And
Yeah.
then there's other times where like Jackie will say, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah.
You're a superstar.
Yes.
She just
Yes.
just says these things. And then one day about 3 months ago or 4 months ago, I was just really down, and I was really like down
Mm-hmm.
and discouraged.
Yeah.
And she was just like, no,
Yeah.
it doesn't
Yeah.
have to be that way that you are designing in your thoughts. I mean, these are my words, but this was her point. Like, you can have this, and you can have that, and you can have that. And we did this meditation. We did this meditation over the phone. And it just really shifted me.
I love
it. Really, really.
That's what it's about.
That it's somebody else seeing you.
Yeah.
And sometimes that is important.
It is.
And that's what I thought you were describing.
That is
that's the work that you do when people come to you with their dreams about what they want to create and manifest and build, because they're trying to build a business. They have a dream of a business.
Yes.
And that's what you're doing.
Yeah. And it's a blessing that you have people like that you can grow with and that get you. And it's so important to be seen.
Yes.
It is so
We're just talking
important
about
to be
that.
seen, because even, my friend Alicia that's on here, she does that for me. Right. And I think we want to be around those people that help pour into us and help to shore us up when we're not, and especially those people that know us, right? Those people that know us. So it's like, this is not you.
Yeah.
Like, let me remind you, girlfriend, of how amazing you are.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's what we need to hear,
Bye, Lenita.
Bye-bye. And even just, in my mind, I'm like the friend historian with my pictures. What did Alicia say?
Since you were 10, you guys have known each other since you were 10.
Yes.
And Zena says, hello there.
Hello.
And so go on. You guys have been friends since you were 10.
So it's like when you have those people that know you.
Yeah.
It really, like, you can appreciate it more, like, because people meet you all the time and they say things and you're appreciative, but those people that know you, that know you. So I like being that historian in my head for my friends, right? Because I'll pull out the picture. Like, I have a picture of you and I, and you'll be like, girl, where did that? Oh, it's just when I have a bus and I love it. So I have a way of, when I'm feeling or I'm thinking about someone, or I know they may be going through a rough time, just to send that picture of a better day.
Oh, yeah.
Because
that's really sweet.
Yeah. Sometimes you just need to remember a better day.
Yeah.
Today might not be a good day, right? But by someone giving you that picture and saying, remember how much fun we had, girl?
Yeah.
Remember that day? We're going to get back to that. Today might be difficult, but we know there are better days ahead. So that's the thing, we can do those little things to show up for each other. Maybe I can't take that pain away, but I can let you know I'm here and I'm standing with you. And the same person you met at 10 is the same person I want to be with you at 50.
Yeah. That's just like my girlfriend, Tanya, I mentioned. She was 10. I was 9.
See? Well, she was 9 too, because I'm a year older than her, so that's okay. See, that's good, friends.
Yeah. Yeah, but it is, yeah, somebody who really knows you and
She know
yeah.
my mama.
Mhm.
You know, she know my sister.
Yeah.
So like she has the secrets and I'm okay with it
Mhm.
because I know that's a safe place. And that's what you need when you're going through the things you're going through, right? You want to be
Right.
around those people that get you. It's like you understand how I'm feeling. And then those are the
Mhm.
same people that say you can do that. You can go have that tough conversation, friend. And she told me that this week, and I'm heeding her warning because it was good, sound advice, right?
Mhm. Mhm. I wish I could think of this this line. One of my well, my favorite writer of all time is Khalil Gibran,
Yeah.
and he has this in the book The Prophet
Mhm.
on friendship. He says something like, "My friends are my needs answered." I think that's what, and it's and I
Ooh.
feel like it's that, our friends hurting us,
Oof.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that because, I'm open to making new friends
Mhm.
and knowing that they will help enhance my life. But I'm grateful for the people that have been on the journey.
Yeah.
The people that know little Sandra that came from Brooklyn,
Mhm.
the girl that wasn't sure of herself when she moved to Pennsylvania and it was a whole new environment. But then I met this family and they welcomed me and we're still friends to this day, so it's like the people that you get to do life with. I'm so grateful for that, right?
Wow.
See the trajectory to tell you like, girl, you were talking about this. I remember Alicia shared with me a little slip of paper. I was a little boss lady, like, yeah, I'll do that. And I put it in writing, like, my goodness, I was just always about my business. As I was babysitting
Yes.
her little siblings, I
Yes.
sent a note to her mom, like, sure, I'll watch the littles. Why did I need to put it in writing?
We said, yeah, and you're a numbers person.
Yes.
Yes. We were talking earlier about science and math and spirituality. And,
Yes.
I'm not a
Very
numbers
cool.
person, but yeah, you are a numbers person. Do you have a spiritual practice?
I think it's multiple things. So, like for me in the mornings, I make sure first thing I'm getting up, I'm saying my prayers, I'm doing my devotions. That's just innate in me. Growing up, I watched my grandmother do that first thing. So, that's just something I do. But also, I've been getting into like sound bowls and like sound just like as I
Oh,
meditate,
love those.
just
Yeah.
to allow
Yeah.
for and just really sit. So I enjoy quiet time. And I enjoy it more than I would like to tell people because sometimes I will prefer that over like spending time with my family sometime because it's just like I'm in my head, but it's like I'm making moves in my head. Like I am building, like I
Yes.
have like envisioned all these different things. And it's like, okay, I got to talk to Adrian about this. I got to talk to Alicia about this. I got to talk to my mom about this. But it's like, it's just my time to kind of churn. So that's very spiritual to me because I'm writing. I got this really cool journal that Alicia got me. So I'm like writing in it and stuff. So these practices to me are very spiritual. Like me sitting down and reading, it's like taking time to read a certain portion in the Bible when I'm looking for something very specifically. If I'm thinking about being strong and powerful and going through things, I usually read the book of Proverbs twice or three times in the year because it's 31 chapters, right? And so you can easily just go through it daily. And it's amazing as you're reading these things that you've read before.
Yeah.
You get something new. So I'm always excited to reread things because I'm looking forward to a deeper revelation. So as I get older, I'm really wanting to have that quiet time with God and let him really speak to me. So I notice that when I'm quiet, I can hear him. So I want it quiet a lot. So that's what I practice to the point where my husband and daughter will say, like, it's really quiet in here. And I'm like, I know. You just disrupted. It's like, why do you want it so quiet in here? Because I'm in my zen.
Yeah.
And then maybe a light music, but I'm really into the sounds lately. So not so much people speaking, but just quiet sounds and those hertz that kind of like vibrate through you. So
Yeah.
that's kind of where I am right now.
Oh, that's beautiful. You just had me thinking before. I call them singing bowls. I can't remember if that's yeah. So those meditations are so powerful.
Hello, Valerie. Yes, it's
She
live.
said she didn't
Thank you
realize
for
this is
coming
live.
in.
Thank you for joining
Yes.
us.
I just sent her the link and she was able to come.
Hi.
Thank you for coming, friend.
Did you say something, Melody? Oh, there's some on top of the refrigerator, and then there's some, plastic cups. And then there's some, but there's wine glasses.
Oh, thank you.
We have wine. I don't have wine today.
Yes, I know it's you.
But yeah.
She says weak sauce. That's one of my friends from TikTok. See how awesome it is. You meet amazing people. She rocks.
Gosh, beautiful. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yes.
I was going to mention, I don't know if they have done this again, but do you know of in the Atlanta area? I think it's over like around, like Buford Highway, Lenox Road, you know, that Vista Yoga. Have you ever heard of Vista Yoga?
No.
And so before the pandemic, they had this event, and it was someone doing singing bowls. It was a Saturday night.
Yes.
And it was sold out. I almost didn't get in. Okay. Like I went with a group of friends, and I was going to pay at the door, and they were like, no, we're cut off. But somebody who's a member got me in.
Okay.
But I'm just mentioning it because it was about close to 2 hours of, you know, just in meditation, laying flat, you know, on a yoga mat.
Yeah.
And it was incredible. Yeah. Like the next day, you still were in that high place, you know, and your spirit just.
It is a beautiful experience.
I love them. But I mean, even on YouTube, you know, I just, they really, I don't know, it touches something inside you.
Definitely. So that farm that I was telling you about, where the gentleman that I would go to, so it's in College Park. And so we would meet there. And one of the things, the proprietor that owns it, her name is Queen Yen, and she would do the sound bowl. So we would do yoga. And this was right during COVID. So it was amazing because it's like you're in this farm in the city.
Yes.
All this activity is going around.
Yes.
But we had such peace. And one of those Saturdays was a Saturday that something was going on in the city. There were all these things going on. And apparently it had made national news. So I'm driving home from College Park.
Oh.
And some people from home in Pennsylvania are texting me like, are you guys okay? And I'm like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Because I'm in my Zen. I'm like, okay, I'm physically here.
Yes.
But my mind and my energy is not of this.
Yeah. Yes. No, that is, I completely understand. You know, I had mentioned Stephanie, and she knows this practitioner that I went with years ago with her to this session, and he was doing that. It was a meditation around that, you know, with the singing bowl.
Yeah.
And when I went in there, you know, I had a lot on my mind. Okay. I had a lot of stress, and it was a Saturday. And I just remember like the whole rest of the day, it was like, that was a separate thing. Like what you just said, it was like, it still was going on. Still, nothing had changed with the situation, but it was like, it was not a part of me.
That's it.
It was like over there. Yeah.
I think that's how we have to live, right? Like
so
we have to find a way to, we're aware of what's occurring, but we're not allowing it to affect us. And that takes work.
That's
right?
really hard right now.
Yes. It really is. But that's why you may think this is crazy, but that's why going on TikTok and being around people that we're not talking about those things, especially in my platform, right? When I am live, you see what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
And so we can choose to be in those places and be in those spaces. Like it's Friday night and I'm having the best time because I'm here with you and these amazing ladies, and we're doing it for an amazing cause. Right? So it's like, choose what you want to do. I talked to the people today at 3:00 about pouring into yourself. The fact that I got to see Laneda I'm poured into, right?
Mhm.
Because that's a friend, a mutual friend. I didn't expect to see her here.
Yes.
And
Yes.
so that's a win for me. So I'm excited.
Yeah.
Her and I were talking about what I got going on.
Yes.
So you see how like we can choose to be in these spaces and be around people. And even though there are things going on, but I'm around women that are handling their business. You
Mhm.
got a lady on here that's wanting to serve in the community, right? By Melody coming here and talking. So it's like I'm around people who are doing things. They ain't complaining. When I talk to you, you don't talk to me about complaining. You talk to me about, okay, what are we going to do? How are
Right.
we going to do this? Do you want to go here with me?
Mhm.
So you want to be around the people that are helping you do life.
Yeah.
They're not stressing you. They're
I
not
love that.
making you feel uncomfortable. I mean, yes, we know there are some heavy things going on, but we can choose to come together and love on each other and
Yeah.
encourage each other and pray for each other and
Yeah.
not be caught up with the heaviness of it all.
Yeah. I want to share something.
Yeah.
And gosh, you just said something I wanted to repeat because you dropped a gem
Yeah.
with something you just said and I just lost it. But yeah, we don't want to be caught up with the heaviness of
No,
life, and it's
no.
really hard.
It is.
And I wanted to share that Marianne Williamson, I have this book right here. It's called Everyday Grace. And I
Yeah.
mean, she probably wrote this. It was a gift for me, and she probably wrote it in like early 2000s.
Okay.
And so she has this one long prayer, and she has different books.
Mhm.
You know, she has prayers in, and one of the lines in it, you know, I like to read sometimes, and it's make me who you would have me be, that I might do as you would have me do.
Yeah.
You know, but this one couple of lines I want to share. I used to read it and I would think, well, I don't think that the world is, you know, like that. And I'm not trying to go down a rabbit hole. I'm just trying to share to add to what you just said.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, I don't think it's that, you know, the world is that extreme. But I'm going to say this prayer anyway. And now it feels like it absolutely
Is.
applies.
Yeah.
And so it says, dear God, please remove from my mind my sense that I'm right and other people are wrong. My temptation to feel contempt toward those I disagree with. And this feeling of complete and utter powerlessness with my sense that the world is falling apart. Help me to forgive and use me, if possible, that I might help to make things better.
That needs to be posted.
Yeah. I have been meaning to post it this week.
Actually, it does need to be posted because with everything that's going on this week specifically, right? It's like we have to get to a point where we see each other as human beings.
Yes.
Right? And that is a perfect prayer to ask God to help me, not change you, right? But to help me to understand that I can choose.
Right.
Alicia said, wow.
Yes. Yeah. That was it so applies. It so applies. I just
that's it. We can choose to say that I'm going to look beyond that. And so that's what I've been telling people. It's like, I like people. I'm not getting caught up. I'm not associating myself with any clique. You know, like, I don't care if you are whatever animal, whatever, like, that's your business. I don't care about that. Are you a decent person?
Yeah.
Can I talk with you? Can we have conversation? Because that's what I'm about. I don't get caught up. And I think I've never been that type of person. It's like, I'm very much my own person. So I want to get to know you. I don't want to be clouded by what other people may say about you.
Yeah.
And I want you to do the same. You know, we have mutual friends. We live in the same vicinity, right? Someone can tell you, no, that's Sandra girl. Ugh,
yeah.
I don't know about her.
Yeah.
But it's up to you to decide. I'm going to get to know her. You know, it's like I give everyone that opportunity. I'm not going to say, oh, well, Adrian said this. I'm going to learn for myself. And I think a lot of times we get caught up with, oh, I'm supposed to be this and I'm supposed to do this. And I voted this way and I voted that way. Whatever.
Yeah.
What are you doing to help make this place better? Are you creating
Exactly.
a human that can be
Mhm.
functional, that can be a decent person in society? Because that's what I care about.
Right.
Because I'm making sure I do that with my child, right?
Yeah.
So make sure your child is decent too. That's how we start. Like, can we start at
Mhm.
home?
Yes.
Like, can we start at home first before we go and go talk about what anybody else needs to do? Let me go clean up my house, Adrian, before I judge you on
Yeah.
yours. You know, like,
Yeah.
what are we doing here? I
Mhm.
think these social media and people sharing, it's given people false thoughts of things. And so people are doing things they wouldn't do in person with you, right? Like they would say things about you online that if they saw you in person, they would definitely not say. So
Mhm.
how about we just think about how we're
Yeah.
moving?
True, true. Earlier this week, like there's moments where I'm like, is this a dream? It's just so crazy. And then I remember on another day this week, I felt separate from that. Like I felt like it wasn't real. Like when I say I was thinking, is this a dream?
Yeah.
It was coming from a fear place when I was thinking that.
Yeah.
But then I was in another space. I was realizing another, like the next day or 2 days later, I was feeling on a high level in my spirit. I was feeling like this isn't anything to worry about. And then I'm like, my ego or my other side of my mind is trying to pull me back in to my fear, but I thought it was really interesting that I guess I was just so absorbed in trying to stay connected for this event that I was just feeling like I wasn't as worried as I thought I should be. I was like feeling like it's going to be okay. Somehow this is going to
It's
flip
interesting that
somehow
you said that
for
you
the
should be.
better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's interesting that I would say that. That's what
especially.
Yeah. Well, because I care so much about the
You
world.
do, but here's
Yeah.
the thing. But you also understand and you believe in something greater than you.
Yeah.
But that's why we have to be careful.
Absolutely.
Because being in the world and being around certain people, we pick up things, right? But it's interesting that you were aware to acknowledge and say, hey, like I'm having these feelings. That's why I like to journal. Because sometimes I can't even articulate it, but I can write it.
Yes.
And then by me reading it, it's like, okay, so why were you feeling this way? What was going on? What was occurring? It's like, oh, okay, well, I went into this live room where they were talking about these things, where people were concerned about changes going on. And literally, if you guys remember early in the week, they were talking about the 17th, September 17th, something's going to happen with this TikTok app, right? And then they moved it to December 17th. So we would have been concerned. But remember last year when everybody was all up in arms, they were changing, people were doing crazy stuff. So sometimes you want to react to everything.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've had that experience I want to mention that Zena says, I agree, everyone's experience is different. In my personal life, I've had experiences where I would worry. And the thing that I was worried about did not happen. So all of that was for not, it was a lot of energy that was expended for something that did not happen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then you think about sickness can come from worry.
Yeah.
And so we have to be able to, and I say this often, and I say it so I can hear myself say it so I can remember to practice it.
Yeah.
Renew my mind to the truth. What is true about this situation? And then I'm able to kind of work through it for myself and then hear that, okay, well, that sounds like that's fear, but is that true? The truth is you are going to move with this, understanding that X. And so it's like, as I'm able to kind of work it out in my head, it's like, okay, I can choose not to be worried, because if I'm being worried, then I'm not believing that God can make a way, right? So it's like I can easily get myself from going down that hole of worry.
Yeah.
Because I realized growing up, that was like a default, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, well, I have control now,
Mhm.
and I can decide not to worry about this because my father already said he's taking care of it.
Yeah.
So if I trust him, I got to walk this out.
Mm-hmm. My nephew Russell, we've
Yeah.
had conversations on this podcast about, him and how it's not something he regularly does
Yeah.
for the reasons that we're talking about, just kind of, it's not productive.
Yeah.
It's not productive.
Yeah.
And it has me thinking about a therapist I had, and
Mhm.
she used to talk about guilt. She used to say guilt was a useless emotion.
Definitely.
And I think that same thing
Yes.
about worry.
That's it. That's
Mhm.
it. And
Yeah.
it's interesting, because I'm old enough where I can remember those old like Sunday school songs. And so like I'll hum them to myself, right?
Uh-huh.
It's like, why worry when you can pray? You gonna trust Jesus or not?
Yeah,
know?
yeah.
So it's like this
Mhm.
internal dialogue that I'm having where I'm making sure I'm speaking life to myself, right? I'm telling myself
Mhm.
like, come on, girl, you know better. You got this.
Yes.
And it's like, if I can't be that cheerleader for myself, then I can't really expect
Mhm.
anyone else to, right?
Regina, I refuse to worry. Yes.
Yes, I
Hey,
love
Regina.
that. Hi,
Yes.
Regina.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, is there anything that, if something comes up in the day that
Mhm.
rubs you
Yeah.
a certain way, do you have tools that you use to calm yourself, or do you do what you just said?
Yeah.
You kind of reset.
If I'm in a good space, it's easy to do what I just said.
Yeah.
But if I'm not, sometimes I have to
Yeah.
go put myself on a timeout, Adrian, because I'm very mindful that I use my words wisely. And so I'd rather not say something that I would have to regret because of frustration. And because, sometimes you could be frustrated about a podcast, but you can take it out on Shiloh. Like you're walking out the door with Shiloh and you're yelling at Shiloh.
Yeah,
Shiloh
yeah,
ain't do
yeah.
nothing to you.
Hurry up.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that I'm aware of the fact that I'm irritated. And oh, by the way, you probably don't want to talk to me right now.
Mhm.
So it's like I'm letting people know, like, I'm not in a good spot. And I will remove myself if that means, I'm feeling vexed and I don't want to really say anything. I'll just be quiet and I'll just really pray and ask God, because that is a state that I don't like to be in. I don't like to be frustrated. I don't like to be upset about things too long. I don't like to allow frustrations to fester. So
Lenita says, "Me too, girl."
yeah, so
Time
I'm
out.
wanting to work it out. And so
Mhm.
I love, I don't understand why people think timeouts are only for 2 and 3-year-olds, right? Because truly,
Yeah.
like, you need to
Mhm.
physically put yourself in a place. And that could be going for a walk, right?
Yeah.
That could be, going in my closet and just having a moment, just me being still. So, I
Yeah.
mean, for me, it's just, I get really quiet to the point where, like, you'd be like, what's up? You're always talking and doing stuff. Why are you so quiet? And it's like, I'm just trying to work it out. I'm not having a good moment right here. Like I've been to events, but it was more hangry. I've been to events where I come in and I'm like seeing my friends, and for whatever reason, I'm hangry and I'm frustrated. And they're like, hey girl. And I'm like, hey. And they're like, why aren't you over here? I'm like, I'm gonna just sit down over here. And then the one who's very intuitive to what I'm going, what's wrong with you? Well, I'm kind of hungry and my feet hurt.
Yeah.
I got these cute shoes on, but yeah, it ain't for this party.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna just need a minute. And my friend is like, okay, she fine. She just a little hangry. We get her some food, she'll be okay. But I'm grateful that I have friends that allow me to have that,
Yeah. Zena, all the worry and headache for it to just work out anyway. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is, if you've lived any amount of life, you have receipts from that.
Yes.
Like you have your own experience of, girl, I'll worry about that, and God just made it work out.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you are you sensitive to energy? I mean, you can be sensitive to energy and not be an empath, but
Yeah.
I'm wanting to say, are you an empath?
Yeah.
But are you sensitive to like energy in a room and the energy that you feel that you may take on?
Yes, I am. And I'm really mindful of it. I literally tell people on my on the lives on TikTok that I believe I have a light. You know, I love the Sunday
Absolutely.
school songs, right? So this little light of mine, right? Like I will hum that in my head.
Yeah.
You know, we go to these events, right? And for us, it takes about a half an hour to get into the city where these things are, right? And you know, that could be very disheveling sometimes, right? And forget if you have to like talk to people and do things. So you're trying to get yourself together. The time is crazy. And so I like to center myself in like this little light of mine. So literally I'm envisioning going into this place and it's helpful because I'm usually not driving, but it's like, as I'm going to the place, I'm thinking about how I'm going to go in, how I'm going to smile. I'm going to see people I know. So I'm anticipating that it's going to be okay for me. So this is kind of like my process to get me calm. But when I go in, I'm bringing energy and I know I am. I know people are going to see me when I walk in this place. So obviously I make sure I look the way I want to look, right? So that's not an issue for me, but I'm smiling. I'm coming in to let you know I'm glad to be here.
Regroup. Yeah.
Exactly. So when I walk into, I'm bringing that energy.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I'm a Leo and I believe in the sun. I am the sun. So guess what? The sun is not concerned if you're ready to feel its rays, Adrian. So when you get into the sun, what do you have to do? Put on some sunglasses, enjoy it, or you're going to cover up.
Yeah.
But I'm still coming with that energy. And if I'm doing what I need to do, what I believe I can do, if I'm coming in with that energy that's sunny and bright and you're all disheveled, something's going to happen. You'll stop in your steps and you'll be like, hey, girl.
Yeah.
Hey.
You could shift the energy.
Exactly. And
Maybe.
so that's what I'm looking to do. But even if
Yeah.
I don't, even if you don't smile back, even if you give me stank,
Yes.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Because I already set in my mind that I'm bringing the energy.
Yeah.
So maybe you won't relate to it, but someone else will.
Yes.
And you know what I hear a lot of times
What?
when I come in with that?
What?
Sometimes women are intimidated by that. And they tell me that after they've spent a little time with me in the
Yeah.
setting. They're like, girl, you just came in here like you own the place.
Yeah. And there's a few things I'm thinking of around that, but you are reminding me of, I didn't see you come in, but earlier we were talking about when Harriet Tubman's great grandniece was at the British consulate.
Yes, I was there.
I know, that's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah.
And I didn't see you come in. You were there already when I got there, I think. But when I saw you, you were just so chill. You know, you were very, very chill. And you were sitting there. At one point, you were talking to like the husband of weren't you?
Yeah, he was some city person, something.
But you was just you were just, it wasn't, I mean, why not talk? You guys wouldn't you guys be in conversation?
Yeah.
But it was more me just noticing, and you had that hat on. I'm feeling like people have the visual that I had.
Yeah.
You know, you had this hat on,
and I
you
had
just
like
had
a
your
bright
swag.
color thing on.
Yeah, you had your swag, you know, about you, and just very chill. So yeah.
And that's what it's like. I'm calming myself down and I want to receive, right? I'm coming in to a space. I know other friends are going to be there, but there are other people that I want to meet. And so when I go into these type of environments, it's like I want to engage and meet someone new. And he was very different from the other people that were there, right? So I wanted to learn, like, how are you here? And, you know, so I think there's just opportunities for you to meet people. And when you come in with good energy, you know?
Bear with me 1 second. Sure. Did you go already, Teresa? Oh, okay. Well, if you give me the receipt, I'll send it to you. So yeah, I am definitely sensitive to other people's energy, and I'm mindful of the energy that I bring into a place. I think that's really, really important. The other day I was at this event though, and well, I want to say something else before I go into that, but I was aware of like this energy that I had that had come up for me in a particular moment. But before I go into that, and you were talking about how other people might perceive, what I found lately is like later, after like I might engage with somebody, and then later I'll realize, oh, that person had an attitude. Like I was totally oblivious to it.
Really?
You know, like I was so like just like whatever about you know, just being regular. And then I suddenly realized,
That's my friend Kelly.
hi, Kelly. We hope
Hey,
you're well
Kels.
too. And but the energy, so I had good energy, at this event, but I was all of a sudden later on in the event, I'm sitting between these two men, one of them who I, struck up a conversation with me, and just regular conversation, and it was real fine and everything. And then the man on the other side of me, I'm like talking to myself because, in my mind, like, thinking like this person could, say hello or whatever. And he looked familiar, but I don't, just maybe from another event or something.
Okay.
But, so I'm feeling that. But anyway, the speaker at the event was saying things that was raising, energy up in me.
Gotcha.
And I just was like, I don't even think my sigh came out, but I definitely was like, just feeling like, and I'm sure that my energy was felt, and I, don't necessarily like that I was exuding,
it takes work.
I'm sure it was felt. And when they were finished, I got up, said, nice to meet you to the, person who had been in conversation and was out, but I was aware, like, I'm just sitting there, not saying anything during this event. And I'm like, I know they both felt like this, going on.
Yeah.
So it's just so real. Energy is so real.
Yeah.
And we are responsible for it. And I didn't feel like I was being real responsible.
Well, I mean, you're human, right?
Yeah, true. Zena says it takes your light to turn up someone. Sometimes it takes your light to turn up someone else's that might be dim. Yeah. So inspirational
definitely.
to what
And
you were
that's
saying.
That's why I am mindful of it, right? I mean, think about it. You choose to come out of your house to go to an event. Like, I want to come with good energy.
Yeah.
And especially, as us, we get invited to all these different things as podcasters, right? So I want to show that I'm grateful for being here. I want to engage with people, but I want to bring good energy. And if I can't do it, then I need to leave the sourpuss at home because no one needs to,
Where were
be around that.
Here are the comments. I just want to because the Facebook comments are not coming up.
They aren't.
Yeah, so they're not coming up on this platform, but I can see them here. Peggy
Cool.
says, you guys are shining stars.
Oh,
Hi, Peggy.
hi,
And
Peggy.
I don't know what time these came in.
Hi, FB fam.
Yeah.
It's not that far behind. That's good.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, accountability
Kelly
is
says,
grace.
that's true, but it takes work, definitely.
Yes.
Because people will take you there, but that's why you have to be so clear that you ain't taking me there. You are not bringing me down. You know what Michelle Obama says, when they go low. But everyone is I think everyone in some way, shape, or form is being tested, with situations. And so it's like, you have to decide. Things coming out the blue, it's like, how did I get in this?
Yeah.
It's like, what is going on with this?
And we and I was thinking about this actually the other day when I was on your TikTok about I do we see it differently, like between tests and lessons. Like for me, I see them as lessons, but I think we are all being called, regardless of what our different views might be. I think we're all being called to a higher place, and it's how are we showing up in that higher, how are we showing up around what is taking place?
Totally.
Are we showing up high? Are we showing up low? Are we connecting, with what's going on inside of us?
Yeah.
Kelly is mentioning emotional vampires.
Yes.
No, that's true.
And that's why we have to really guard our heart. Like I was sharing earlier that on my TikTok, Kelly is one of my friends from undergrad, her and her husband. And so I'm so blessed that they live here and we get to hang out. And so I was sharing that one of the things I like to do on the weekend is get around people that pour into me. So I'm being intentional, right? So talking about being here, it's Friday night. I'm poured into. You don't think I'm still going to be excited about this
Yeah.
to share with people tomorrow when I go live?
Yes.
So it's like, do the things that fill you up. I can
Mhm.
tell you, we had such great conversation. And I love when I'm with people and I forget that maybe I want to take a picture because I'm just having so much fun with them.
Yeah.
And honestly, like if I would have shared with our friends on social media that I hung out with them, we would have got a lot of comments because other people would like to too, right? So it's like you can have these special moments with your people and choose to do life with people that you choose to. So
Mhm.
you can lessen the time you spend with the emotional vampires, Kels.
Right. Yeah. It's in my own time,
Yeah.
it's rare that I am around
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
that I don't want to be
Yeah.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's rare.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a good thing. That's a
Mhm.
good thing because, you know, life is stressful and you don't need to add stress. And that's why I was telling people on TikTok, you know, like you didn't just become this person by going on this platform. Like you're a whole person.
Mhm.
So be authentic to you. I know people are telling you should do this, that, and the other. You know, like in podcasting, right? People say, oh, you should do this way and this that way. But it works for you the way it works for you.
Yeah.
So that's why you have to be authentic to who you are.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you remember
Yes, they do, Kelly.
a point in your life that was you were at a crossroads or a pivot took place? I was that did happen to me um when my mom passed, and it was actually a couple of years later that that was when before she passed was when I started studying and reading A Course in Miracles. But a couple of years later was when I wanted to uh, be in a discussion group with people and talk about this stuff.
Yeah.
And I really felt like I was not living authentically. And I knew if I went to this group, I was going to show up authentically. And I really wanted my mom not being in my life.
Yeah.
I knew I had to get to some point of contentment or happiness, satisfaction within myself to continue to live.
Wow. Yeah.
And that was a real crossroads. The decision of, hey, I can do something about this.
Yeah.
About how I'm feeling.
Yeah.
And have you had a crossroads or moment when you just took a shift?
Yeah. I think what comes up for me is when I decided to be a coach. I have 2 degrees in accounting. And so in my mind, everyone knew me as that, right? And so how could I feel like I could do something different? And I remember I did my coaching certification with Valerie Burton. Are you familiar with her, the author? She's here in Atlanta. And
well, tell us who she is.
yeah, she's an amazing author. She's written a number of books. She's a coach as well, and she is biblically based. And so she works with women mostly, but I had read multiple of her books. And so when I saw it was an opportunity to do coaching with her, I did it and I was excited to do it. And so many people had told me like, you would be a great coach, but I was so like, oh, everyone's a coach. Kind of like, remember I told you, like, I don't really do what everyone else does. So in my mind, it's like, well, why would I do that? Everyone does that. Like,
yeah.
But as I started coming on podcasts and talking to people and people telling me like, you really helped me take action. You really helped me move from this point to that point. And I was already figuring out what this 90-day framework was for me. And so because I had the opportunity to do it at work, it's like, there's something here. My employees were going for it. My husband, all the friends I would talk to. So I'm like, okay, I can really do this. Like I can be more than just this accountant, right? And so when I went to go do it, I just had all these concerns. I remember we were in a coaching session. And so it was amazing because it was 3 days of coaching, but Valerie was there in that one day. And so she's like, let's do a coaching session. Who wants to? And so it's something about someone giving me something that I know is great value for free, like on the spot.
Yes.
Me. And so I'm like, yeah, let's coach. And so she's like, well, what are you fearful of? I'm like, well, if you go on my LinkedIn right now, I have like over 600 people and they all know me as this coach. And so I feel very concerned about stepping out and saying, now I'm doing this. What will they think? And so she's like, okay, so let's talk about that. And literally the question she was asking me literally was renewing my mind to the truth. And after it wasn't more than 15 minutes. It was not more than that because that's one of the pillars that she says, like laser coaching. When I was done with that session, I felt so proud. I went on LinkedIn and I told them that I had this exciting thing. And we talked about worrying, right? The outpouring that I received from people telling me, oh, I knew you could do that.
Yes.
Like, you're so great for that. You helped me. There were people that reminded me of how, Adrian, I was with them at work. I prayed with them when they were going through in vitro. And now they have kids because I believed and walked that journey with them.
Yeah.
And so it's like, you never realize the impact you have. But if you're afraid to take that step, how can God bless you? And I'm so glad I had that pivotal moment with this coach that I trust so greatly that she said,
she says you're amazing
this.
at it.
Oh, thank you.
Laneda,
you rock. And so it's like, once I decided that at that pivotal moment, that I could do this, even though I know there was so much I needed to learn, right? I was in the training program, but it's something about, and this is what I desire to do with the people I work with, to let them know you're not on this journey alone. You know how I love the poem Footprints in the Sand?
Yeah.
It's that same idea, right? Like, even though you may not see me, I'm with you because I believe in you, because you decided to come on this journey on 90 days. And if I do my job well enough, you will continue to want to get that encouragement. So every day you're showing up for yourself, you're believing, you're following these principles, and that's what's going to help you move forward.
No one coaches like you, Zena said.
Thank you, Zena.
Are there any, now you have a whole business around this, so I'm not asking you to, give, things away, but like, are there any general tools you can offer that you can share, that you can share with people about, I don't know, even making the decision to follow that inclination that they might have, but maybe they have fear around it.
So I would encourage everyone to think about what exactly they want. And I want you to think about it in the concept, under the idea that there are no hindrances. So whatever it is you are believing that you want to do, I don't want you to think about any of the naysayers, any of the reasons. Have you had someone talk to you and say, you know what, Adrian, I'd love to do this, but... So they won't even get out the whole thing because they already decided all the reasons why it won't happen. So I encourage you to say, what is it that I truly want? And then I would tell you to take it a step further to write it down. And the thing about writing it down, it's something that happens in your mind for you. It's one thing for you to say it, but when you write it down with your own handwriting, you're solidifying that for you. That's something you are saying, I want. And then once you decide you want this thing, you've answered what for yourself. And then the next question you must answer is why. Once you understand what and why, then you can move to, okay, well, I need to create a plan, because in order to go on this journey that you're going on, you got to have a plan. So you answer what and you answer why for yourself. Once you establish that, you think of the plan. That's where I'm really good at. I help my people come up with a roadmap for their plan. So let's say you want to start a podcast. That's always a good one to look at. Well, why do you want to start the podcast? Well, you want to be able to tell people that they can heal. They can get over the things that have brought them so much pain. They can choose to release that, right?
They're not alone. That's the driving force.
Exactly, right? So you decide you want to do that. Well, what steps do you need to get to? Well, you're going to have to get equipment, right? So we want to make sure we outline all the actions you need to take for you to get there. And so this big goal of creating the podcast, a weekly win would be like, okay, well, I was able to buy my mic.
Yeah.
And then the next step is I'm going to get a software where I can actually practice. So you're moving forward. And it's something about you taking those small steps, right? Not doing everything at once, but those small steps is going to give you the confidence. You know how it felt when you got your first mic, girl.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just it's like, okay, I'm doing this now. You got those headphones.
Yes.
It's like, okay, no turning back now. And then you tell your family members, right? You're serious about this. So each of these actions you're taking is helping you move from that place of stuck. I like to tell people, because when people hear 90-day wins, two things they say: I love that name. It means something to them. 90 days, it's like it's tangible, right?
Yeah.
And then the next thing they say, Adrienne, is, I'm supposed to be doing this, but I've been procrastinating, girl, and I probably could use you. Those are signs for me, right? Those are red flags.
Yeah.
So then the next thing I say to them is, well, you know what? If procrastination is your problem, you're all good. Because here's the thing: procrastination is just a gap. People get all caught up. They say, oh, you're lazy, you're this and that. That's not the truth. Procrastination is you delaying doing something that you know is important. How many times do we do that?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
You're supposed to go change the tire in your car. You haven't gotten around to do it.
Yeah.
Supposed to go to the doctor's office. You ain't getting around to do it. So you procrastinate all the time. But here's the thing: it's a gap between your intention and your action. So if you decide each day, I'm going to close this gap, I'm going to get closer to closing this gap, you will start doing those things you've been delaying to do.
Yes.
And then also, you want someone on the journey with you. So find someone that can be an accountability partner, whether it be a coach, whether it be a mentor, maybe it's your good girlfriend that really cares about seeing you going forward. And the thing is, when you take those steps, you don't have to know how, right? But you're moving with it. It's something about you taking a step. Literally, God provides those people. They literally, it's like they just appear in your path.
Yes.
Just because you're moving with that intention.
Yes. It's a whole energy. Yeah.
So that's what I would tell people to do. There are 50 million other things I can tell you.
Those are really, really good things. Those are really, really good things.
Because that why will help sustain you when you're frustrated, right?
Yeah.
Because that why could be, well, I want a better future for my family. A lot of people are saying they want to do things differently because they want the time with their kids. They want the time with their family members. So it's like, once you decide what it is you want and why you want, then you're on your way. You are clear about setting up what you need to set up in order for you to be successful.
Yeah. And the what is your why is a part of the title, for this episode. And I'm so glad you brought that up. Amen. Procrastination is just a gap between your intention and your action.
That's it.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. Have you found that the why for people, you just mentioned kids, people wanting to be with their kids. Have you found, because I met you in, gosh, I feel like I met you in the 2020, but actually it was only like maybe 3 years ago.
Like that.
I was wondering if you found the why for people, even if you weren't in this particular business yet, shift with the pandemic, because people, a lot of people want to live a more authentic life. They don't want to be away from their family, all those hours of the day.
Yes.
And so did you find that?
It is a lot. It's like people are being honest with themselves,
Mm-hmm.
because remember, we were on such a hamster wheel before the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
And so the things we thought that were so important that we just had to have, they didn't
Mhm.
really matter anymore when you're thinking about life and death, right?
Yeah.
So I think it was a great shift to where people were even looking to say, why am I spending all these hours in the office when I could do the
Mhm.
same work and not have to deal with the commute? So it's like we really looked at what we value,
Yeah.
what's important to us. And a lot of time
Mhm.
that's around our family members, right? And how we can serve. Like I've been encouraging people when we think of this creator economy, by nature of us showing up and doing things and putting content out there,
Mhm.
there's opportunity. It's there, the numbers, I like the numbers. Almost $500 billion this economy is bringing. So companies that used to go to these big ad agencies, they want to talk to Adrian. They want to talk to an authentic, real person that's
Mhm.
already generating people looking at them and coming in, right? So
Mhm.
they want you. So it's like, wow, that's a great opportunity. But how would I use it? Because okay, it's great to be able to provide for my family, but I desire more. I have a deeper why. How can I have impact? I mean, I'm talking about I want to be able to buy a school or erect a school and name it after my grandma because I can do that, because I want her legacy to go on. I want her legacy and her story to be told,
Yeah.
how she was able to come to this country coming
Yeah.
from, South America. So it's like I can envision that being in this creator economy, I can do my part to have impact because I want great impact. And it's
Mhm.
not to only affect me, but to have ripple effects, to
Yeah.
affect our community. Why can't we dream that big?
Yeah. 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 We're only limited by our own thoughts
Exactly.
and our own imagination.
Exactly.
Yes.
So when I think about the opportunities that are afforded to me, the people that are around me,
Yeah.
like you did this and now let's take it all over.
Mhm.
Let's do it bigger. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not
Yeah.
us?
Yeah.
So
yeah. Wow. I'm wondering if you could sit here for a moment and
Yeah.
I could would you mind taking over for a minute?
Sure.
And I want
As
to
long as the people talk to me.
yes, I want to so you have to put on the headphones.
Okay.
I want to take out Shiloh and I want to take care of Teresa cuz she just spent some funds on food
Yeah.
and I want to, and so I promise I won't be long.
Okay. You always got to be ready. You never know when you'll be called up to play, guys.
So true, so true. Okay, and there's cords here, so be careful because there's an Ethernet cord that I have. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you so much.
I'm in the driver's seat.
She's in the driver's seat. Okay.
Hello, Ingrid. Thank you for being here. So I'm Coach Sandy B. And I have been, Coach put me in. So I am here going live. This is something I never do, except for when I'm on TikTok. So how are you guys doing? Are you enjoying this? Isn't this an amazing opportunity to be able to use a platform and to be able to talk to so many different people for 24 hours? What a brave, brave soul. So let me know if you guys are enjoying this and you're learning a lot. We just talked, I was just sharing with Adrian some of the things that I have been learning and been working on, because each day we have an opportunity to share of ourselves and give of ourselves. And, that's what I'm here to do. So what an amazing Friday evening to be here with you all and to be able to go live. This is pretty cool. Sandy, share with us about your podcast and the topics, guests you cover. Thank you so much. That's so helpful. So my podcast is called 90 Day Wins, and we talk about achieving goals every 90 days. And I like to talk to people I call goal getters, right? These are the people that are doing the work. They're not the ones complaining about what's going on in the world. They're showing up with intention. And I enjoy every minute of it. Adrian's been on my show. B Decor's been on my show. We are in season 10. I cannot believe it. It's called 90 Day Wins. So you are definitely welcome to check it out and learn more. I continue to grow and build. And so that's why it's important to have other people along the journey with you, because you can learn and grow together. So this season, we have two special series that I'm running. It's called the Every Dot Black 90 Day Wins Entrepreneur of Excellence series. And this is a series that I'm super excited about because I have partnered with the group called Every Dot Black. Are you guys familiar with Every Dot Black? Because I am a member, and this organization was created by a gentleman called Dr. Jimmy Davies. And they have people that are a member of this organization from all over the world. And they even have international speakers that come in. So they have a mastermind that we meet on Monday evenings at 8 p.m. and it's for entrepreneurs. And they have guest speakers come in. I spoke in April, and it's a great way to mastermind with other entrepreneurs. And you never know who will come and speak or who is a part of the community. A couple of weeks ago, I was on the Monday night mastermind meeting, and Dr. Dennis Kimbrough came in. And if you guys are familiar with Dr. Dennis Kimbrough, he is the author of Think and Grow Rich, A Black Choice. And Think and Grow Rich is one of my favorite books. Zena, yes, this is so refreshing. So it was an honor to have Dr. Dennis Kimbrough come in on that mastermind meeting. And if you've ever heard Dr. Dennis Kimbrough speak, I mean, you just want to listen because it's just so much knowledge, so much information. He is a professor here at Clark Atlanta. And so this organization, Every Dot Black, is one of the organizations that I make sure that I'm connected with. The people are so encouraging. They are entrepreneurs that have such a wealth of knowledge, and you will hear that by listening to the podcast. This first episode 168, is with a lovely lady, Dr. Cantisa Rawell. She is an educator turned 7-figure trader. This is an episode you would definitely want to listen to because she shares her story of how she was able to transition from being an educator to being a day trader. And then going on TikTok was just a way for her to break up the monotony in her day by working from home and trading all day. And she developed a community, and within this community, I've been able to, from her suggestion, I came in and just to see what she was doing. And so, long story short, now I'm on TikTok because she was encouraging me to get on there and really see what things are there. So, in allowing yourself to be open to new possibilities and meeting people from all over the world that are sharing their message, this 90 Day Wins podcast that I've created, it brings me so much joy because I'm meeting people that are the goal getters, right? They're the people that are putting in the work, that are making change. I have some exciting episodes coming. There's a lady named Jacqueline that I spoke with who's from Memphis, Tennessee, who is working with young people. She's about to get the key to the city because she's working with these young people to use AI, and they were able to save the city of Memphis thousands of dollars. And so this community of entrepreneurs, they are the change makers. They are not waiting for things to happen. They are being proactive. Wondering what's the biggest challenge you've seen that people have when trying to achieve their goals, and what's the best way to break down a large goal to achieve them? Thank you for that question. So, the biggest challenge I've seen that people have when trying to achieve their goals is belief. People don't believe in themselves. And a lot of times it has to do with what other people have said to them. And so you find that they're timid and they're afraid and they don't believe because someone else has told them, not even because they're not qualified. They are definitely qualified. It's because they allowed someone else's voice in their mind to be stronger than their own. So that is the biggest challenge I've seen with people when they're trying to achieve their goals. And so the second question is, what's the best way to break down a large goal to achieve it? Great question. So everything is done within 90 days, right? So when you think about this goal, the next 90 days, what is it that you desire to do? The first thing is you have to be realistic. Is it smart? So if you know what a SMART goal is, that means specific, measurable, achievable. What's the other word? What's the R? I'm drawing a blank here. Uh, Repeatable, I think, and timely. I think that's it. Yeah, off guard here. But that's the thing. So you want to make sure that the goal is smart, right? Because it has to be something that you can actually achieve. And then you want to be able to track your progress. So making the time to create the goal for yourself. And remember those questions we talked about, what and why. So when you think about making that goal specific, that's what you want to start with, your what and your why. Once you understand that, you want to make sure it's realistic. So thinking about, why do I want this? What is it that I want? Why do I want it? Is it realistic? Is it achievable? So when you can answer those questions for yourself, and then the time bound is always 90-day wins, 90 days, right? So you say within the next 90 days, I would like to save $3,000. So what does that look like? Okay, well, maybe you need to cut some expenses so you can get there. Maybe you need to say, for the next 3 months, I'm not going to hang out with my friends. I'm not going to go to brunch. I'm not going to do those things. So you're creating those actions for yourself, but you want to make sure you can do the actions weekly. Each week, you need to be thinking about something you're going to do that's going to get you to that $3,000 goal. And what happens is, and I love using this example because a lot of times that's what people want to do. So I have people that are on my email list that really just want to save. They just want to take one small thing. And so it's easy enough to say, okay, well, within these next 4 weeks, this is the action I will take. And you have to honor that. You have to be true to yourself. Regina, you get me. Regina says, love Dennis Kimbrough. I am a huge fan of Dennis Kimbrough, Dr. Dennis Kimbrough. He's amazing. So when you go through your activities, you naturally can't be setting up a lunch date for 2 weeks from now when you decided you wanted to save the money, because that $15 a day for lunch, that adds up very quickly, right? So you have to be intentional. That's why you put little touch points into your schedule. That's a great way to keep you accountable. You want to put little, we have notifications for everything. So give yourself a notification. You say, okay, by this Friday with this paycheck, I'm going to put X amount, and honor it. The biggest thing is you got to be true to yourself because you created this goal, right? So you have to honor the work that goes into it. You don't want to try to say, okay, I'm going to save 3,000 in this first paycheck. Are you going to pay bills? I mean, it has to be realistic, right? Maybe you say, okay, I'm going to put in 300 this week, and then next week I'll build it up to 600. But you give yourself those little touch points. So every day, every week, you're doing something that gets you closer to your goals. And then if you miss a day, forgive yourself, but get back up. A lot of times we want to wallow in, oh, I didn't do that. Okay, you didn't go to the gym today. Tomorrow's another day. Or you weren't able to go to the gym in the morning. You got those workout bands. Go get a half an hour in. It's important that you do the action, so you are telling your subconscious that this is important to you. This work that you're doing is important. And so by you showing up and being consistent, before you know it, you're achieving something. There's a lady that I've been talking to. She's been coming to my 8 o'clock lives on TikTok. And I went to go check out her live and talk with her and engage with her. And she was sharing that she's going to the gym and she's been doing that Stairmaster. And you guys know how hard it is. And I've seen no results yet. And so we were laughing. And I was like, but you still keep going and you still keep showing up. Because what happens is one day you look around, you put on them jeans, they fit. You put on that shirt, it fits a little different. And you continue to show up. And then next thing you know, you get on that scale and 5-10 pounds are gone. Just continue to move with that anticipation of what you desire, and you will get your wins. Hello, my lady.
Hello, you are amazing.
It's Friday night. I'm so glad you guys are here. Regina, B Decors, my fave. I know. My fave. Zena, thank you guys for being here. This is an awesome event, and she rocks 7 hours in. We have so much to see and observe. You got, how are you staying, what are you taking to make sure your energy is good and all the things?
Sometimes I just I'll sit over here.
Wait, no.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Was there
Just a little something there.
sometimes I what was I gonna say?
You need a little coffee or something?
I feel like
there she
I
is.
feel like I'm feeling some Uma Thurman in is it still there?
Yeah.
Doggone. Is it lipstick?
It might be. Did you get it?
I don't know.
Let me see. Yeah, it's gone.
Okay. See, she made my vibe messed up because
Regina said
feeling,
realistic. Yes, it's realistic.
Like Uma Thurman in Pulp Fiction, where she gets on the mic and she says Vincent Vega. But I didn't say it like her. She did it Vincent Vega. I can't do it right. Can't do it right. I'm not channeling her right.
There has really been some amazing women so far on the episode. Tell Adrian to keep this one in the treasure chest. Yes. Good stuff.
Yes.
Good stuff. Well, I'm going to let her get back in the driver's seat here, but thank you guys for being here. This was actually fun. And I can tell you, like, I don't go live with my podcast, but you see, being around people that encourage you to do things, stretch you, that's what it's about. Thank you, Adrian.
Yes, thank you so much. And be careful.
Okay.
I actually move up for a second.
Up.
I got the Ethernet cord is a little stuck.
Oh.
So okay.
I
think it'll work.
So should I roll back now?
You're gonna have to roll back,
okay.
I guess, because I got you trapped. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Here you go.
Thank you. I'm gonna put this over here. And
who's your next person?
My next person actually is Fran at 8:30 and Francesca at 8:30. And there was something else I was going to say just now, but I just really appreciate you. I was going to say that sure. Thank you. I think it was a slim chance. Who is that? I don't know who that is. It's not Cynthia Young because Melody doesn't know Cynthia Young, who I'm expecting. I was just trying to say that this hasn't been planned in terms of folks stepping in and take over the mic, and it has been such a blessing. Is it Rhoda? Oh, awesome. Rhoda is a close friend. Yeah. Rhoda is a close friend.
We're having good fun over here on this Good Friday night.
Yes, we are. Something that I had wanted to ask you to get into is about miracles and blessings. And any in like this year, or maybe it doesn't even have to be that you want to share.
Well, I do have one because it is amazing, guys.
Ooh.
And it's specifically, I remember, so a couple of weeks ago, I was watching a church special with Jamal Bryant online. And so he was talking about, the Uno being in Vegas. Remember we were talking about that? And so he was pretty much saying that, we're giving all this money for, playing these games, lotto and everything, and we need to bet on God. And so he's like, we have to believe, like, there are miracles and all these different things. He's like, God wants to do a miracle in your life. So I wrote it down and I just put it on a sticky. And then that next day, like a couple days, I got an email about something that related to my student loans, but I didn't really pay attention to it. So I went into, because I've been working on my credit, went in to go see something, and my student loans were forgiven.
Oh.
And that was a huge
Yeah.
thing, because if
Mhm.
anyone has student loans,
Mhm.
and there were some circumstances of things, and I've been, doing all the things, sending all the information in, doing all the stuff, and it was a substantial amount. I'll just say that. It was a substantial amount. And so,
Mhm.
how we were just talking about it. It's like other people will tell you things and you'll believe things.
Yes.
And one of those things, it's like,
did a good job holding it down. Yes, she
Aw,
did.
thank you,
Yes,
thank
she
you.
did.
But it was like, that was a miracle, because honestly, Adrienne,
Mhm.
I felt like this was something that I would always have to deal with. But
Mhm.
that's me believing in my mind, right? But not believing that my Heavenly Father can do exceedingly and abundantly. So when I tell you this was the miracle, because I didn't pay attention to what God was doing, but when I heard that message, and it's like, I was just believing a miracle was going to happen.
Mhm.
I didn't know that it was going to be this specifically for me, but I was just believing in it so strongly when he said it, because it's like, when he said it, it's like, exactly, my God can do anything.
Yes.
So I'm gonna just see what he does.
Mhm.
And God was like, okay, here go the email. And I opened up the email, and I've been working with someone to help me with it. And so I'm like, my God, you did that.
Yeah.
And so imagine me letting him know, like, yeah, it's been removed. And he's like, wow.
Jacqueline Drumright, Jackie, such valuable advice. I'm taking notes.
Aww.
She's saying yes.
I'm grateful. So that's it. People may tell you, you may even hear, all these things like you're going to have it forever.
Mhm.
I love that one where the doctor says you're going to be on this medicine forever. No, that is a lie from the pit of hell. And I do not
Yes.
believe that, because my God is a healer. And so
Mhm.
I can make better choices, so I won't have to be on this medicine.
Mhm.
So it's like we can choose to believe. I've been saying this a lot. Whose report will you believe? We shall believe the report. And I'm literally like encouraging myself. Are you going to believe all this? Or are you going to trust that you know to be true?
Yeah.
So it's like, it's walking that faith out. That's what I'm
Yeah.
telling you. So that's what God's work. It's like, okay, so
Mhm.
you are saying this, now walk it out.
Yeah.
Walk it out for yourself.
Yeah.
And it's something about having a child who's looking at you like, oh, you good today?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I see you doing that, Mama. You said you were going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. It's we do, earlier we were talking about other people believing in us, but also it's about believing in ourselves, because people will I know I've been told I can't do something. I've just many a time, going back, decades,
Yeah.
just, oh no, can't do that. There's another bottle in the refrigerator. Oh, do I want any? Oh, that's for you guys. I don't understand the question. Oh, thank you. Oh, whatever you all want. You would know better than me. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just so grateful. I was telling you earlier, I just wanted some energy around me. And so I just appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Awesome.
I wish I could have some wine, but then it'd be over because
Exactly.
I fall asleep.
Yes. Yes.
Hey,
Yes.
Mwah. You want to come say hi?
Aw.
That's Gia. Gia, this is
Hi, Gia.
Sandra.
Hello.
She doesn't. Well, Gia. Actually, I wish you would come so I could share the healer that you are. Okay, she is a true healer.
Aw.
Okay. I'm glad you're here. Okay. She is a Thai yoga massage therapist.
Oh,
And it's not just she's a very giving person
yeah.
in the first place, but yeah, she works on you from head to toe.
Mm,
Just powerful, powerful,
very
powerful.
cool.
Yeah.
Cool people, man. Good people know good people. Remember that.
That's right. That's right. So yeah, I was saying that, sometimes people will tell you what you can't do, and don't
I
want to
love
believe in
that.
you.
I love that. I had someone tell me on TikTok that I couldn't stream with my Mac. And you know how we do. We're going to figure it out. And sure enough, I did. I found a YouTube. I found someone on TikTok that was literally showing people how to do it. And so it's like, yeah, don't let anybody tell you what. Usually those people that are saying that are the people that aren't doing anything.
Yes. Leneda's saying, "Hey, girl, to Gia.
Yes.
I wish she would get on the on, but she is tired. She has been on the move.
Well, if she's been working people for,
Yeah,
she
and
needs the rest now.
yeah, she has another job in addition to that job.
Yeah.
She just moved back here from New York. She was living in New Rochelle, and she moved back here maybe a little less than a month ago, and then she went to Florida to visit family, and she just got back, and she's like, "I'm tired." But I'm going to tell you, I about 3 weeks ago was in real pain. I have some kind of pinched nerve, and I was feeling something in my leg. Not sciatica, but I felt like it was adjacent to that because it was like just this dullness. And I just called her for advice one morning.
Yeah.
That was it. And typical of her, come over, this evening, and she worked on me for 2 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, 2 hours.
Awesome.
Yeah. Question. Let me be able to read this clearly from Jackie. Jackie would like to know, Sandra, have you given up your accounting career? How much time do you commit to your coaching business?
Very good question. So I have not given up my accounting career. I've just changed it. So I no longer am seeking employment. I'm seeking consulting opportunities. And I'm really clear. Everything is 9 months, 90 days, 3 months for me. So I work with recruiters here in Atlanta, and they call me, and I'm really clear about what I want and what I don't want. So it's a really good place to be in because I'm able to pick and choose what I want. And I be very transparent with them. They're aware that I have a podcast. They are aware that I do coaching. And so I'm able to really set that standard for myself and say, yes, I'll come and work, but I'm only coming in the office 2 days a week. And so I'm able to schedule those coaching sessions around when I'm doing contract work. But I really make sure that I bring my whole self. I used to feel very concerned about that, Jackie. Like, I don't want them to know and remember that whole LinkedIn thing. And it's like, I'm bringing all of me. So I've had VPs say, I want to listen to, I want to listen to your podcast. I want to learn more about your podcast, that type thing. Hello.
No, finish what you're saying.
So that's, a part of me being able to do that. So I am no longer an employee. I do consulting, and then I just make sure with my coaching clients, we work around the schedule. I'm very clear to say, no, I can't drive into the office because I know that time is important to me, right? Because the people that I'm working with, they're usually getting off of work. So I'm really clear about what time I have to devote to doing that consulting work and what time I have to do with coaching. So I hope that answered your question.
Yes.
Jacqueline.
And Jackie I hope that informs you well, because Jackie should be coaching and writing books and doing a lot of different things.
Jackie.
Cynthia Young, trying to slip out of here. You just dropping by. You're not going to come say hi on the microphone?
Come on.
The microphone is your friend. This is a radio person that form.
No, come on.
This is Sandra. This is
Hi,
Cynthia
Sandra.
Young, a very good friend.
Yeah.
I know you got to come back on before, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Gee, I didn't know.
Yes.
Like we hanging out,
Yes.
girlfriends. They missing out.
Regina says, I love contract work, working on your own terms. She's another inspiration. Whole story with Regina and her journey is absolutely incredible.
Hey.
Cynthia Young, hey.
No, you could tell the story.
No, I don't have her permission to tell the story.
Oh,
So
okay.
she's gonna have to come on and tell the story.
Okay, well, I'm just dropping by. It's been a long day. I had to, work today, and it's been International Housekeeping Week all week.
Oh.
So that means folks that clean your rooms when you go to the hotels and things.
Mm-hmm.
It was for them all week long, all over the world. International
Oh,
Housekeeping Week.
so
Yeah.
like honoring
housekeepers.
yes.
Yeah. They're called the heart of the house at hotels. And personally, I feel like they work harder than anybody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it was wonderful appreciating them every day.
Yeah.
And then today was our finale. We had
Uh-huh.
a gigantic cookout for them and gave them all kinds of swag, and it was just a good week.
I know they appreciated that.
It's a good week.
Lynetta says she left too early. All the folks are there now.
Oh, see.
I should say so. Sandra, who just got up, she's a coach,
Mhm.
but she is an accounting person.
Oh, really?
And so I'm saying that
In what
because
industry?
well, you have to ask her.
Oh, okay.
Corporate.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause, I've
And
done that too.
that's why that's what I was just getting ready to say. A lot of people, would know you by your face and your voice. I mean, they all see this. I just
they do.
scrunch it down. Yeah.
Okay, I'm
With
glad I
it-
put some lipstick on before I got out of
Yeah.
the car, because I haven't had lipstick on all day.
Really.
Come on back. She was saying something
So
about
I was
you're in
saying,
accounting.
yeah. So first of all, Cynthia was in radio, and she still does. She still does music
Everything. Yeah.
online. She has a whole show, but she, she also was in accounting, is in accounting,
yeah. Hotel
and so
accounting.
I'm just bringing that up because
Yeah.
you had that in
I
common.
think I've done everything in the hotel industry. Truly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm doing a whole general manager thing. So, it's a lot of work. It really is.
I mean,
It's a lot of
anybody
work.
working nowadays, you're easily doing at least 2 jobs.
Yeah.
They're,
Mm-hmm.
they're great to honor housekeepers. Lynetta says.
Oh, great. Yeah, thank you.
Do you want to share anything spiritual? Like, can I ask you a couple of questions, or
Sure,
that's
you can,
just too
if
much?
you ask me questions, I can answer them. Yeah.
She's like, I've been working all day,
I know,
girl.
I know.
You got me here.
You know.
You're gonna have to drive the car.
And then I must say that the drive here was really nice because it didn't take me on the highway. I took all side streets and stuff, and it was just, nice
Oh,
houses,
I'm
nice
glad.
communities. It was nice. It was a nice drive. And then it was still light out, so I appreciated that.
Yes. Would you like a glass of wine?
I may partake in a little bit, but let's talk.
Well, one thing I'm asking everyone is, how are you vibing right now today with God? I mean, sometimes I might feel real close one day, like super connected,
Mhm.
and then another day I might be in a funk. Like one day this week, I was just in a total funk.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was glad when the next day came. And
Yeah, I kind of always feel that, God is with me always. You know how sometimes you just straight up talk to God, but sometimes I feel that God is just knows all of my thoughts. You know what I mean?
yes.
And even when I'm in a kind of a somber space,
Mhm.
I feel like, God kind of knows what's going on to me. And I feel like I'm speaking to God without saying words, because I
Mhm.
just feel like God is in me and he knows what's
Mhm.
going on. And then
Mhm.
I feel like I will still get solution. You know how you feel like it's your conscience talking to
Mhm.
you. I find that, if something is pressing on me, I'm constantly feeling like God is with me and giving me solutions and guidance on how to deal with things,
Mhm.
because sometimes, we can really let ourselves go down that rabbit hole, and yeah, so there's some things that, I want God to do for me, and not do for me, but just kind of guide me through some things that, he knows that I really, need to move out of some spaces. And, I'm having faith that it's going to happen. But I know personally there is going to be some requirement from myself.
Mhm.
And, I've been having issues doing that sort of thing. So I, baby steps,
Yeah.
and just kind of never easing up on the task. It's like, you want to do this, but you got to do it. You really do. I'll guide you, but there's some things that you need to do to make some things happen in your life. So
Mhm.
I'm just grateful.
Yeah.
I'm kind of grateful. It's wonderful when you can actually see God work in your life,
Mhm.
and when you can actually see God move mountains. When you and it's nice to know that you will never. It's a good feeling to know that, in a lack of a better way to describe it, that God kind of has your back.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you? And you mentioned some things, and I don't know if it relates to this or not. Or I'm looking at my phone because I have themes, and I was just
Oh,
getting
okay.
to. I wanted to get to a theme, but do you feel God is calling you to do something, for yourself or for other people?
Not so much for other people, but for myself. I think it's some things that I have to overcome with myself to make me, to, I don't know, make me available for other people. Now, I'm always a light, I'm going to be a light,
Yes. Yes.
So I just try to move in my light. And along
Mhm.
with that, just kind of know the things that I need to do to just be a better Cynthia.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're pretty good, Cynthia. But I understand what you mean. We all have our journey, and we know there's things we could do, differently or something like that. But yeah, you are.
Yeah,
You're great,
I
Cynthia.
try to be a light. I mean, I'm in the hotel industry, so I gotta love hospitality and people and things
Mhm.
like that. But on jobs, sometimes when you spend so much time at work, your coworkers become your family. And
Yeah.
it's like this week I had a coworker that, I don't know, it seems like as I get older, I'm starting to gift a lot of things in my life because I have like tons of stuff,
Yeah. Yeah.
And I had a record player, like one of those old fashioned replica looking record
Mhm.
players that has a CD and cassette player
Mhm.
on it and a
Mhm.
turntable. And
Mhm.
we were looking online for something, and she saw it. She's like, "Oh my God, I've always wanted one of those." And I said, "Really?" I said, "Well, her birthday is today. Hello, Emma." And so I went home, got it together, brought it to work, gave her that with a ton of CDs that I needed to get rid of. And
Mhm.
it just made her life happy. She was like,
Yeah.
she can't stop thanking me for it. And I'm like, Emma, you can stop thanking me now. I know you appreciate it. But it was just nice to gift that to her.
Yeah.
It was really
Yeah.
nice to do that.
Yeah. Jacqueline Drumright says, continue to move with intention. And Lynetta says, she is always a light.
Oh, thank you.
That's what I'm saying. One of the, it is something to read your own writing.
I know, right?
One of the themes.
I'll go back and try to read my journals, and it's like, whatever.
Oh man. Well, I want to remind people that this podcast is in part it's to honor my late mom on her birthday today. It's also to raise money for a worthy cause, Georgia Appleseed. This organization, Georgia Appleseed Center for Law and Justice. And this organization is so important and helpful to children who are underserved. And it works to help children in schools and also in housing. And so I want to share and ask you to visit their website so you can see about them for yourself, see what this nonprofit is all about. And there is an AI tool called Seed More on the site. And that tool can help people parents see how they become informed about how they can advocate for their kids. They also have a website, See Me Pieces of Life. .org, I believe. Well, that's the name of the site. And there they have this presentation of children describing their circumstances through art, through video. It's very powerful. So please go to georgiaappleseed.org, and I would love it if you would donate whatever you can to this organization. Every little bit helps. So georgiaappleseed.org.
And don't play. Y'all know y'all got paid today. Don't play.
It's Friday, right?
They're gonna be able to get a little extra from me because I got paid today.
Thank you. So one of the themes is feeling free and breaking chains of fear, guilt, and shame. So is there anything where you can praise yourself when it comes to this, where you've had a breakthrough? And because I think a lot of times we can beat ourselves up, and if we can stop doing that, that's an accomplishment.
That is true. If you can.
Do you beat yourself up?
No, I don't really beat myself up, but I give myself talks, come on, Cynthia, now, you need to, and I really sit and try to reason with myself. But y'all become two people. No, but yeah, it's a waste of time, the whole beat down. It's kind of, you can take that energy and continue to focus on what it is that you need to do. Now, sometimes it's okay. You could be a little, is it melancholy is the word? You could be like that sometime, but just keep pressing forward, pressing forward. It's enough in this world to take you there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And even with that, you still gotta monitor how much social media you're doing, how much news you're watching. Because I was hot over the whole Jimmy Kimmel thing, and I'm still trying to not, look at certain people and take it out on them, or look at everybody or certain people and think that they're the enemy, So I know I have to kind of gauge my, intake. It's a sad state of affairs.
Yeah. And I work in news, and I definitely control what I take in.
Okay.
I really, really do. And there's shows I like to watch, and I definitely don't watch them live. I go back and I watch them, and because it's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. So I try to protect myself in that way.
Yeah, television and movies and things that I like kind of helps. Push out some of the noise sometime. So yeah, that's definitely a part of my downtime. I like to pick up a hobby again. I used to really love hobbies. Who has time for hobbies when you work all the time?
Well, so what?
Sleeping is my hobby.
What would you say? Sleeping. Jackie says hallelujah. I'm not sure which you're saying. She said a few things, but to you being a light, but she says hallelujah. And so what makes you happy?
What makes me happy? I love cooking. Cooking makes me happy. And as you can see, eating. Whatever. But I love cooking. And I like cooking for others too. I will cook stuff for folks and freeze it and give it to them later.
I don't know if I knew that you love to cook.
I love to cook.
Yeah.
I really do. And one of the things that I want to do is, kind of move. I want a bigger space. And that's because of my love for cooking. I'm specifically looking for something where I have more kitchen space and counter space and room for my gadgets and things, because I really do love to cook. It makes me happy. I love cooking for other people and seeing them enjoy food. That makes me happy. I like I don't know, I like traveling, which I don't get a lot of time to do that. Like right now I really want to go to New York because it's just a great time right now, weather-wise, to be in New York. And
it is
spending time with family when I can do that. That's I have a niece that has 5 beautiful children, so to see all of them together and doing life is kind of, it keeps a smile on my face when I really, really need it.
Do you have a well, I asked you this, I think, about a spiritual practice. Do you have a spiritual practice, or it's more
I need to have one, since COVID just kind of, messed up my whole little church life, because
yeah.
I
Didn't you
used
go to
to,
Italy with
I
your
went to Italy
yeah.
to with Ray of Hope Christian Church.
Mhm.
Dr. Cynthia L. Hell is the pastor. I have to say it like that, so I don't say hell. And I sing in a choir. I sang in a choir. It's just been, I'm so disconnected because I love playing my tambourine. Now that makes me happy. And I really need to go back to church. Instead of that it's not fun playing your tambourine while you're watching church on TV. I like to join.
It's not quite the same.
It's just not the same.
Jackie says, "Oh, she's going to grab hold of a student loan forgiveness favor. God is good." She's maybe she's thinking about Sandra and the miracle that she shared before,
okay.
just before you walked in.
Oh, okay. About the student loan forgiveness?
Yes.
I got student loan forgiveness right before Biden got out of here. It just came in the mail. But see, I didn't really have it was like maybe $5-6 grand, but it was forgiven right before they start to flip it,
Yeah.
Flip it back. I got it. I'm like, woo.
That was the answer to the question of a miracle. Is there something other than that where you just said, that's just God? Like, I had nothing to do with that.
Well, you're familiar. You're familiar when I was really in a bad place last. I don't want to see last year because it's been a year since that time. But at a particular hotel, and it just was not. It was like moving around in it just was not a good fit for me. And it, I know the end was coming. I wanted it to end. I didn't have the courage to end it for myself. But when it ended, it was like, okay, I don't have a job. What are you going to do? And it was times I was panicking and stuff. But again, like I said, with God being within me, it just never got to a point where I was like, oh Lord, what I'm gonna do? I just kind of went with it, went out of town and got my head right. As soon as I was able to just really make peace with everything, I got a call from a hotel that I had interviewed for months ago. I thought they forgot about me, but it wasn't months. It was like maybe about a month. And it came through, and I was just about to, go out on the road and do task force. And I really didn't want to do that because I like being at home, but I would have, for the bill paying part of it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
But then that was like a little small miracle because it turned out to be good. The people, this is a hotel where I am now. People are nice, it's just a better fit for me. And you'd be surprised when you don't have to worry about your job, and when you don't, it's hard going to work every day and you hate your job. That talk about taking a tremendous toll on you. It's like walking through quicksand. It's just not a good feeling.
Because that's where, we spend the majority of our time.
Yeah.
So that's like, oh, this is my life.
And you got to get through the day. Then you got to get up to make yourself get through the day. And then don't throw in a long commute. So
yes.
It's enough to take you out if you don't have a spiritual connection. It will take you out.
Yeah.
It'll take you out. That's how people get on drugs and drink too much. It get you.
Has anybody in a spiritual way shown an act of love that you can recall?
I have a lot of friends that, are a light in my life, like yourself. I have relatives and friends that I can pick up the phone anytime and get a word, from my friends, some kind of a word, some kind of encouragement. For some reason, I just don't have bad friends. And if I did, I wouldn't be talking to them.
Right.
So all of my friends are just, I like to say, just beautiful spiritual people.
Mhm.
And that's a blessing. You
Yeah.
got to be careful about the folks that you let in your life. I remember I had this one friend, and it's just, it was something about, she was just so negative. And talking to her, I would always leave the conversation feeling down. And this was
Mm.
during COVID. Well, during COVID is when you really got in touch with your thoughts. And I called her one day and just told her, you know, I don't like the way you make me feel. You know what I mean? When I talk to you,
Mm.
I said, I walk away from the conversation and I don't feel good about
Mhm.
myself. So
Mhm.
I can't consider you one of my friends. So I think I would probably appreciate it if you don't communicate with me anymore.
How did she take that?
She was shocked. She was shocked and was like, well, I have to say it wasn't a phone call, it was a text.
Yeah.
I said all of this in a text, but I guess she had to take it all in. But at the time, she was like, okay.
Yeah.
And we haven't talked since.
Cynthia, or excuse me, Lynetta says, Cynthia, I just got a visual of you and that tambourine girl. Yes. But I know Dr. Hale. She said,
she knows Dr. Hale?
She says, I know Dr. Hale. She has a wonderful church, been around for years.
Yes, I've been there for a very, very, very long time.
Wow. And Jackie Drumright says, good people know good people, to which you were just saying. And she says, I love the consulting option and that you're very direct with your availability. Were you talking about consulting? She might be talking about.
Me about consulting? Oh, yeah. No. Yeah. Well, I did task force.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
And I was, consulting different hotels
Mhm.
during COVID.
Yeah.
That's the job I had. And I traveled for about 6 months and then I got tired of it.
Mhm.
I just didn't like being away.
Yeah.
And I don't like flying that much. So,
yeah. And you and Sandra, she's saying, I love that you bring your whole self to your assignments. And I think that's,
okay.
She's speaking also to Sandra too. And you know what? Well, I'll ask this later. It's separate from what we're talking about. Okay. To what you were just saying about your friend, I still do, have somebody in my life who, one time this person was saying some things, when we were around each other, and I actually wrote them down, like how I was feeling, because I'm a word person.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a book, it's back here somewhere, it's nonviolent communication.
Mm-hmm.
And in the book are needs and feelings.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can point to, how you're feeling in a particular moment. And I went through, and I was like, I feel this, I feel this, I feel this. And then it was like, the person had just, hey, Rhoda. Hi, Rhoda. This is Cynthia. I don't know if you've met her before. You know Cynthia? Do you want to come say hi to the folks?
Hello.
Thank you for coming, Rhoda. But I mean, it was something for me to write down, all these things that I was getting, like I'm this, all these negative things. Like, this is what I've gotten from what you told me. I'm this, I'm this, I'm this. I like these negative things. And so I did have to share it. And I thought with that person, because I thought, everyone thinks I'm very direct. So how can I not tell this person what I feel, or, what they.
Yeah, I often get confused. Often get accused of being direct. And it's just because of the way that I talk. I stand 10 toes down and looking for, and I guess it's my voice. You know what I mean? My voice makes it sound like I might, be telling you off, but I'm not, or I'm being very direct,
Yeah.
And some people are not used to that.
I think most people are not direct.
I don't think people are used to being direct. I mean, I say what I mean what I say.
Yeah. Jackie heard your name, so she says, hey, Cynthia Young, and she's giving you the big applause.
Oh, hey.
And Stephanie is back. Somebody was just asking me if you were around, Stephanie. And I said, I thought you were eating dinner.
Around?
Stephanie, who's commenting, my friend Stephanie. Yeah. So,
Well, I can, go in the living room and eat if you finish talking.
oh,
to
she's
me.
like, I got to go now.
No, I'm saying,
No,
So
absolutely.
listen, so this was what I was thinking on the way over here. I said, now, what if I had to warm something up? What if I had to warm something up?
Lynetta used the microwave
While
earlier,
you were on?
and Shiloh's been barking. I don't know if you all have heard my Shiloh or not.
And I was thinking too, I was like, man, since it's 24 hours, I could have did a cooking demo. I could have been cooking and stuff, but I didn't know if that would be a disturbance, so.
Oh, I thought you were trying to say you could have done that on camera.
Yeah, I mean, I could have been in the background and every now and then.
That would have been awesome.
Mixing up something. See this? No.
I think that would have drawn interest, and people would say, "Well, what is that? What is she doing?"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
let them do the little taste it.
Yeah.
Like, yep.
Would you let folks know that they can throw things out over there? Because I feel like they might not.
They can do what?
Throw things out over there.
Oh, okay.
I feel like they might not know that.
Hey, y'all. No.
Yeah. Uh-oh. We're having trouble streaming to Facebook. This may be an issue.
Oh, really?
And
why is that? They only let you stay on so long, right?
So no. What I might do is doggone. I might go out and come back on with, and I can't do that because do I have a message here? Oh, I can't do that because I've given people this same link. So I was like,
okay.
Yeah. So, well, I might go back out and come back on with this link.
No, okay.
So, yeah, Stephanie says the podcast ended.
Oh, it says it ended?
Yeah, she said just took a break.
On what platform did it end? On Facebook?
On Facebook, yeah.
Okay, but it's still going
It's
on
still
YouTube?
going on YouTube, but I'm going to go out and come back in, you guys, in just a second. Okay, so there's 3 people on here right now, and because I have to get ready for Fran to come on in 29 minutes. So I'm going to do that. Thank you, Cynthia.
Yes. I really wasn't prepared to do anything on camera. I was just going to hang out and eat.
I'm just glad you're here. I'm just glad you're here. So I'm going to end this stream, and I'm going to be back in 1 minute, hopefully.